Exodio is farming on the Cassidy. How does Sparky just kill two in the back? That is how you make a statement.
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of body.
There's the pin. Nice run hard, yeah.
Zen not going to try and play that anymore. Ooh, that is a sick shot.
Oh my god. That is clean from Merit. Now there's a little bit of higher sugar free with a stick. Kai dead. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcon's Lip. Just throwing clips. They want overtime. And they get it. This whole hop's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Hello and welcome to the fourth and final day of the OWCS Stage 3 main event. Zoe here, joined by the experts of all things Overwatch, sourdough and ancient Greek history. Of course, I'm talking about Jake and Johnny. How are we feeling?
Great. Sourdough starter needs to be fed today.
Yeah.
Big fan of Herodotus, you know?
That's right.
Socrates, my guy.
All of our guy, really. He's the guy of the
I couldn't give you a single quote. I'm LARPing over here.
I'm LARPing.
Marcus Aurelius,
not really
though.
LARPing.
No.
Well, either way, as mentioned in the Iliad, you should be enabling drops for your accounts. Obviously. Your viewership incentives, this is why you want to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch or your YouTube account. And then these sprays, these nameplates, these skins even could be yours.
I mean, that's your Matra skin. If you don't have it at this point, what have you been doing all
It's
week?
singing its sweet siren song.
You need
in
it.
my ears. Tie me to the mast.
It is borderline replaces the Poseidon.
Father,
from
I
Matra skin.
am smitten.
Actually
from
does.
Matra.
It does.
Oil Baron or Matra is getting replaced.
Well, guys, guess who's joining us on this Odyssey all week long? These co-streamers. That's right. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, I promise I'm done with any Omer references. Probably not, actually. But I'm not done with housekeeping because we have a few more items to get through. One of them, of course, being our 2024 schedule. Lots of action already took place, but we still have some way to go until we end up in Sweden for DreamHack Stockholm, where our grand finals will take place.
Oh, big news overnight.
Yeah.
Sarah Division took 2 maps of Crazy Raccoons. I almost said Crazy Falcons. Crazy Raccoons. So, you know, competition is heating up. I haven't been able to watch the VODs because obviously we're focused on an EMEA here, but I can't wait to watch some OWCS Korea VODs after this weekend.
That's right. That's
Things
right.
bleeding in every region, it seems.
Oh!
Except maybe Ents.
Well, you know, it's not over yet, so
That's
things
true.
can still happen. Things can still happen. You at home, please make sure to grab your tickets now if you want to meet us in Stockholm. I already announced it before. It's still not factually correct, but Johnny will give you a personal tour through his home country. If you
Are you talking this into
right now, I am talking this into existence.
At this point, we've said it so many times.
Please.
You just
Gotta
do it,
happen.
Johnny.
I'm worried at this point. I'm going to disappoint
There's gonna be
someone.
like a line of people and be
I
like,
understand words have power. Like, I actually am physically able to talk things into existence. Like this. Brackets. Brackets? There we go.
there it is.
All right.
Say it twice.
You have to say 3 times.
Three times staring into the mirror.
Exactly. Next time I summon Beetlejuice. For now, I will make do with this main stage double elimination EMEA stage 3 bracket. Here I read all the words off of my screen.
Wow.
Ents is waiting in the grand finals. They had a very dominant showing thus far, of course, here in the main stage. Not really a scratch in their armor. On the other side of the bracket, though, Space Station Gaming, they fell down after what we called, and when I say we, I really mean I called an identity crisis, but they have seemed to find their stride again just in time to make it work here in order to get back up into the upper bracket. Now, before we break it all down for you and talk about this first matchup of the day, we want to highlight some individuals, some superstars that we feel like really stood out here in the main event. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm actually starting this off. That's right.
Oh boy.
I went with a familiar face for all of us. I went with Sauna. Sauna is one of those players I feel like it's just been really, really great to see him come back into the scene and make such a splash. Right now, we obviously know how important it is to have a very competent tracer in your team. If you don't have that, then, well, you're in trouble. Sauna is carrying that weight and some more. Of course, there is depth to him as well. Like, he will be able to pick up also heroes like Mei and such. Wasn't necessary thus far for this team, as they looked very, very explosive on those tracer comps. Of course, with the double flex backline, it's just a lot of firepower. And Sauna definitely contributed a lot to the team. So I'm going to give him my potential MVP vote in the EMEA region.
I had to go with Vistola. I mean, right now, this is just ENCE's meta. They're eating everybody up, 3-0 so far in all the upper bracket games, sitting pretty confidently, I think, in the grand finals, ready for any opponent. And a huge part of their success is Vistola. I mean, I think, right, it's fair to say he's the best off tank in the region by a pretty good margin. I'm not really sure there's competition for him, and he's continuing to climb. I mean, I think the first time he really came on my radar in terms of like the world stage was his performance against South Korea in the World Cup, and he's continued to level up, continued to show incredible proficiency, especially on this diva. I think really this is the signature hero, but the Sigma, terrifying, got the flexibility as well to even bring out Winston's Ramatras when called for. And so I think Vistola is kind of a key part of ENCE's success, a reason that they're so dominant in this meta where he's able to shine.
Yeah, and they've done a really good job of setting up Vistola as well. The support line helping out Vistola in those duels as well. Personally, I made it pretty simple. I went with Kevster in this one. He's the best player in the region in a meta where his flexibility really comes in clutch for this team. Even something like swapping over to Genji on Shambali Monastery yesterday, he sees a situation where, yes, the double flex support backline we're playing against, it asks for Genji to be played, and I can execute. Mei being played here as well, Tracer, Pharah, like you name it. Kevster can come out and play it and really contribute to this team. And I mean, he's not gonna be losing some Tracer duel. So this is an amazing player, best player in the region for me, and has really contributed to ENCE success here in stage 3.
He's such a crazy player because it's hard to say what his best hero is, right? Like, I think maybe Tracer is like the most famous or iconic because he plays it a lot. He's such a dominant hero for the flex player role. But honestly, when it's not like he's clearly, he's good at Tracer, and then he'll play Genji. No, like the Genji is on that level. The Pharah's on that level. I've seen him play Widow and Ashe also on like an elite level. And so that is pretty much unique in the world of DPS. There's very few players who can be at the top on anything they're I mean, it's like a coach's dream to have a player like this. You're like, I just Kevster will solve any sort of compositional issue we have. Kevster will pick it, and we have no limitations.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the roster then just slots in, right, with Kai and Maimon. So that roster build looking kind of good. Those are just some of the players, of course, that stood out. I think you can make a good argument, a good case for many of the players
the day's not over yet
on the main event. And that's right, the day is not over. The polls are open right now. I don't know are those polls just including our 3 players? I need that confirmed because it's just those 3. Oh, I guess we made the choices for you. Then you can still let us know on socials though who you think should have been in the list. You can hate on our choices. Gotta be real with you. I actually wanted to go with Vistola, but I read the Discord message too late. So Sauna's my guy now.
Relatable.
Vote for Sauna, go out there. And we will reveal the winner of the poll right after our first match. That's right. We love awards, did it? Give them nothing, really. But bragging rights.
But our love.
On social.
Our
and
love.
our love.
Doesn't it mean
and
something?
Admiration.
I think it does.
It means everything. It means everything, Jake.
Love that.
I mean, Sauna jumped into the comms and was just like, yo, you didn't give credit enough to Virtus Pro.
That's right.
So they do listen. You gotta tread carefully.
Up the teammates, Sauna, what a guy. Vote for Sauna is all I'm saying. I also say that you should be watching this next match because it is bound to be a good one. VP and SSG find themselves in our lower bracket final. One of the teams will be moving on to the grand final. Now, this is a rematch though, of course, because both of them have already played each other in the upper bracket semifinals. Just what is 2 days ago, 3 days ago? What is time, right, Johnny? In that very match, you went back to the VOD dungeon and you tried to identify some key moments. You found something very interesting there of Kinel from VP and how he enabled VP to come out on top. Would you please?
Yeah. I'll walk.
Wow.
Yeah. But if you didn't watch that upper bracket match, we have been talking a lot about Canale playing this Kiriko, but I figured I'd provide some visuals as well, some actual footage of this. And what we've been kind of harping on a little bit is when SSG, they play this Brig and on a backline, and how they're not really able to protect against these dives. So we essentially just have a few highlights here, and we can go ahead and roll the clip. We're going to see Canale and how he aggresses and gets so much value. This is going to be Canale asserting his dominance pretty much throughout these two maps. Remember, Virtus Pro, they won this match 3-2, and 2 of those map wins were here on Junkertown, but also on King's Row, where SG play this Brig on a backline. So you can see Canale here finding first value with the Kitsune Rush. This is another clip here on third point, goes aggressive with the Diva. Kitsune Rush comes out, and I mean, this clip speaks to itself. Goes around on a flank here and duels 2 people, frags out. I mean, so SSG, they weren't able really to deal with this Kiriko when they were playing this on a Brig backline. We can go ahead to our next clip here, and this is actually on King's Row. This is where I want to pause this right here. So this is the one time I will pause, and you can see here that Sauna is actually peeling away Psycho on this upper kind of balcony right here, and it's going to force the echo movement. Additionally, we can see that the flank is coming in from Canale, and this is going to force the backline positioning. Now SSG, they will do a pretty common thing. They're going to utilize Landon's nano boost and apply that onto Hadi. But what I want you to pay attention to is just like how caught off guard the backline is of SSG. And we can go ahead and play this one out and just see like how they're not ready for these additional angles, these additional flanks to come in. They find themselves in a bit of a kill zone here, tucked into a corner, and we trade out the backline. So even though Hadi gets a pick on Tagala, this is going to be Virtus Pro winning this fight and saving Shockwave as well after the dive comes in. Next up, we have a clip here from Sauna, and this is a flank. Landon caught in the stairs, no Brigitte to be found. So a great flank by Sauna, gets the first pick here. Funny Astro is like, oh, I was too late to help my Ana, and gets the additional pick onto Funny Astro. Now, we can go ahead, after this clip is over, we can pause here. This is a pivotal moment in this series, actually, because on the attack, Funny and Astro and Landon, they swap over to the Lucio and Kiriko. And the thinking is they need to be aggressive on attack, of course, but also I just don't think they're confident in the Brig on anymore. We can go in and play this one out. Doesn't matter. I mean, this is what we call the Tiru flank. The Tiru Kiriko flank, and he gets a pick here, you know, distracts SSG. But it was overall a pretty decent look here, the Lucio and the Kiriko. So if you were to ask me, going into this series, I do think SSG will move away from the Brig and Ana, and instead we're going to see more the Lucio and Kiriko. It's just a more comfortable look for SSG in this particular matchup. We'll see if they learned anything from that upper bracket matchup.
Well, if we know anything about this team is that they are quick to adapt as well, like from series to series, they show us different looks. We'll be talking a bit more about SSG in just a bit, but first I want to focus on the VP roster here. As you already saw in that clip, of course, double flex support backline is the name of the game. Will they change anything up, you think, Jake?
Honestly, no. I mean, I think with their success in the last time they played this series, you kind of have to believe in yourself, keep it rolling with players like Canale being so good on the Kiriko. I'm sure he's going to want to keep pushing these flanks. However, I think they're going to have a tougher test, right? With SSG adapting, I think we're going to need to see a huge performance out of especially Sauna, Shockwave, and Rajaro, right? The front line, I think, is going to need to be the focus now with, I'm sure, SSG having reviewed these VODs, being aware of these risky Kiriko flanks. I mean, in the end, I'm not a huge believer in how consistent that playstyle is against a team that is aware of you and ready to punish. And I think SSG is going to be coming out of the lab focused on the supports. It's going to need to be the DPS and the tank from VP to take the lead in this time.
Yeah, we talked to SSG's Hadi yesterday, Johnny, and he did say, like, you know, we've been trying to force compositions that were just not our style. So back to the drawing board, back to their comfort picks. Is that a winning formula, though?
It is. I do think so. And we see Backbone here in the starting lineup. And a couple of those maps they won against Virtus Pro, it's when they play the Brawl, right? It's when they actually utilize Backbone's skill set of playing the Bastion here against Twisted Minds, but also mostly the Mei to help out in the front line, and then also being able to play the Reaper at some point. So Backbone is going to be a crucial player in this matchup. And if SSG are forced to partake in this dive as well, I do think we could see Sparker on the Tracer as well. And Sparker on the Tracer against Sauna in that matchup, that's going to be an uphill battle. Does Sparker have good enough of a Tracer to kind of like stave Sauna off? So I'm looking out for Sparker and Backbone. I think they're going to be crucial in the maps that SSG are looking to win in this series.
I'm very excited to see which team has to kind of pull out of their comfort zone for this one. If we're looking at the Preds, I went with SSG. I feel losing is learning really applies to them. Like, they're going to come back stronger than ever. I loved that they went just full-on comfort picks yesterday and looked so strong. This is the squad that can defy the meta. They've done it in the past. I believe they can do it again.
You know, since the last series was 3-2, and I to be honest, I just felt that VP gets away with a lot in that series, a lot of like very risky play that I don't think will work when SSG is on their comfort zone. I think it worked when SSG is forcing dive because they're just frankly not the quickest dealing with those flanks. They're just not nearly as confident on that setup. But in a rush style, I think they're gonna just be a little bit more consistent. And remember that last series was 3-2. SSG really only needs to find a little bit more performance, a little bit more mileage in some of those, you know, more hotly contested maps. And I think they're going to be able to do it given the adaptation. I'm not sure VP has like another layer to their style.
And it seems like we all disrespect VP going into this series because I do think SSG will have adapted accordingly. They have their maps that they do like to win with Backbone in the lineup. And so to spoil it for the casters a little bit, I'm sorry, but Lijiang Tower is going to be our first map here. It's a map picked by SSG, and I think this map will be crucial to kick off the series. SSG, in my opinion, with Backbone in the lineup, they need to win this match and get off to a good start.
Let's see if they can set the tone on map number 1. Let's see what our community has to say.
Wow.
Honestly,
that is pretty
to be expected. I mean, it's really difficult to bet against SSG after their entire year's performance, really. I mean, they showed up and performed time and time again. A little dip here and there, but it's time to come back right now. An elimination match. The winner will be moving on to the grand final to face ENCE. It is a rematch, though. Our casters, Mitch and Matt, how are we feeling about this one? Same result, different result? Where are we at?
I actually think we're all pretty heavily affected by watching VP get rolled by ENCE, because that backline looked really vulnerable to that dive pressure. I think as soon as Ghost switched Tracer in that series, they really were able to put a lot of pressure down on Canale and Gala respectively. So I can see why we're feeling this way. And now we've seen in that previous game, as they've come out of an identity crisis, Matt, SSG have pushed that Ryan comp. They played it on Circuit Royal, for example. Yeah. That to me was the most telling thing, that they are, quote unquote, going back to their roots a bit more. Their Malga comps also look really good. So those two that they can rely on. And again, we've questioned their dive setup, right? Jake felt like it was a little slow and a little lacking adaptation. It was.
And I think Lijiang Tower is like a map pick here for SSG. It's one that if they want to go back to the, well, with the Reinhardt type of style, they definitely can, right? You can play the Reinhardt here, Ramatra, so a lot of different options here for SSG to move away from potentially playing a dive-centric style of play. For VP, I think it's like, how do you continue to make this support line work, right? We kind of saw it, I would say maybe get a little bit exposed the other day, right? But I think today it's like got to be really clean, especially I think Space Station's going to come in with some adjustments.
Johnny said he's looking at the DPS line for Space Station, and I tend to agree. Can Psycho, as a Tracer player, put that same level of duress down on the back line of Virtus Pro that Kev still was able to? And, what does the matchup against someone like Sauna look like if the Tracers are trying to battle each other out? See the Sims out of the gates here. Space Station actually come out of the Ramatra setup here. They're going to be playing into Sigma.
Yes, I think it's probably a little bit of a read. VP ran something pretty similarly, I believe, the last time we saw them play, especially with Sauna on the far in this close quarter map, is Hadi just trying to take some space here on the staircase away from Rajara.
See a Sauna, of course, on the Faro once more. This is not the first time we've seen VP take her into control center over the last couple of days. So the rush style for Space Station. Although no Ryan with them here, no May set up. They still fancy having that Ash for that longer range pressure. We can see Backbone trying to lay that down right now. Although you wonder, he's subbed into this map maybe for a different pick, as otherwise they'd have Sparker happily there. Gala falls early though. That backline pressure is already being felt. Virtus Pro hit where it hurts. Psycho eventually is brought down. Those Rajaru is able to respond, but Space Station with the first cap.
Nice rock there from Rajara. Just no follow-up there on the funny Astro. And I think you see them going with the Ramatra here, right? Because I think there's just so many things you would have to do to make the Reinhardt work. That's actually going to be a flip as Hadi gets knocked off the point there for just a second.
Even Nemesis form is low, but Immortality kill gets thrown down instantly by Landon, and Land Matrix to follow it up. The Kitsune rush is a little bit too much. Space Station being overwhelmed. Landon's lost an ammo already. Psycho at least able to punish Sauna for a mile over extension here, but all the Space Station have been shoved off the point. Would have to regroup here without Hadi.
Yeah, and I think you see the difference in terms of the hit scan power right now, right? Shockwave already with that Bob, throws it right in through the Kitsune Rush. Some help there with Sauna as you end up having VP take a fight win for Space Station. You use your Ant Matrix, right? Trying to deny them pushing through that Kitsune Rush. Don't have that here for this next fight, but you do have the possibility to kind of use this speed boost with Sound Barrier quite aggressively, but that's going to be Sauna taking out
and
back.
VP are playing a rush comp map, but when that Kiriko ultimate's available, they may as well be. They ran over the top of Space Station earlier on and be able to get to, obviously, that backbone. Remove the Ash here. Because when the Space Station once again are on a reset, VP now have gotten themselves into the lead, 47% and counting. Walking now into a gravitic flux, and they'll have to match beats in this next fight too.
Yeah, as trying to have Sauna here now on the Tracer instead of the Far, just looking for picks, maybe potentially on the backbone. It's going to be a gravitic flux. Oh, it's actually a really nice
little vortex
there from Hadi. Then knocks him down from the high ground. So really nice play from Hadi.
Not easy to do. Eventually, Sigma gets too high for the vortex to get him. You really have to place it early. Canal in trouble here. Yeah, Kiriko can't do too much there. Psycho laying that pressure down. What a beautiful counter. Virtus.pro, this is a concession. They've switched to a Ramatra composition of their own.
Yeah, but I think the backline here for Space Station is going to be a little bit better, right? Having the Immortality field for that Ramatra, especially in kind of the duels head-to-head. I think it's such an impactful ability. For a second, almost like an ultimate, right? But the backbone that takes out Gallus, and I have no speed, right? So this is going to be pretty bad for VP. Space Station's going to get some extra time out of this, but actually, VP decides to invest a Kitsune Rush here, and I think they kind of catch Space Station off guard.
And they manufacture that speed as well, where otherwise would have come for the Lucio. Sauna, close one there. Hardy's seen better days, that's for sure. Very quick switch up here for Virtus.pro to the Ramatra composition. And again, the Kitsune Rush is even more devastating now with this setup as opposed to the Sigma.
And I mean, they lose their speed boost, right? They lose Gala, and they decide to Kitsune Rush anyway as VP kind of catches Space Station near the doorway. So with the Ramatra swap, it's going to be Maga with the Venture here for Space Station. So dropping that hit scan.
In comes Hardy. Sound Barrier used prematurely there for Space Station, but Virtus.pro are going to give them the fight they were looking for. Shockwave definitely has nowhere to go, but his backbone falling. Sauna's able to get in there. The Tracer pressure after the switch off the Farah has been immaculate. Hardy goes around the outside here, leaving Rajaro on the point to deal with Psycho, but that's a beautiful pulse that Rajaro's able to avoid. It was on the shield, not the Ramatra in the end, and here's that Nemesis form now. Hardy in a virtual 1v3 locally, able to withstand so much of this damage because of that cardiac overdrive, and then a disengage, charge back, but VP still hold the point, and they're at 99.
Yeah, and they're getting very close to support ultimates here. You're going to have the Annihilation as well. The Space Station desperately needs some kills here before these ultimates come on.
Jaro backed up though, he's a little bit low, close to an Annihilation. Here's a Sound Barrier that's going to get in there. Here it comes, the Ramatra ultimate now putting a ton of pressure down on Space Station. And nowhere really to hide outside of behind these walls. And LB found by Sauna, digs them out. Hardy eventually has to subject himself to the Ramatra ultimate. Virtus.pro switch off the Sigma to great effect.
Yeah, as they were not able to find some of those kills I was talking about, as Sound Barrier, Kitsune Rush, Annihilation all come online. And there's no way that Space Station's going to be able to kind of fight out of that. So this is probably closer to what they wanted to do. You had mentioned, like, you know, having Backbone in the game, potentially trying to play something different, not necessarily like the Ashe player for this team, right? You would think Sparker, where, you know, you would think Backbone plays like Reaper, plays Venture, maybe some May, right? See what Space Station decides to do. It looks like potentially Backbone on the Sojourn here.
Sojourn obviously had a couple changes, right? Crucially now, critical hits refund will give her 10 energy. So you can build up those rails a little more frequently now. Backbone's already pushed up here. So hit scan rolls for Backbone across the entirety of Lijiang Tower at the moment. Not what we expected to see. Carla picked off there. Yeah, just some interesting spacing. He was up there with Rajaro, and Rajaro essentially was ignored and then desuited after the fact.
Yeah, and I wonder if we see VP decide to make some changes here with the Ramatra on the other side here for Space Station, as they decided to make some changes in the last round, right? Go and you know, mirror that Ramatra, but Rajaro's Diva very strong, as it'll be Space Station in control of the point first. I think it's really important if they can create space for Shockwave. I think you'll see good things happen. That is a nice move there from Funny Astro, though, as Shockwave goes off the side.
Space Station really punishing Virtus.pro, trying to play from the bridge here. It's not to say that White Room isn't a viable, you know, route that VP can take. They'll have to deal with an annoying disruptor shot. What do you think about the Sojourn over the Ashe here for his Backbone?
I mean, I think the Ashe has been obviously the pick for most teams, consistently. You're not going to get big value out of the Dynamite, though. It definitely puts a little bit more pressure on the D.Va, but it's going to be Rajaro going right back over and playing that Ramatra, and that's a really fast Kitsune rush there from Kanale. I don't think they expected that whatsoever.
And there's always nothing you can do about that combination. Kanale built that very quickly on virtue of Rajaro spending most of the previous fights on D.Va getting utterly pummeled, so very quickly Virtus.pro back in control. I say quickly, but 46% is elapsed here for Space Station, and they hold a beat for the next engagement.
Yeah, now look how far VP's actually pushed up here, maybe trying to find one player off guard and then be able to kind of extend this percentage. But Hadi getting very close here. You're going to have this Nemesis form potentially into the Annihilation. And oh, that's actually Landon dropping. You probably would have used a Kitsune Rush here. It's going to be Hadi using the Annihilation here. It feels like a must-win fight for Space Station now.
I mean, Hadi, I think, realizes that this one is lost. The Annihilation was good. He pushed it deep into Virtus.pro's spawn. But somehow, Backbone finds himself fighting Sauna and Rajaro, which is not what you planned for as Sojourn there. Two separate fights split up across the map. And now Hadi just gets staggered here. What? They commit the rush.
Wow,
Landon tries to save him.
So good for VP.
That, questionable indeed, because especially where he swips step 2 is right in front of Rajaro, who just pummels him. Oh, that's not good.
I mean, you had the Annihilation Sound Barrier and Kitsune Rush used there for really nothing for Space Station Gaming. That allows VP. I mean, they're going to have both support ults here, Mitch. They're going to have the Annihilation. I mean, it's a huge turn of events here for Virtus.pro.
For Space Station, virtually. Maybe a pick off this overclock for Backbone needs to happen, but here's the Annihilation, and all of your humors gets flirped away. That's the Sojourn pick up, and Rajaro seems happy enough with that. Note that no other support ultimates were committed here. A half a fight for Virtus.pro to shut down Backbone, who was looking for an opening.
And then if they try and come over the bridge here yet again, right, you have this Kitsune Rush to potentially use, so VP set up in a great spot. It looks like it'll be Space Station rotating over towards that White Room, which is also another great spot to lay down this Kitsune Rush from Kanale.
Dynamites.
And close out map number 1.
Sauna has a pulse bomb as well. It's tough for Space Station. They're definitely unfavored in this matchup. The deck is stacked against them. What's on the top, though? Kanale spots Sauna, still trying to work that flank, actually being battered back by Psycho briefly, who also has a pulse bomb of his own to spend. Here we go, it's the rush, it's on for Young and Old. Straight into White Room we go. That was a pretty desperate Suzu thrown in the direction of Backbone, but the stick is good. And the Sojourn's out of the picture now. Hardy has no help. Psycho at least is able to find something with his Tracer ultimate, and an environmental kill for Funny Astro evens the ledger somewhat. But Sauna's still at large. Landon though finds a kunai. Rajaro, can he salvage this? He at least has the healing. Not Kanale playing from the window, just trying to keep the Ramatra topped up here, but eventually Rajaro is going to need a little bit more help, and they this time finally look at Kanale. Now the healing for Rajaro is going to be cut off. He gets one. The Space Station fight back in, and they have a rush of their own.
Oh man, it was a later beat from Virtus.pro as well, but Space Station, they just find the kills in the end. So Rajaro had both Kanale and Gala alive, but not, enough damage to kind of kill some of the, more squishier, the slippier targets on the point, right? Psycho's still alive, Funny Astro, Landon as well. It's now for Space Station, right? You have your own Annihilation within this Kitsune Rush, and all you have here for VP is Shockwave's Bob. He's going to throw it in straight away.
That's an annoying spot for Hardy now. He does need to turn around and deal with that. Buys some time at least, but Virtus.pro aren't in control of the point. They still need to make the play. Hardy's going to push up here. An Annihilation close to spawn will be devastating for Virtus.pro as they don't have a support ultimate to cover that up. To White Room instead is the option.
The Bob at least slows them down a little bit, right? Like they can't just kind of like run through that Kitsune Rush. It just kind of puts down some damage, slows them down, but gonna have maybe one more fight here as Space Station's gonna get up to 99%, and that's gonna be a huge pick dealing with Zon.
There's no time. Virtus.pro still have to go for this. How have they fallen apart at the end of this round? They come in with 5 and instantly Backbone got the huge pick on Sauna. Rajaro falls to the pulse bomb, and Space Station basically watched Virtus.pro give it up. They gave it up.
Oh man, in a scenario which it looked like incredibly dire for Space Station Gaming, right? In a situation where they end up kind of throwing both support ults in there, Annihilation really kind of in for nothing. They battle back in the end and take that round number 2. That is massive there for Space Station. Now an opportunity here to steal Lijiang down.
There's at least 2 fights there for Space Station that are statistically virtually unwinnable. Like very, very low likelihood of them coming out on top, just on basis of ultimates and positioning. Man, losing Sauna at the start of that fight really hurt them. They were on paper looking so good. Space Station, though, turn the tides. They flip the odds. And now we're headed over to night markets.
What do you think about them going to the Winston here? So it'll be the Winston with the Reaper for potentially this final point here, going up against that Ramatra. I think
they know
they're going to have Sona go
Tracer. They know VP are going to play off the point here. So Winston's going to allow them to cross this gap like that and make it a little bit harder to play safely off the point. Also allows Backbone to get in just like this. Rajaro, I think, got a Suzu there for his trouble, but Canale's under a little bit of pressure. This front line is at risk of buckling, crumbling. Backbone is going to bring the tank down. But in the meantime, Shockwave's been able to do some of his best work. He found two. Virtus.pro are able to stabilize.
Yeah, and I think it's like Rajaro with that, power block can just live for so long with healing that you see like Hadi and Backbone so focused on trying to deal with that Ramatra that it just allows Sauna and Shockwave to just put down so much damage that's really not returned in their view, right? It's all going into Rajaro, so kind of almost using that Ramatra as a big bait there. So, funny, Asher took a big shot there from Shockwave, almost got taken out, so be VP in control of the point here first. They actually play off of the point now.
Nice Suzu. I mean, Landon can't see Hardy, but is able to use the AoE to keep the Winston standing. But it gets harder at this point for Space Station. If Virtus.pro are playing out in the middle of the map and not off the point, it's harder for the Winston to move up without getting poked down. Shockwave pretty far forward, all things considered. But Gala was able to follow up and deal with Backbone, who was already retreating at low health.
Yeah, and you had lost Hadi, right? So even though you flip the point, you're not going to be able to hold on for long as VP gets that kill onto the Winston and then flips the point with relative ease and winning a lot of these fights for VP without any investment in terms of ultimates as Backbone will use the TP, try and cross this gap.
He gets out, so does Hardy. They've set up a staging point in front of the capture point itself. Pulse they're avoided for the most part. Looks like the Primal Rage got Hardy out of range, and that's an environmental kill on Shockwave. Something again Ramatra does not offer you here. Trying to clear the point now. And Hardy's done well to create that space. Backbone gets in, deals, of course, with the tank. And that might be what Backbone really is in this map for. To have this Winston option. This Reaper option, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, Reaper, Venture, right, those type of heroes, but Backbone ends up playing some hit scan here, a little bit of a rare sighting for Space Station is VP ends up investing the sound barrier into that niche. So for Space Station, you have your sound barrier just kind of like throw in there when that Kitsune rush comes down, and same with the Annihilation, and that Backbone Reaper damage is going to be so lethal for Rajaro.
I think heard a Shadow Step or something. Reaper coming their way. Dead Blossom comes out here for Backbone, but no one's really there to be subject to it. Virtus.pro had already moved to the point itself, and Backbone waits for heals inside that Shadow Step. Rajaro steps up again, clearing the way. Funny Astro pummeled, but eventually Reckoning will be coming for Rajaro. And he'll be traded out. It's going to be Space Station maintain control here.
Yeah, they should get up and take a lead. I think the positive for VP, though, is that they don't end up using their Kitsune Rush and they get the beat out on the other side, right? So you can respond here with your own Kitsune Rush in your Annihilation, right? That's going to be very difficult for Space Station to kind of kite or live through and get a point flip back.
Backbone will have to leave that corner. Over towards the point now. Sorta constantly aware of Psycho. He may have tracked a Pulse Bomb build on the enemy Tracer as well, so he's doubly aware of a flank. He's found him. Has to pick up that mini for the time being now as the fight is going down on the point proper. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush that Space Station heavily respect. They give it up.
So they kite the Kitsune Rush, and actually the VP doesn't end up using their Annihilation. They just kind of scare them off with that Kitsune Rush. It'll actually be the Annihilation inside of Space Station's Rush, and that's Landon dropping.
Instantly Sona able to find that Kiriko. Landon still able to get the Kitsune Rush off in general though. Pulse Bomb connecting for Sona. Psycho somehow plucks him out of thin air. He barely recombinated his molecules and was able to find yet another elimination. Shockwave nowhere to go, but Canale drops in with the Suzu, and Hardy says, okay, well, guess I'm cooked.
Yeah, I mean, what, you're going to have Funny Astro here to get a touch, but it's going to be a real desperation here for Space Station as VP very close to taking map number 1. Backbone here, Psycho as well.
He can't touch.
Back on the far, trying to touch. Yeah, can't get there, so it'll be Virtus.pro taking our first map.
Really interesting first map, actually. I do think we've definitely looking at a different Space Station, or one that has some convictions about how they want to play now. We saw that at the very start of Control Center. The problem is that Virtus Pro, their weakness, as we've seen, is really good dive comps or really good diva compositions that can get into that backline and really mess with them.
Yeah.
But we're also looking at like a Kiriko Lucio setup for VP. That's not their weakest look, right? The weakness you're trying to exploit on that team, in theory, is that they don't play the Brigada setup. On a map like this, that's not really as relevant. We got to talk about the Winston though on that night market map, because it definitely felt like Hardy had his work cut out for him.
Yeah, it really was not able to kind of get anything done on the dive. I think for Space Station, the little bit of the scary part is that, you come in here and play a little bit of a rush, right, with that Ramatra, and they just mirror it on VP. They have no problem, it seems like, taking that matchup. I mean, that also, the Ramatra matchup allows you to kind of play, that Lucio and Kiriko pretty consistently, right? We saw, I believe it was Space Station run a little bit of like Lucio with the Baptiste for a period in the first round. But here, when we go to this final point, right, and it's like Winston with the Reaper, they just play the Ramatra right into it, and they have no problem.
VP were playing Lucio Kiriko with a Sigma, right? That's how concerned they were about their backline. Like, you could play Lucio Baptiste there, and they have in the past, but there's concerns, of course, about the Baptiste suffering that level of tracer pressure that they suffered at the hands of ENCE. So VP already looking to play safer, more consistent backlines that maybe don't have that same level of throughput, but with a tank that has the cooldowns that can mitigate damage, it can make them easier to heal up in general. Here's your stats coming out of the first map. Space Station, a lot of questions for them, right? I mean, they do have options. They've got an extra DPS player that can be rotated in, but Psycho is definitely their best look at Tracer. Backbone gave them that Reaper option that sadly, again, it pulled up a little bit short, but one has to ask, is that just because it was in a Winston shell, where Hardy really is, I think playing losing matchups into a rush tank?
Well, what would you even want to play here now if you are Space Station Gaming, right? Clearly with like the Lijiang Tower pick, you want to play a little bit more of a rush style of play. Do you go back and play like a Flashpoint? So, the maps they ended up winning was
they want to play Ryan
City in Lijiang Tower against VP, so they do want to play probably a little bit of like what we saw the other day, right? The Rhine with like the Bastion type of setup.
The maps I think they want to play in this series are New Junk City, Runasapi, and Circuit Royal for sure. So we're going to see a substitution here. Sparker comes in now. I want you to throw your minds back to yesterday. Sparker is playing the Widowmaker in that Rhine comp shell. It's Widow Bastion setup, with obviously Backbone set up by Hardy. So a little bit of a variation on the previous Symmetra TP, the Rhine comp in setup, but still very, very potent. And that makes us look over to VP and say, okay, what's the answer here? Because they have an incredible hitscan DPS player in Shockwave, one who I think, when it comes to Widow, really is the kind of person that can handle Sparker. But we have data now on what SSG are looking to do on this map. I've got to know what the response is. Does Rajaro just pick the Sig?
These Bastion comps have given trouble to a lot of teams across both regions, right? And so here's the thing: you can pick Sigma, right? But you're not going to have a Baptiste, right? I mean, no immortality to be able to kind of extend that fight a little bit longer to where Sigma can actually pay off. So this would be a big change here for VP if they decide to play this on defense. Potentially, okay, so Bap Ilari here, defense with a Reinhardt potentially here. For VP, no, it'll be a Ramatra. So going with a pretty greedy backline yet again, right? I know we'll just focus on a lot of damage.
If there's any map where you can do it, it's this one, because the flank angles are pretty horrendous for attacking teams. So actually getting access to Canale and Gala, I'm going to say it one time today, but getting purchase on that sort of support line is going to be very, very difficult. So Virtus Pro maybe less concerned about that.
The pylon placements are really good here as well, right? You can kind of like get pylons directly around corners where there's absolutely no sight of returning it here for Space Station. So they will play the Widow Bastion type of setup. They just use that TP to kind of get to this corner right away. And we'll see how they decide to punish this. There's a lot of damage there on the backbone.
So that's the window where Virtus Pro can be aggressive here. They can't do that right now. They have to back away. And of course, Ramatra has such limited damage mitigation ability outside of the shield when he's out of Nemesis form. So you notice that, he has to be very careful about how he plays this corner, wait for those Nemesis form cooldowns to expire. Sparker is definitely a threat to both Canale and Gala. In fact, one of the scariest heroes to have on the map, especially against the Farah comp. But eventually, you feel like he has to win out these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you need the Pharah for the damage, right? Into this kind of composition, but just an easy target there for Sparker, just flying through the sky as they get Rajaro first. They deal with that immortality field. They push through. They kill the Ramatra. And then it's pretty easy after that there for Space Station, as they're going to get very close to this first checkpoint.
What's the answer to then to this Sparker Widowmaker? How did Virtus.pro shut this down?
I mean, what could you potentially play here, right?
Widow?
Pit and need some of that damage is well, I think if you play Widow, you just don't have enough damage, right? Unless you're gonna play Shockwave on Widow, right? So that's a lot of the heal pressure kind of gone. Where a nice shot there on the exit there from Sparker. I think the answer would be like getting really aggressive with like I think we saw another team try it the other day where they tried to play Genji into this, right? You play just really aggro, like once the Bastion doesn't have wheels mode anymore. Then you kind of just collapse onto that Bastion, right? It's just kind of about living through some of that big damage that he's going to put down.
Virtus.pro, they're finding two big Pharah picks that really set them up. I think it was land and falling that basically signaled the full-scale retreat for Space Station. But no changes to the comp on the attacking side, and now they have that infra side to work with. So Sauna sheepishly going to have to back around that corner of the building. Gala knows he can't do this for long. He cannot linger in midair. Sparker eventually falls there to Rajaro. They managed to catch the Widow out playing coast side, but that's a charge that will scoop Rajaro up. Garlic here, though, wants to push up regardless.
They want this kill on the body so bad.
They're not going to get it. I think he's still quite healthy. Nice conk. It's a little bit of a scary spot to be in for Space Station now. The pressure, though, eventually is going to ease off, and they go for a sound barrier to get themselves out back into the fight. It's going to be Sorta coming with the barrage, finds one. It's traded. Hardy able to take the Pharah down. And Gala and Shockwave have to get out. Bob comes in, hopefully to buy some time, but they'll be able to burn this down awful quick.
Yeah. And what a mess of a fight there is immortality usage to kind of keep Hardy up. Now you have Rajaro back in the fight as well. I believe Shockwave's still here, just kind of getting into a little bit of a safer position as do you have Annihilation here? Do you decide to pop this? As it looks like Space Station wants to get a little bit more topped up before they head around this corner.
So does Rajaro, though. He's back to full health now. An awkward angle for Backbone to try and dig these DPS out of that little corner. But Rajaro, yeah, pops the Annihilation, says, you aren't going anywhere. Still, Canale falls, so as soon as this Annihilation does expire, there's a huge opening for Space Station to push up. So I want to use that window to deal with the Widowmaker, though. That is absolutely going to make it harder for Space Station.
You do have the amplification matrix here for the Bastion, potentially like around the corner. That's going to be the M matrix, the Bastion damage coming on through it. Is see Rajaro trying to get out of the way, but they find Landon. They find both supports actually, and now you're down to 30 seconds here. I mean, this has been great defense here from VP.
Sauna has been so good this map, Matt. Sparker getting picked up early in these fights has been huge for the Pharah. It means you can go up a gear, just swing out into the open and pump that Baptiste with rockets. One more chance here for Space Station on their very own map pick, folks. Hardy looks to step up now, but it's going to be a captive Sun that's going to ward them away. Gala plays the corner. Oh, what a connection! That's beautiful. They don't have the immortality field in play, but it's not going to help them. Stunning defense here from Virtus.pro.
And I got to see, you mentioned it, a really impressive performance from Sauna, where a lot of people would just kind of consider Sauna like mostly a tracer player, right? Playing a decent amount of Pharah, in our Lijiang Tower map, and then now here on Circuit, and really making it pay off for VP. So they prevent Space Station from even getting that first checkpoint. This would be a brutal loss here for Space Station, right? You kind of look at some of the other maps that you got left in the pool. I mean, it would be a tough way to kind of evaluate back.
This should be their best chance. This very map. And things were looking ropey for Virtus.pro at one point in that round. Space Station, they finally get like Rajaro into a fight where they can run him over, and I think Sparker finds 2 picks on the Widowmaker, and they're off to the races. And there's a point where Rajaro's stuck in a corner, and there's like only 2 VP players there, him and Shockwave. He hangs around, waits, gets healed up, then throws an Annihilation down, and all of a sudden Virtus.pro are fighting from a position of power. Space Station had so many opportunities to at least get that first checkpoint there.
Yeah, I mean, it just took so long to develop, right? And just getting around that final corner, especially when Rajaro was able to kind of like hold position on the point, and then you had Shockwave like looking over with that Ash, and you had lost Sparker, I believe, to Sauna. So all that long range kind of just the long range threat, right, for Shockwave is completely gone. So he can play pretty free around the corner, as Space Station will end up be playing a May look here. So
this is supposed to punish the Ryan playing up on the corner. And I think that's why Hardy's actually just backed off of it entirely. Normally you'd like maybe throw some fire strikes, you'd brawl a little bit, swing that hammer. But with the Mei here, Space Station, of course, can try and tease Virtus.pro to come forward and then throw a wall up behind them. But they've given a lot of ground regardless.
I mean, look at the damage there from the far, right? Right off the rip, Backbone and Hani getting quite low. Is that's the biggest threat, right? Is can't exactly go around that corner, peek Sparker, but nice dynamite. That's going to connect with a few players, so they're going to back up yet again. There's a lot of space being given up here by Space Station.
Someone's getting a lot of free poke, though. It's going to be so hard to heal through this, even with the Baptiste on your side. Sparker had a decent lineup for a shot there, but he got conked to the left and has to grapple now to try and post back up on this same angle. He gets there, but the card is getting awfully close. Rajaro might have seen a couple of these more squishy players close up, so Nemesis form is popped and he goes for it. Sauna still has to respect that Widow play. Another grapple here for Sparker, but the tree obscures his view of the Farah, and that's the window that Carla's been able to make use of. Lennon is now down, the Immortality field with him. Not to mention, of course, that raw output that is so desperately needed now with this ridiculous amount of damage being leveraged at them. And now Sparker's running out of sightlines to play. He's got no safety and no hope. Virtus.pro take away Circuit Royal, which was supposed to be a silver bullet here for Space Station. That's fallen flat.
Ian, you talked about it, the amount of damage output there for Virtus.pro. It's just too much for Space Station to deal with, right? They kind of like back into that corner that we always see teams, you know, right by that first point. There's like that bush to the left if you're kind of coming down the street. You see a lot of people go stand there and die. That's where like basically half of Space Station ended up. And then they kind of have to make a decision to get out. You know, the Rajaro pops the Nemesis form because Hadi tries to like cross the gap. He's like, I know if I'm standing here, I'm just going to end up dying, right? So I have to kind of make a play to go contest, get to a different spot on the map, and yeah, I know it just kind of you just kind of bleed out over time. It feels like there.
Can we talk about the decision then to play Mei for Space Station on that defense, right? You know,
what are you gonna play?
Again, I mean, like you're playing against Ashe and Farah. You do have a Widow. Right? You have a Widow and Mei. Is there not a better option? Do you not think? Can you find something that like pressures this Farah? Because look, Sparker looks so good when he's got these nice sight lines, right? He's looking really clean. But on defense, he's often forced off them, conked off them at times. And he, like, don't get me wrong, he found some really important kills, especially even in that last fight. But it really felt like they didn't have many options. Can you run back the defensive Bastion? Is there something else like in your front line that gives you a bit more threat against a Ramatra? I know the Mei can give you that peak potential, but you can't interact really with Farah outside of your Widow shooting at her, which you can't without a good sightline.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a world in which you play the kind of like the Bastion on defense. I also think it's a little bit of, you know, they kind of want to play either like Lucio or the Brig, right? You don't really have a opportunity to kind of return some of the damage from the support line, right? So you're always going to be at somewhat of a damage disadvantage in this type of matchup here for Space Station, where they want to probably try and play these like more long drawn out fights with, you know, the Mei walls kind of splitting off the Ramatra, getting the Ramatra low, putting the Reinhardt in good positions, right? But it is very difficult, I think, for Sparker, right, to kind of you know, have some safe haven to be able to get those shots on the Widowmaker, because a lot of times we're on with Sonic, he's just like pre-firing the corners that Sparker's just kind of coming out of, and there's nothing he can do.
Here are your stats here coming out of Circuit Royal. That was their second map of the series, and Space Station, one where they were really hoping to gain a foothold against the Virtus.pro, who seem to be really comfortable playing whatever they like. They don't seem to be forced into very much at all by Space Station, unless it's a switch to a Ramatra composition, you know, like away from some sort of poke setup, which they're more than happy to do. So the ever-present question presents itself again. Hybrid Flashpoint Push are our game types. Where do we go?
Yeah, so in the previous matchup, the one that went 3-2, it was Runasapi was a map pick for Space Station. So potentially, no, they end up losing it actually, 130 to 50 in terms of meter.
They got rolled by Rajaro's
Space Station does win New Junk City against VP in that first matchup. So potentially New Junk City, you can maybe see them play Maga with the Venture type of style, right? That could be a path to victory here.
Is there? Yeah, I'm trying to think of other push maps. You don't think they want to go to Colosseo here, right?
We did see them play Colosseo the other day, I believe. We saw them. Did they play it against Twisted Minds? I think yes, they did.
They tried the Winston setup there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I think they also played some Reinhardt on Colosseo as well. So it'll be Psycho in for Backbone. No, Psycho in for Sparker. So this would probably say. This would probably say you're going to see like, you know, Tracer, Venture, Maga type of style, right? Psycho comes in to play the Tracer. Backbone can play, knows whether it be like the Venture or the May or something along those lines. So they will play Colosseo.
Okay, so the less expected, I think, of the push maps, we sort of discussed Runasapi, but it went really badly for SSG last time they played it. They played Reinhardt there, and it was a drubbing. Colosseo obviously allows a little bit more for that Winston kind of play. Psycho obviously, you know, comes in here, and we expect to see the Tracer. He can play Pharah as well. That is an option if you want to play in these kind of setups. But well, yeah, maybe
against Twisted Minds, they dominated on this map yesterday. Remember, they almost got like that full map completion. I believe they were playing. I believe they were playing Tracer May with the Reinhardt in that type of matchup. So we'll see what they decide to do. But the Twisted Minds kind of basically committed to playing that Diva the entire time. There's no real kind of counter there that came through. So see if VP has an answers. This would be a very... So this would be like really interesting from the standpoint that like I think Space Station's kind of found more of their footing in like what they want to play. But it also seems like VP can kind of like match that and kind of hit that level, right?
Space Station getting about the closest to the old zombie comp that we have sort of seen from any team here. The Reaper in with the Winston. So you have dive pressure, can still link up with Psycho. You also have a lot to, you know, punish like Rajaro just overrunning you in the front line, because that's what VP are looking to do. Kitsune Rush, of course, with the Nemesis form Ramatra getting right down your throat. That's been a problem, especially when we saw it on that first map of the series. It was Lijiang Tower. So Sauna is going to be on the Pharah. This could be an issue for Space Station.
There's still no answer for this Pharah, right? Especially with that, you know, Reaper on the opposite sides, as both teams kind of flip sides of the map here. So I think for Space Station, you need to win these fights fast, right? The longer they go and VP can kind of stay alive, the more kind of chip damage you're taking from the Dynamite, from the Pharah. It's actually going to be VP in a position to potentially even just like walk away with a bot here, as you see how much damage going down onto Space Station.
Rajaro is so aggressive there as well. The way he used Nemesis form, he just made a beeline for Hardy. Didn't even care to the fact that Backbone popped up behind him. What a dominant showing here to start off the map. And with the map getting flipped by these teams, it generally means we get a very volatile early engagement. Space Station, of course, have the Malga composition option, but I don't really think we've seen much of him on Colosseo since he was utterly busted for that week or so.
Yeah, since he was like, you know, cardiac overdrive, just like healed the entire team for their whole health bars. That's kind of the last time we saw that. But it was a nice amount of damage that comes out from Shockwave early on with the Dynamite, and then some follow-up from Sauna, and that is kind of what gives VP the sign that they can go, right? They have such a large, you know, healing advantage there at that moment in terms of like health pools, right? So,
I mean,
Space Station will play them.
These Malga comps are still susceptible to Pharah setups, though. Like, especially so. You get poked down so frequently. You don't want to use cardiac overdrive every time you take half your health, but it happens too frequently.
Especially with VP in control of the map where the bot is at the moment, right? They don't exactly have to kind of like push in, right? So it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be on the Space Station across this gap, and they just don't, like, they're just burning out over time, right? Like, for VP, I mean, it's such an advantage getting the push that they got early on, right? Because they don't have to push up. Like, it's really Space Station needs to be aggressive, but it's just poke damage coming in from VP the entire time.
Landon literally used his Kiriko ultimate for extra healing throughput. That's it. Space Station was so low, and in a Lucio Kiriko shell, it's really hard to like cover up a lot of this poke damage that they're suffering. They can't do it easily, it just takes time. So they pop that ult, they get no value from it. Backbone goes down because he loses a matchup against Ash a lot of the time. This comp is awful against what Virtus.pro are doing.
Yeah, it does not look great right now as Hadi taking a load of damage here as they're going to bring in Backbone on the Sombras. Both supports here, you know, on a little bit of a flank for Space Station, but This is going to be VP getting that first checkpoint. Is from the moment of the game where VP got control of the bot, gave themselves a little bit of advantage, and then Space Station has to be kind of super aggro to get it. It's just that chip damage over time. They're not able to heal it up.
What is this Sombra
and then as soon
for?
as there's an advantage, I mean, the Sombra is there to potentially like hack onto Rajaro. You see right there.
Well, sound barriers here for both sides, but the Annihilation just cuts a little deeper. Landon was able to find Sorter, so that fire threat has now been extinguished. Cage fight thrown up. Psycho able to make good use of this. And finally, Virtus.pro brought to a stop. At the cost, of course, of that Malga ultimate alongside the sound barrier. But finally, Space Station gets something done. And VP make the switch up now to a bit more of a poke down tank.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where the VP's really tested, right? Because you don't have like a Baptiste to kind of keep the Sigma alive when that, aggression comes on in. So can you do that with the Lucio in the Kiri? They've been able to do it thus far. As see Rajaro push on up. No way you're going to be able to live through that. I mean, that's a lot of damage there. Kitsune rush with a stomp right on the Gala's head.
Space Station had the blueprints for two sort of fight-winning setups, right? They're able to, sound barrier and just make use of the cage fight. And then, like, the Kiriko ultimate is pretty darn nice for them as well. Hardy can run on in there, charge, stomp, and make very good use of that haste buff. So 2 consecutive fights for Space Station.
Now they're going to end up with an EMP as well here, so could be quite good here. But they fall behind by so much early on, right? 83 meters is pretty significant.
Can be made up, though. They still have over half of the round to play. But Virtus.pro switch up and pick up the Tracer here instead of the Pharah. And it might just have been the Sombra that has precipitated this hero switch. I guess the hack is annoying for Pharah, but the EMP is bad for everybody, I'll tell you that much. Rajaro fourth back here. Sorta taken down. I think the Suzu kept the Sigma alive. Note that this is another Lucio Kiriko setup with Sigma for Virtus.pro. Rajaro here can poke him down.
This should be a good spot though for Virtus.pro to play defense from the standpoint that they can kind of just play spread out, right? You see like the Sigma kind of playing across there from the Ashe, now a Forest swap again, like just trying to poke down through this choke, having that high ground control on defense should be a spot where they can control. A Space Station maybe trying to set something up there with like a hack and a speed boost sound barrier. Is that what we're going for? No, it's going to be the Kitsune rush.
So quickly landed. It's only taken him 2 fights to get that available. Sound barrier also going to be used in Space Station, just throwing ultimate after ultimate here to gain ground. And by God, it's worked. Psycho here has a pulse. Probably did spot Sorta pop up there or wanted to abscond, so now they'll play inside the low room. Pretty scary against Hyperspheres here. Hardy already quite low, looking to charge in now. Of course, Cardiac Overdrive is active. Rajaro has to use a grass to eat up some of this Malga damage, and Shockwave has gone down in the meantime. The sound barrier, though, should allow VP to bounce back from that player deficit. They've finally gotten some bot control.
Yeah, the later beat pays off so well there for VP. Is Psycho does end up taking out Sauna there towards the end, but the bot will go back in the opposite direction, more back towards mid-map. And Space Station, it would have been awesome there for them to be able to get that checkpoint, right? Get checkpoint there. Even if you lose the fight, then you kind of put yourself in a better position, 3:40 on the clock, to be able to come back, where now VP can kind of control this space yet again.
Cage fight. Just around a corner. Obviously, Gravitic Flux there that cannot afford it to be interrupted by that hack. It's Rajaro going for it though, does connect it. Suzu, yep, they do have that invulnerability frame that extends long enough after they touch down, but the cage fight's active. Rajaro's under a lot of pressure, but the Suzu's going to keep him standing, and the Bob goes a long way there for Virtus.pro to deal with that cage fight without the Malga in play.
Yeah, I mean, not having the Malga in the cage fight, right? I mean, that's like a large source of damage that goes down during that ultimate, because all the crits that the Malga just kind of, being able to lay down with relative ease with everybody caught in there. Is Hadi now will go over to Winston. So this is like kind of a little bit more of a look that you would expect with Kiriko Lucio and then Sombra Tracer, right? An all-out dive. Can they execute it well enough though? Is that's actually, they're going to lose the Lucio. Sombra goes with like a solo barrage.
So they're going to go for it though, committing the EMP now into the fight. Backbone is so low, and Hardy actually disengaged there because the Kitsune Rush was the prescribed response from Virtus.pro. So they sucked that EMP up and were happy to bear it and throw down the Kiriko ultimate. Like I said, even with a Sigma comp, you can look like a rush team with that ultimate in play.
Yeah, and even more bot progress here for Virtus Pro as we head to under 2 minutes. It's a backbone over to the Sojourn here, so moving away from that Sombra, just trying to get a little bit more pressure now onto the shield and onto Rajaro as they've not been able to dislodge this Sigma no matter what they throw at him.
Rush here for Space Station. Sound barrier now as Funny Astro was forced to hold it on account of being dead in that last fight. Going down straight away, Hardy gets Suzu'd instantly as well, maybe just to shrug off that accretion. Here's a sound barrier in from Gala, though. He wants to force his front line back if he possibly can. Sauna's under a lot of pressure in the air, though, and the sound barrier later for Space Station means that they are far more durable when it counts.
Yeah, it just feels pretty bad though, right? In that 1 minute and 30 on the clock, you have to use both support ults to get out of the spawn for Space Station. So they'll get the bot. I think getting checkpoint here would be huge, right? I know unlocking that closer spawn, and Rajaro goes over to the D.Va. Interesting enough, this is like one of the first times we've seen the D.Va right throughout this series. This is what you kind of expect, you know, from VP. Very good at playing this D.Va, but it's one of the first times because we haven't seen the Winston that much from Space Station.
They're still seeing that just general preference, I think, for Backbone to play Sojourn over Ash. See if that's going to have the impact he's looking for. So Primal Rage, the key ultimate in this fight, the only one right now. But Kanao should have that Kitsune Rush available when it is required. Honey wants to push up here at least, maybe get this health pack taken up, and then continue his flank. Looking at the back line there, I think maybe booped up mid-air. Could have been a coach gun from Shockwave. He's going to try and commit to it, though, with the Primal. If Shockwave doesn't have a coach gun, he's in deep trouble. Yep, straight over the edge. Nothing you can do about that. Space Station looking close to that first checkpoint now with Kanale falling. It's almost guaranteed. More work to be done in this last 30 seconds, but Space Station have a seat at the table, at least.
Yeah, Rajaro will contest, trying to maybe send this one into OT, but that'll be checkpoint. It'll stop here for just a little bit as Space Station gives themselves at least a fighting chance here towards the end of the map. It'll be VP with that Kitsune Rush and Bob that just kind of lay down through this long alleyway. Be pretty devastating. Pulse bomb here from Psycho, though. Can he find one of those high targets?
Bob down from the high ground. That's Shockwave trying to get him to help them contest. Good Susie there. 4 players grouped up here for Space Station, but all forced away by Bob. We're in overtime. At some point, they need to get out tough, but they lost Hardy to the Bob, and now Landon's going to fall. Space Station Gaming can't even get the beat off. Funny Astro bowled over before he had a chance to use it. And there it is. Virtus Pro. Savage Space Station. And they will be kicking on, folks. That's right, booking their ticket to a rematch with the Krakens.
And this is a match that a lot of people would have said, like, okay, coming back in off of a 3-2 loss, right? Space Station, they can cook a little bit, come up with some different comps. They did in terms of what they played in their first series, but it seemed like VP had all of the answers all of the time. And regardless of what it was, whether it was you know, a little bit of D.Va there towards the end, but really a lot of Ramatra throughout the entire series, they pull this one out. It's a pretty impressive performance here from VP. I know being able to beat Space Station twice here in the main event.
This time in a far more clean fashion as well. I feel like that's what's important. Hardy was adamant in that interview, says, the identity crisis is over. We figured it out. That was bravado, 100% bravado. We are looking at an SSG who are still struggling, still unsure about their direction. Now they got some time off to ponder it, though. As Virtus Pro, of course, get that rematch against an ENCE who so far look untouchable, who have exposed so many of their weaknesses. So now we're hoping the Virtus Pro have been doing their homework and brushing up. Let's head over to the desk here to break down the game that was Virtus Pro gearing up for a explosive finale in EMEA.
They are indeed. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, VP, apologies are due. We weren't familiar with your game.
That was brutal.
Yep.
And I was hoping about SSG. And I am sorry to Virtus Pro and all of your players.
You got to put some respect on the name from VP here. Huge performances from the DPS. I think Sana had an especially great game here, maybe even better than I would have expected, despite his great performances recently. And also, VP caught me off guard with something that I didn't expect from them. They really didn't rely much on the double flex support. Yes, on Circuit Royale, they had a specialized poke comp to deal with, you know, a Ryan style that they saw coming, given that SSG had showed it before. But they played mostly Lucio the whole series. They took the rush mirrors with Ramatra and just played greedier backline DPS. I mean, it was really well strategized. It was a better look than we saw in their last series. Yeah. They were the team who adapted. They were the team who continued to improve.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, that's just really not what most people would have expected coming out of this series. While Lijiang Tower, you know, that was still thought closely, I feel like, in that Brawl Mirror. you know, that
It
one
was
could
really
have
close.
that one could have gone either way.
It could have gone either way, and on all three stages too, we saw several different looks. Here's Backbone on the Reaper, but it already then felt like Virtus.pro, they made quick substitutions at the start of the round where we saw Sauna. He went from the far to the Tracer, and they had a plan to deal with it accordingly. Gotta give some credit to Shockwave. I think he played that round spectacularly to close things out on Lijiang Tower. And I mean, here as well, like they just knew that this Reinhardt composition was coming out, and they played around it beautifully.
Yeah, the Widow from Sparker, I think, was really... I mean, I think it can win, right? With Widow being behind the Rhine Shield, there's no, like, true answer to her in the comp. But in the end, you're putting so much weight on Sparker's shoulders. It's kind of unrealistic to expect that to work every time, especially with how well the VP DPS played, you know, so hard to catch, so elusive in their positions in Bastion, just could not find purchase. But for me, it was like, honestly, VP... I thought they were over-reliant on the double flex support, and they showed that they're not. Today, they really showed that they can hang with the main support, they can play conventional styles, and they were able to outmaneuver an SSG, who I think also had the same read, that like, okay, let's punish this double flex support. That's what beat us the last time around. And I think VP were just ready for, they had that next step adaptation already in the books. They know what they showed, they know the strengths that they put out, and they were already ready to bring another layer of depth before SSG gets a chance to refine.
Yeah, that also just goes to show that VP probably extremely aware of the shortcomings that they do have if they're playing that double flex support. So for them to be aware enough and have such a quick turnaround in making those adaptations, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, Sauna is going to be our player of the match, and you know, we've been talking up Sauna, especially you, Zoe, nominating Sauna for MVP, and now in the finals as well. This Tracer clip is nasty. I mean, hitting that post bomb, great stuff from Sauna here all around. I want to give a shout out as well, not our player of the match, but a shout out as well to Rajaro.
Yeah.
I think Rajaro played really well, both on the Brawl, on Lijiang Tower, but then also there on Circuit Real as well. And you know, what a come up for this guy, Rajaro, as well. But Sauna is our player of the match, and it's well deserved.
Yeah, for Rajaro as well, I think great picks throughout the series, like immaculate. I was constantly in the back room thinking like, yeah, that's the perfect response. They have the counter comp. They're in a big advantage here, and that's Rajaro's flexibility coming out on top over Hadi, who, you know, was relying on tried and true styles. SSG returning to their, you know, some of their classic comps with these fast play rush comps, but Rajaro shut that stuff down. Like, he was not caught off guard. He was ready to take that aggression and wasn't playing scared either.
Absolutely. Well, the whole team was ready for this one. We actually have an audio-only interview now with Shockwave, who should be with us right now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello, guys.
Hello, Shockwave. First things first, usually I would say congratulations, but first, apologies are due.
We're sorry.
We're really sorry. We all thought that SSG is going to run away with it, but you guys played phenomenally today. Let's talk about those adaptations, because obviously we've seen a lot of that double flex support coming out from your team, and we did identify that as a potential weakness that could be abused by the opposition, but you had an answer for that today. Was that kind of what you were trying to achieve by switching it up? Did you feel like if you would have run that double flex support, that would have come back to bite you against SSG?
Actually, I feel like we can actually just win versus SSG, just even like in Rush Mirror, like I think we did today. I don't even think we need to go to double flex. I think we're actually just a bit of a joker team. I think we're kind of inconsistent. Like, we just get absolutely first held, completely smashed by ends, you know, and then we just like win 3-0 like SSG versus SSG. So maybe today we can make like a turn against that team now, but I don't know. Sometimes we're just off, and today we weren't. So yeah. Yeah.
That bodes well for your next matchup going up against ENCE in the grand finals. What did you guys take away from that last series? Of course, ENCE did kind of shut you guys out. Now going into the grand final, it's going to be a long series, best of 7, of course, a lot of room for map picks and adaptation. What, if you can reveal without revealing maybe too much strategy-wise, how does the team feel right now? What's the mindset going up against an opponent like that?
I mean, I think we tried some comps, but I think they have pretty good answers, like on the slow comps, like Hybrid and Escort. I mean, we did get first held right yesterday on King's Row, and then on Shambali it wasn't too pretty as well. So, I don't know, we might try something else. But again, I think sometimes it's also just like trusting your strong comps, right? Like, if we play bad and we just lose because they're better, like, so be it. You shouldn't always like just scapegoat the comp. So yeah, we'll see as we go through the series. But yeah. should be okay.
Should be okay. Well, that's real talk, Shockwave. Thank you so much for taking the time. Best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you, thank you.
Shockwave from VP joining us as they now advance to the grand finals here in our EMEA region. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how it all went down. Of course, this is the lower bracket where they just took down Space Station in a convincing 3-0 fashion. Last time those two teams met was in the semifinals in the upper bracket, and they did win that fight as well, but it was a much closer series than what we got to see today. Now, what he said actually bodes well, as you said. He says sometimes they're off, sometimes they're on. Well, today they looked on. So let's hope they can continue that against ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta hope, right? And as we preview that match, we'll kind of go through like what Virtus.pro might have to change up from that series, some of the things they might have learned from that series. But it's going to be a really tough test. I think ENCE has been so dominant so far. SSG not really living up to the potential here in stage 3, and you know, questions come to mind, like they can't really find that look to compete in this meta, right?
Still, it's worth saying, I mean, they're in a great spot circuit points wise for the year. Yeah. They still finish 3rd here in EMEA, and so they're, I think if they don't make any roster changes, they should be very easily qualified to Stockholm. And you know, this is a team that can be hot or cold depending on the meta, right? As much as they've grown with players like Psycho in the roster, enabling them to play faster dive styles, you know, if we get a rush meta, they could look like one of the best teams in the world again. So I think fans of SSG still have a lot to love about this squad.
Absolutely. As you said, 3rd place finished in a very stacked region, mind you. It's nothing to be upset about either. So let's move on, though. We did post a question heading into this first series. Who we think could be the MVP of the main event? The poll was open throughout the match, and the results are in. So we are now ready to reveal our MVP, and it is Kevster, to absolutely no one's surprise.
Oh my God!
Wow!
One of the most underrated players. Very few people know about Kevster. You know, you don't hear his name.
Yeah, it's really great to highlight those.
It's good to highlight the up and comers. Yeah, just getting their start in the scene. You know, trying to compete with some of the big dogs.
Great shout out.
The fans voted. and look, I said it when I nominated. I think Kevster is the best player in the region, but I think Sauna arguably has had the most impact for his team to achieve a place in the grand finals.
I'm just disappointed. As the tallest man on this desk, you're going for the lowest hanging fruits. I'm just saying.
Look, early bird gets the worm.
That ain't right.
And I responded to the nominations first.
Is Kevster the worm in this scenario?
Well, the worm is the prize from winning, which is nothing, so I actually don't get a worm. I don't know why we're talking about worms, but
Kevster is pretty good. That's the takeaway.
Kevster is pretty good. Yeah. And look, the finals is yet to take place, and obviously, if Virtus.pro manages to beat ENCE, that will be a huge feat for them. And you know, in hindsight, a Virtus.pro player might have deserved the class MVP, but that's what happens when you pick the MVP before the grand finals.
That's right. I mean, it's just really the MVP of our hearts anyway. It's not like they get a medal or a trophy or anything. So they really didn't miss out on this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with this one. I know where we're going now, though, and that's a quick break as we're getting ready for the grand finals of our Stage 3 main event. So make sure to grab yourself a bevy, get comfy, because this might be a long series. It is a first to 4. I'm very excited for all the action that is about to take place. For now, quick break, and we see you on the other side.
Okay, back one.
Come on, left.
Vamos.
Nice.
That's good. It's difficult now.
Thank you for warm up.
and welcome back one and all. Zoe here, joined by my good friends Jake and Johnny, and we are ready for our EMEA Stage 3 main event grand finals. We've seen plenty of both of these teams already. VP, I would say, if we're looking at the very beginning of the tournament, it might surprise some people to see them in this position right there at the beginning of it all, or at the end of it all, rather. That said, though, they're stacked roster. Let's dig in. Let's talk about things, because this is a rematch, Johnny. We've seen them already face off against each other very recently in the upper bracket grand final. And quite frankly, was not pretty. Ends make quick work of VP. Can you maybe talk a little bit about how they got it done?
Yeah, if you missed out on that upper bracket final, of course, I'll take you right through it and I'll demonstrate how they got the full hold on both Shambali, Monastery and King's Row. So we talked a lot about the double flex composition from Virtus Pro in this case, and we're on Shambali Monastery. So again, double flex composition. They're playing Ilari Batiste here. So ENCE knows that they'll have two flex supports in front of them. Now, no ultimates up here. We can go and play this one out. Big biotic grenade from Sky here, and Vestola is going to capitalize immediately. We'll just run through some clips here, and you'll get a pretty good idea of just how aggressive they are and how they're capitalizing based on these double flex support picks. So capitalize on that biotic grenade. I mean, that's an easy fight right there. Next up, we got a nano boost onto Vestola. Kevster joins in on the dive. We get another pick here onto Canale, and there's just no room whatsoever for this double flex support line to operate with whatsoever. Moving on to the next fight here. Again, this time we're dodging a bob. Sky goes on a wide flank, pockets Vestola during this dive. Biotic grenade gets the anti, but also keeps Vestola up. We get a triple little melee frag here in the kill feed. Love to see it, but you're just seeing the aggression from Vestola here. Just no room really for the backline to operate. We got a nano once more here. Oh, wait, sorry. PG started playing Overwatch. That's my bad right there. We can go ahead and play this one out. Nano onto Vestola, right into the backline once more. There's no Ana here. There's no Brig here. So there's no way for them to really protect against this aggression coming in. And that's a full hold on Shambali Monastery. How many fights do you get on first? I mean, you get like 3-4 fights, right? And then it's over. And you see right there the aggression paying off for ENCE. Now, heading over to King's Row, this is maybe my favorite clip of the bunch. This time, we're playing Ana Kiriko, and crucially, setting up this kind of dive here from Virtus Pro. We know Sana will be in the backline, and we know that Kinale will be with Sana in the backline. So we're going to adapt accordingly. Now, first off, we can go and play this one out. Calyx is going to help in the Diva mirror. We can slow here, and afterwards, he'll ping the Tracer. We can go ahead and pause right here. Tracer is right in front of us. We know where Sana is, and we're going to adapt our position accordingly. So we're helping out in the Diva duel. We can go ahead and play this one out. We can go ahead and slow up the stairs here. Play this one out slowly, and we'll actually see that Kai is going to move his position according to the Tracer that is behind us. Kai moves over to the left-hand side here, over to the other high ground, because we want to avoid Canale and Sana. We get a pick onto Shockwave. And this is a really interesting call. We get a pick, and now the back line is going to go ahead and push up with the front line because we want to be safe. Sky is right behind us here with Calyx. We want to be sure that we don't trade our back line here. We want to stay away from the Tracer and the Kiriko. So we join the Diva in the front line. Sky is right behind us still. And we're taking care of Kai as well, keeping an eye on our backline. And now, after we've cleaned up the front line here, we're going to return to the point. We see that Canale is on the point. Nice sleep dart from Sky Reaper onto Canale here, and we're going to clean up the people that were behind us that we positioned around their positioning, right? So really good job by ENCE here, recognizing where Sana and Canale is. Now, onto the next fight here. We got a Nano boost. You know what's about to happen. Nano onto Vestola, pressure, big dive coming through here. This is an awesome melee kill onto Sana right here, and then we follow it up, fragging out Gala as well here. Now, moving on to the next fight here. We got another scenario where Vestola is just going to get a lot of value. We put pressure onto Gala once again. Now, we can go ahead and pause here, and I'll just set this fight up real quick. Calyx is going to pop the rally. So, I mean, our backline is safe here, playing around the rally shield. Canale is going to drop the Kitsune Rush onto the point. We don't care. We don't care. We go in. We can play this one out. Vestola, again, putting pressure onto the backline. Suzu is forced. Backline is going to peel into the house. And still, we kill Shockwave here, despite the Kitsune Rush being out. So Vestola getting so much value. Last fight on King's Row. No. Again, we're killing Gala. There's just no one to help Gala out. And then afterwards, we clean up the people that were behind us. So that just demonstrates 2 maps and how they full held Virtus Pro there. Just an amazing position adaptation to what Virtus Pro are doing and recognizing how to play around the double flex support lineup. If Virtus Pro wants to win this grand final, they will have to find some other way because ENCE is just too good.
They are indeed. Let's take a look at the roster to refresh your memory, to see who is playing for this very lineup, or rather for this team. And I mean, these are veteran players. There's no surprise that the synergy is on point, the comms are on point, the adaptations are on point. It's really hard to catch them off guard.
Yeah, you know, I think we had a lot of clips of Vistola. I mean, he is the best off tank in the region, and it's not particularly close. I think he's a huge reason why ENCE are not just winning, but absolutely bowling over everyone this meta. And to be honest, I don't think this series is going to be any different. I think Vistola is just too good. And, you know, as much as Gala, you know, maybe he could play the Lucio, you really need Brig to shut down this D.Va, and that's been a hero that we've rarely seen Virtus Pro bring out. I don't think it's something they're comfortable on. Maybe they can find their way to it today, but I think if they don't, it's going to be super tough. Vistola is going to be free, and Skyrip is just going to be raining nades down on their head, and it's not a good feeling playing against Kevster Vistola diving on you while you're anti-healed.
It really isn't, but as much as we saw Virtus Pro relying on that double flex support backline, Johnny, they showed us a different look in their first game against SSG. They showed they have more in their sleeves.
They did. They brought out the Lucio, and like we'll see how that does, right? Because again, ENCE, they're not too scared of playing that either. They got Kelix, of course, who is a veteran in the scene and made his name playing a lot of Lucio in contenders in the Overwatch League, right? So it's not like ENCE are unhappy to, you know, play that game if Virtus Pro opts into that. I think just ENCE are just so beautifully positioned to deal with whatever Virtus Pro is going to throw their way. And honestly, I'm looking at someone like Sauna perhaps to try to mark Kevster, and maybe that way you can disincentivize some of these dives. But just Vistola alone with the nano boost, you just saw how much value Vistola is able to get.
The problem with going up against ENCE is just everyone is so very deadly that it's very hard. Even if you just like cover one of them, it's like, okay, we're going to keep like Kevster or whoever in check. Yeah, the rest of the team is just going to wild out. So lots of resources, a lot more resources would be needed to shut them all down. I went with ENCE. I think it's the safer pick here. Obviously, they've been outperforming every other team this stage in this very region. It's really difficult to bet against them. The meta is playing right into their hands, and they showed us that there's a lot of depth there as well on the individual players. So ENCE all the way. I hope for a closer one, but I don't actually think it's happening.
Yeah, you got to go with ENCE. I mean, they have not dropped the map here in the bracket. It's pretty obvious they're the best team in the region. I think there's a decent chance this is a 4-0 sweep, to be honest, just with how well ENCE have been playing. I will say VP were hot today. They came out really strong against SSG. Great individual performances from a lot of players on the squad. So I think there's a way they could, you know, find their way to a map here. But man, the last time these two teams played, it was not pretty. It was a 3-0. Johnny, you showed it. 2 full holds on 3 maps. I mean, that's about as bad as it gets for an upper bracket final. I mean, ENCE is going to have this one easy.
Yeah, I went with the ENCE 4-0. I went there. I disrespected VP, but really they look so strong. And even if Virtus Pro flex off that double flex support lineup, like, it's going to be so hard to face the strength of ENCE. I just don't see it.
Well, we'll find out very soon. First, let's take a look at a community poll. I think that one will look very similar to, what most people would expect. Obviously, some hardcore VP fans out there as well. I mean, rightfully so. They've established themselves as a very scary team in this region at the very least. Lots of talent on that roster, and they took it this far through the bracket. But this might be where their journey ends. I'm sure ENCE has a lot to say about this words. Now, anyway, we are ready for the grand final here in our EMEA region. Let's see what both of these teams have in store for us. While VP, of course, looked really good against SSG, is this enough to make it work against ENCE? Matt, Mitch, what do you think?
I don't know. I'm on the same page as you guys. Jake wanted a Pred 4-0, but he didn't. I respect him giving a map. For what we saw last time,
rare
from
VP, Jake.
I really feel like ENCE there's a tier break emerging in EMEA when before there wasn't really such a distinct one.
Yeah, it feels like both of these teams play a pretty similar style, or would like to play a pretty similar style. It's just that ENCE plays it at a higher level right here at the moment. So Samoa will be the first map pick. It'll be picked by ENCE. The last time it was Lijiang Tower to kick things off. So a little bit of a change up here coming in for our final. But yeah, I mean, they've been so solid just really all throughout the bracket. To see them kind of slip up here would be a bit shocking, I think, for a lot of people with how good they've been.
And ENCE have been involved in every single main event final in EMEA this year, but there's a difference today. There's a feeling in the air that this time it's meant to be for this team. They've looked so clean, almost flawless over their run here to this grand final. What they did at Virtus Pro was more than enough to shake our faith in what the Bears can do against a roster like this. It's all about peaking at the right time, folks, and the time is now for ENCE. It's going to be a Ramatra composition as they come out of the gates. We're off to Volcano to kick things off.
Yeah, and it'll be the May here for Kevster, so they really want to kind of split off this Sigma and make Rojaro pay. And nice dynamite there from Shockwave, though, off the rip. It's going to put down some serious damage on it.
They're going with the Sauna Faro once more, who's been an absolute nuisance over so many of these control maps and other maps in general for Virtus Pro. Great start for them here. They surge ahead after winning the poke duel decidedly. And straight away, ENCE bundle back to Spawn.
Yeah, the Sauna Faro putting down some damage there, but it's really the dynamite from Shockwave. It just kind of extends those healing resources to a point that ENCE cannot kind of survive all of that poke damage coming on through. So VP with a fast fight, take our first point as Kevster moves away from the May, already over to the Tracer. So May Stonk's pretty down on today, as we've not seen the May be pretty effective anyway.
Variation here, though, is Virtus Pro are playing the Baptiste now in this comp. Not Lucio Kiriko like they did with the Farah on Lijiang Tower. So a little bit harder to keep Sauna healed up, especially under this sort of threat of the Cassidy. It's going to be a trade here. Kevster and Gala both falling. Bob going to be thrown out by Shockwave, though he does see the Nemesis for Vistola just around the corner. So it gives him a wide berth. Vistola soaks his damage, but has to get off the point here. And Virtus Pro off to a blazing start.
Yeah, no way they can kind of get Vistola out of there, right? Kellex was extremely weak at the time, not going to be able to kind of get around the corner. Put that was close. A really nice accretion, actually. They were almost going to be able to secure that kill. They do get Shockwave, though. Shockwave pushes out maybe a little bit far, trying to get that one onto Kellex, but kills are just being traded from both teams here as VP maybe push a little bit too far into the end.
Well, they priced themselves into it. They threw that amplification matrix down that, Canale virtually ignores Vistola in order to get his value from. And it ends up just, overexposing them a little bit to the players coming off Spawn. Mild overheat there for Virtus Pro, but they've got a good lead and they're verging on another gravitic flux, of which ENCE doesn't really have the capacity to interrupt in any way.
No, but they'll have an immortality field, right? Being able to kind of keep whoever gets hit in that alive. Also, the sound barrier available for Kellex. So win that fight, right? VP getting a little bit aggressive there for ENCE, allows them to hold on to just about everything. Nice Maywall there from Sauna. Blocks up the sight line, so not going to be able to have Kai and Sky put down some damage.
Maywall, though, doesn't allow them to put any pressure on Vistola. It allows them to limit the poke damage coming in from ENCE, rather, but that's it. Ooh, Shockwave takes a shot from Kai. Kevster was there with some extra damage, but you have to feel it was a little superfluous by the end. Pulse bomb in hand now, and no good reason to use it. It's all of Virtus Pro on the back foot, decidedly. Into the spawn they go.
Yeah. And it feels like this meta in terms of tanks was made for Vistola, right? Being able to play Ramatra, Sigma, and Diva here. Now switching over to the Diva and can play all of them at an incredibly high level. One of the best in EMEA. Very difficult to kind of now use that May, right, to kind of trap that Diva. The Diva could just fly right over it, get around it. Doesn't not really bother there by the May.
In the past in Dallas, we questioned the ceiling of this team because of Vistola, because of that pull. Now we think it's one of their biggest boons.
I think
Kevster, though, dealt with Gala. They will notice the immortality field didn't quite find the mark. And it's going to be yet another ENCE fight here. They have really come alive now. Virtus Pro make one mistake, and that's the problem against ENCE. You make one mistake, and it will be exploited. You will be punished. And Virtus Pro don't have a way back into this round outside of a sound barrier. Kellex has one of his own.
No, and this is going to be Rojaro switching over here to the Diva as they try and get the immortality field from Canale there in the spawn to save Sauna, but it doesn't connect. As this will be a Deadeye here from Kai. Maybe you can get a DMAC as it's going to be Rojaro moving on the way to the point.
It would have if the DMAC wasn't already happening. Rojaro knocked out of that robot pretty much straight away, and it's going to be a sound barrier for Virtus Pro, but they virtually don't have a tank in play right now. Colosseo did drop. Sauna able to get the better of him there, and we'll have a flip briefly, but I say brief. Bob was thrown out here by Shockwave, so even without the Ash in play, it's going to be hard for ENCE to swoop back in.
Yes, Kevster will get on point here, and Vistola is actually so weak, he's going to need to use his self-destruct here to just get a mech back on the point, so it will flip. Sauna extremely low. He can't contest. Somebody else has to get there, and they don't have anybody to step up. So that'll be ENCE taking round one.
Something that we saw in this round is actually really uncommon at this level of play, is that Baby Diva being on the field for any long period of time. It's rare to see the DMEC happen at the start of the fight, right? Normally the D.Va is like very protective, you know, of that, make sure that they can get away and get healed. But it's pretty disastrous when D.Va is the first D-suit. It's not a pure elimination in, you know, in a general sense, but Rajaro got a sound barrier in that fight, but Virtus.pro couldn't really do anything with it. I had no way to apply any pressure whatsoever. Normally you want to jump off the map, but if you're getting DMEC'd at the start of the fight, like you can't just reset midway through a fight. You don't have the choice.
Yeah, also two like unfortunate events for VP, right? It's that pulse bomb that Gala dies to. Looks like he was just slightly outside of the immortality field. And then they lose Sauna, who was like also like maybe the immortality field was a little bit late. So two unfortunate deaths just allow ENCE to snowball there. Let's look at this. So it'll be ENCE playing a Zarya-based composition here with the Genji. We've seen them do this a little bit throughout the main event, primarily into D.Va comps here. It'll be the Sigma though for VP. Control high ground a little bit harder to make this Zarya work.
And we saw it on Busan Mecha base, Matt, specifically, where Kevster was able to play it mid-range with those Zarya bubbles and get a lot of free poke and build a blade very quickly. However, you're still scared of accretion, which obviously doesn't care about the fact that Genji's blocking. So you've got to respect the Sigma, and it's hard to poke back against a Sigma comp at times, but look at this. Straight off the rip, Vistola fully charged up and ready to absolutely melt Virtus.pro. 3 kills for the Zarya, and so much free charge because the Genji's dangling himself in the face of Virtus.pro, begging them to shoot him.
I mean, Kevster's extremely difficult to stop without the bubbles, right? You just provide the bubbles and you just allow it to just be free in the opponent's face on the Genji. Difficult for anybody to deal with, and this puts a lot of pressure on the Ashe, right? You know, Ashe obviously controls the range better than Cassidy, you know, in certain situations, but the Sauna just gets deleted there by Kev. But you know, when you have that dive coming into the Ashe, that's where the Cassidy would obviously be a better pick off, you know, here, right, where Ashe not as easy to you know, deal with some of the flankers.
Matt, we saw Vistola briefly. He was still 100 charge after the fight. In fact, it was like at the start of the next fight in general. He's getting so much here for Kevster. Again, you've got to be careful with this grab. Don't want to have it eaten up and see that's why Vistola tries to get past Rajaro, but Kalex and Kai had already fallen. Virtus.pro take the initiative in that fight, and the grab ends up being pointless.
Yeah, the M-Matrix puts a lot of damage down there from VP onto the players trying to follow that grab up, as still have not dealt with Vistola is using these bubbles trying to stay alive, but it will be a flip here for VP. They push up to the spawn, they get another kill. Nice stuff here for Virtus.pro, as now it'll actually be Maga here. So I think you probably stay on the Genji just to end up using this blade, right? But seems like now they know exactly when they see VP decide to make a change, they know exactly what they want to go to in terms of
Vistola hung around with 100 charge at the end of that fight, which is a dead giveaway that he's trying to reset. Otherwise he'd run away and try and keep it. So the Malga now. Obviously no venture in this setup here, but it still does all the things that Malga is very good at. There's still a link up with Kevster and a potential blade. It'll take a minute here for Vistola to be healed up, even with the extra healing from direct grenade hits. It'll take the BAP a while. And Kevster's forced off that angle. Very elegant solution here to a lurking Genji. He's forced off the point. Vistola charging through, but it's a disengage. Look at the damage he's taken from Shockwave. He's so susceptible to that. Deadeye here will slow down VP, but they are still in control of the point. This is ENCE who have to get in there and take this away, and Vistola just can't be healthy enough for long enough. Not against an air matrix.
Yeah, I love the way that VP played that, right? They kind of like back up, they use the Bob to contest the point, and then Vistola was off in that side room just trying to apply pressure, and they just ran him down, right? They took the Ramatra and the Mei in there, and there's no way that you're going to be able to heal that range from Canale, so could be the round win here for VP. We do have a blade from Kevster, sound barrier as well.
Good Mei wall. That's really going to break up this push here from ENCE. Virtus.pro had a barrier of their own. Blade comes in a little belatedly, and Kevster might have been slowed up briefly, but Sauna was able to pick him off the old-fashioned way. Vistola here being desuited now, and ENCE, their Zarya comp at times looked quite effective, but they ran out of gas midway through the round, and that was the first blade for Kev. Absolutely blunted.
Yeah, holding on that blade for a while to get a good use out of it. And no, the sound barriers come out from both sides, things that maybe be able to get a good use as the sound barrier is wearing off. But a nice blizzard there from Sauna, just kind of thrown right at his Baptiste. So allows them to win the round is VP showing some adjustments here early on. And see what they decide to do. So it'll be a Sigma look here for VP potentially off the rip. I think the safest play is probably now have Kevster play, you know, maybe what, Tracer, right? And then you're going to get a TP out of the spawn, play the Tracer, and then go to this look.
The Sigma composition caused ENCE some serious problems in that last round. They tried a couple of different looks against it. First the Zarya. Then, of course, we saw that late switch over to Malga. That didn't work at all. And then they tried the D.Va. We didn't really get enough time to see if it played out properly, so now we will. ENCE are going to be in a unabridged setup here as well.
Yeah, we've talked ad nauseum about the Ana Brig and how good it can be as a combo. So, especially with no D.Va on the other side, look to see if Sky can land some pretty sick bio nades, right? No way for, I mean, Rajaro could kind of like eat it up, but still, it's not as easy as you see. He gets hit by one right away.
No follow-up there from it. And still playing very much a neutral poke-style game. They've got Kai on the Ashe this time around, trying to match the impact that Shockwave has had, which was immense in that previous round, not to mention when that Amp Matrix was in play. Kai here a little more passive because he has to deal with the Sigma shield that gives a leg up to Shockwave. And right there, Kai dragged down as he tried to gain some air. It's a risky proposition to pop yourself up against a competent Ashe like that, and he was accordingly punished.
Yeah, maybe trying to find an angle on the Shockwave there. Also just getting pestered by Sauna. But, you know, for Kai does end up having the brick, right? So can kind of stay around with that Tracer a little bit longer. But Rajaro pushes up. They take out Kellex. So kill off of the spawn. Sauna will be back in the fight pretty quickly, though, on the Tracer. But it'll definitely force VP to back up.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the weaknesses of an OWCS composition. Those long stags at the end of the fight. So there was nowhere that Kellex could have gone. Sky, though, obviously going to have a nano on account of the fact that Vistola's been getting whacked constantly. But can Kai get that edge he's looking for against Shockwave? ENCE need to see him come alive here. Nano here for Vistola. This is a scary prospect as always. Shockwave found instantly, but an immortality field. Now he can dance within that. Vistola has to stagger out his approach and, in fact, pull off entirely. But Canale, having already used the immortality field to keep the Ashe alive, will fall to the pulse bomb. And now ENCE get that cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like VP did almost as good as you can do in that type of situation, right? It's a nano D.Va, it's a bio grenade onto your tank, and Canale keeps everybody topped up with that, you know, immortality field, then kind of healing after, but Kevster just goes crazy, picks up 2, then the kind of the flood kind of comes in from ENCE, but VP putting up a much better fight already than we saw in their first series, right? I mean, that one was a drubbing, already looking much better.
And they managed to make up most of the deficit already. Sauna's pulse though, perfect. Stick on the Ashe. Can't argue with that. No immortality available for ENCE, so that was always going to be an elimination. Vistola has a self-destruct here, but he needs to be careful on the way down. Okay, yeah, gets taken down by Gala. Good damage by Sauna there to know that would deny another remake opportunity. So Vistola's ultimate is basically useless.
So it'll be VP getting a flip. So, you know, I mean, look, Vistola trying to get a remake, right? Just kind of stall that out a little longer. Probably would have got up to like, you know, close to like 65% probably on that point. So not going to be like a major difference. I think this is a huge fight though for ENCE, right? You have this rally, you have the Bob able to use. And how do you get good value out of these key ultimates?
Kai here punishing Canale for a brief pop-up with those Exo boots. Nothing to write home about now as Bob will be thrown towards the point, designed to pressure Rajaro's position, and he has to respect it to some degree, but an Amp Matrix means that Virtus.pro still want to fight. They don't want to allow this to flip for free. Kevster can pop him from behind. It's not a stick for the pulse, and an immortality field still got drawn out of Canale. Can Vistola get in there and make something happen now with the lack of that ability? Flux here for Rajaro, mostly for mobility, if I'm honest with you, and he gets ruined as he drops down. Kellex gets that rally in play.
And the rally is just so impactful to last for so long, and they're able to just kind of follow it up as Rajaro not able to live. But it will be VP getting a contest here, so they do put themselves in like a one-fight situation, right? They just don't really have much of anything to work with. It feels like you got to take like a junk fight here. You know, get maybe that nano out from the side of ENCE, see if you can build up potentially towards that Amp Matrix and a Bob, and then come back with a final fight.
Pulse up for Sauna, but we do have the Nano D.Va prospect lingering here for ENCE. It was deadly effective last time, but it required a pulse bomb to really achieve its aims. Sauna has one of those. Kellex going to be kept alive. That was a Nano that had to go to the brig. I don't know if ENCE are in a position to actually make any further use of that outside of survivability. Rujaro's holding his ground here in his side room.
Yeah, but still, it feels pretty good, though, for VP, right? You get that nano out. They don't have it on Vistola there. Vistola have to use a self-destruct to get a new mech
That's
back.
fine, but again, this is ENCE playing defensively. They're buying that time. Now, though, Virtus.pro have to come forward and make a fight of it, and Kevster finds a pulse bomb he was looking for. Oh, ENCE hit the jackpot in this last fight. A struggle of a round in general. But they come up with the goods when it matters. It was that nano had to be thrown onto their Brigger self-destruct used prematurely. But it's all good, as they say, because Kevster, your boy, comes up with the goods, and ENCE take away a hard-fought first map.
Yeah, much more competitive than really a lot of the first series we saw between these two teams, but still the same result where ENCE comes out on top. It was pretty big, though, I thought, from Sonalite to land that pulse bomb, get the nano out. They get the D-mech there on the Vistola. He has to remech, but just no answer for Kevster, man. I mean, just too sick there towards the end.
And something that we never really would have discussed if, like, Space Station were involved in this game, or Twisted Minds, is that the Sigma composition for VP actually looks really good. Often when we talk about them, we've talked about Rujaro's Diva or Rujaro's Ramatra, for example, but this setup looks like it's a little tough for Diva to deal with at times, especially without Nano Boost. But let's go back to the beginning. Obviously, Volcano here, another good start for VP. They overextend, though, in that first round as they're trying to fight with an Amp Matrix. Price themselves and throw themselves essentially into the belly of the beast, and then a big recovery, for ENCE, of course, with Vistola and this Diva composition in general, causing some headaches.
Yeah, it just felt like with the way that VP was in that one fight, right, where they end up using the Amp Matrix, they try and push in and deal with Kellex, that they were very much all in that fight. So that's why they end up deciding to push up. Definitely didn't pay off. Potentially, round one goes a little bit different otherwise, but round two for VP, they looked quite good. It was an interesting comp from ENCE at the start that gave them some trouble, but they figured it out.
Yeah, we don't know about the sort of Xayah Genji setup. It eventually fell a little flat. And then this round, a tough start, I think, for ENCE. They really had to fight back early. A pulse bomb there for Kevster, though. Quite often, the whole reason they're winning these fights, right? Think back to their first fight. There was a Nano Diva, but Vistola got shut down by an Immortality field. It had to be a Kevster pulse bomb. Same with this fight. Vistola, they have to use a Nano early onto a Brig. Then Vistola gets desuited. It's a Kevster pulse bomb that saves the day. The guy is taken over the map.
Yeah, I mean, he's fantastic. I mean, he's been now for like 4 or 5 years one of the best players in the world, right? I mean, just so consistent, can play just about everything. I mean, he kind of changed the game in terms of the damage dealers. It feels like being able to play just about everything across the board. So in the last series when these two teams played, it was Shambali, Monastery, and King's Row were the picks from Virtus.pro. Like Johnny mentioned on the desk, they did not get they didn't get ejected on either of those.
So can VP force a rush map? Is that their plan here?
Yeah. Do you want to see what you look like on a flashpoint or a push? Do you want to say, hey, maybe we just played those maps poorly and we want to go back to them? Okay, so they will see what they see. They look like on a flashpoint. So we'll see Suravasa.
Pretty rare to see a flashpoint map picked up so early in the series. That, of course, leaves Escort Hybrid, still available sort of after this fact. Of course, this is a best of 7, so a first to 4 series here. Obviously, more opportunities for ENCE, or VP in this situation at least, to look to find a map that suits them a little bit more. But I mean, what should we...
More opportunities for ENCE to win maps.
Exactly. I mean, we harp a lot on the loser's pick as a more recent addition to the Overwatch ecosystem here. Can you play like a Lucio Baptiste, a Sigma composition? Do you feel like that can, we've seen teams, trend in that direction in the past. Are you still trying to force a Sigma versus Diva composition matchup? Because, look, outside of Kevster's pulse bombs, right, that still looked like a pretty good look up against what we know ENCE can do.
I think the Diva's pretty good on Suravasa, being able to kind of control some of the space. There's like a lot of high ground, different areas there on Suravasa. So I potentially think you're going to see some Diva play here from both of these teams. I think Diva could be pretty strong in these types of situations. And with loser pick, I think in this type of scenario, it's not like a EWC, right, where you had like the bans and the loser pick. Like there was a huge way you can kind of swing it in your team's favor. I mean, if you're VP, what do you want to do? You don't want to play Shambali or King's Row again, right? So you're kind of down to the maps, the modes with the least amount of maps to kind of pick from. So if you feel like Suravasa is like way better than New Jung City, like you don't want to play to like Ramatra or even Maga type of style on a New Jung City, you play this map.
Tickets, of course, for DreamHack Stockholm are now available, guys. That's right. That's what we are playing for, essentially. The circuit points, of course, the prize money, but the circuit points that would get you able to compete at our last big event of the year. It's going to be an absolute banger here, and a win in stage 3 is definitely going to put you very much in the running for that. For Virtus Pro, they started this stage pretty low down on the circuit points leaderboard in general. We knew they'd make a run towards the top. We knew they looked incredible coming out of Riyadh, but some work still has to be done for them. The engine room is well and truly running, folks. But if
I mean, top 4 in EMEA is going to be tight, right?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah. Between. I mean, that's like so scary, especially for like a space station. Like obviously they're probably sitting pretty in terms of points, right? But in terms of seeding and whatnot, the Twisted Minds right there.
SSG, winning stage 2 is obviously like a huge benefit for them. It's actually like ENCE, like I said, have not won a stage, so they've not really been able to scoop up those max circuit points, because in stage 1 it was Twisted Minds that have done that. So even ENCE, a powerhouse like them, really do need this win to really solidify their claim for a spot in Stockholm.
Yes, we'll see. VP, they'll actually play the Sigma at the start. I think this Diva conference could be pretty difficult to deal with, right? With, Kevster on the Echo kind of controlling some of that high ground, especially the Diva there as well. The possibilities for nano targets, right? The Diva or the Echo, really good nano target.
So it is the Sigma comp that gets run out here by Virtus Pro. With the Baptiste, of course, because there's no Farah to worry about. And the May pick here. Hard to see how it interacts too heavily with ENCE's setup, given that they have like the mobility of Kevster alongside Vistola.
Yeah, it doesn't that often, but I mean, I guess you could block off some of the sightlines to the Ana, right? Like you see where Sky is playing from there, you block that off, that denies some of the healing. It doesn't exactly kind of split off the players, right?
But although, pretty good. It actually cuts Shockwave, or rather, it cuts Kai's sightline off. That's obviously important to deal with that potential poke. Ever-present threat that it is. They might have corralled Vistola here as an individual who doesn't have a rocket booster cooldown right now to get back to the point, but we've seen ENCE outmaneuver Virtus Pro, able to get all of their pieces onto the board. Force Virtus Pro to play from the outside now.
Yeah, and we'll see how VP goes about attacking the point. There's a few players definitely low for ENCE, as you do have the nano boost available. This will be the Matrix from Canale, also trying to buy some space, but look at how difficult it's going to be to deal with Vistola. He has the benefits of the nano. It's going to be Gala with a sound barrier to respond.
Yeah, timely sound barrier indeed, but they still need to do more to help Shockwave, I think. Gala's tried to drop down to that effect. Canale is going to be the one that actually serves himself up in the end. So Virtus Pro, it's the mobility events that's punishing them. Going for their backline. Canale is the most important player in this map, in that he'll be looked at most frequently by ENCE as that priority target.
I mean, it's so difficult to deal with Vistola when he's got the benefits of the nano, as they try the sound barrier, still doesn't even keep them alive long enough to put down enough damage to take out that Diva. But it was VP in control of the point there for a while, right? So they do get a little bit of a lead. It'll be overtaken here by ENCE. ENCE will end up having a Bob plus Beat here, though. This could be quite good. And I also, like, how are you going to end up using this Blizzard, right? With the Blizzard here from Sauna, not exactly like you can close this gap and get in a great spot to do it. Oh, and you lost Sauna.
Again, the Baptiste, the most important player here for Virtus Pro, the centerpiece, the one that really holds their plan together. It's also the one with some of the least mobility on their roster. Caught out again, and that is ENCE guaranteeing that flashpoint.
You also don't even have to use sound barrier for ENCE, right? So you end up winning now. You hold on to that big key support ultimate. You kind of like doubled up in terms of progress here on Gala. I'm so curious how you get value out of this Blizzard. I mean, it's very difficult for them to even kind of get close to that point, right? They're going to have to speed boost on in. Maybe you're trying to use it defensively, but with Kai Sky playing such a far distance. Okay, so they get the accretion on Vistola, then they use it.
I mean, you were living dangerously, though. Vistola pops that DM basically straight after. However, the Blizzard does connect.
Oh, this is
Kev's
good.
found 2 here. A focusing beam. Okay, that's a fortunate accretion timing, but they're not out of the woods yet. Rosaro's so low. Sticky bombs. He's got to dance that shield, and he just pokes through it enough for Kev's to find the kill. And guess what? We're duping the May, fam.
I was a bit worried there when like ENCE decided to nano Kevster. I was like, there's no way this pays off, right? Especially after losing 2 players. But yeah, I mean, he's just too good, man. But I mean, they don't really have anything to deal with him, right? No, now Sona goes over to the Tracer. I like this way better from VP. So take a look. So this is Sticky's shots.
That's wild.
He ends up with 4 in the fight. I mean, that's nuts.
VP come back in, though, behind that amp matrix. ENCE didn't really have anything to answer it with, so pretty quick flip back, all things considered. And now, look at Riddick Flux available. And bear in mind, ENCE do not have a beat or an immortality field to answer that Sigma ultimate.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the end for the Echo as well. Like, if you decide to potentially play Tracer here for ENCE, maybe another fight as Kevster doesn't fall, makes it back to the spawn, right? So
Pickaxe's shoulder, we're off to work. Virtus Pro in the lead here on their second flashpoint. Sitting on a Sigma ult. A free mech, remech rather for Vistola there. Where does this end up going? Nobody caught inside of it. Nice coach gun out there by Kai, and Bob gets thrown to the point. Focusing beam. Accounts for Rajaro, lancing off his limbs. And ENCE get to break in and now build those support ults, which you see Sky is going to have that nano up. And again, the plan of sending Vistola in as the blunt object is online.
Well, they end up losing Sona early on, but when Rajaro goes to end up using the Gravitic Flux, they kind of throw the Bob directly underneath, and he's taking so much damage from a Dynamite and the Bob that I think he just decides to pop it and get away just to live, right? I don't think he would have been able to kind of surge for more in terms of getting value out of that Gravitic Flux in that type of situation. Probably would have died before even getting the ultimate off. So tries to see if he can catch Sky, doesn't connect with him, and now ENCE in a perfect position to take the second flashpoint.
Kai a little bit low here, Shockwave really giving an account of himself here. Up comes Vistola, and now he gets that nano. Immortality field already used, already popped. Oh, to the low ground goes Gala. That Immortality field was still up for that moment. Eventually it expires. Astas Rajaro facing the focusing beam again. It's another flashpoint for ENCE. They didn't have to use it. Oh man, there was so much they were able to hold on to in that fight.
I don't know what you do when this D.Va gets nanoed. Like in Axis is your backline. It just seems like the amount of damage that the D.Va can put down, plus survivability with how much armor the D.Va has, and then defense matrix. You can't really kite it. I mean, how far back can you go? I just don't know what you actually do. It seems like such a great win condition in a lot of fights here for ENCE. As Kevster on the side, that's going to be the immortality field gone already.
I feel like this comp for Virtus Pro can sacrifice the backline there a little bit against the D.Va. They got no choice. Shockwave's down. Calyx died with beats, by the way. Gala has a chance to use that. He's actually stunned up briefly. He'll have to hold it. I don't know if there's any reason to make use of it here. Rough stuff. ENCE are going to start in the lead on this flashpoint. Something we've seen less on this map.
Yeah, it's a nice dupe there from Kevster, so gets really nice value out of the ultimate of the Echo. So Canale will go back to the Baptiste. But this is what I was talking about, where I think the D.Va's really good on this map, right? You can kind of control some of this high ground there with Kai and Kevster. Just rain down shots onto the Sigma as you're trying to speed boost your Sigma around every which direction, trying to get him close to the point.
Running it back to Virtus Pro with the beat that Gala held on to. Zombie barrier already removed here, so Rajaro already into rotating those defensive cooldowns. There's Big Bad Bob, steps up, Gala tries to buy a bit of space with a boot, but all of VP are gonna have to concede this real estate. Vistola can play from this really annoying spot on top of this building.
Yeah.
It's a bomb from VP though, Matt.
Yeah, the Bob will end up going to the point. That's going to be the immortality field already, and then it's going to be Vistola not actually going with the self-destruct, so they'll actually, because both supports are dead, they'll give it up. You also got 70% on the point. That's the sound barrier there from Gala, so you feel like you got a lot there if you are ENCE, right? You can come back, you held on to your own sound barrier, most likely to deal with this Gravitic Flux, and then you have this nano again for Vistola. It's been it's just like an auto fight win in a lot of scenarios.
It's hard not to feel like the old economy for ENCE has been top tier this game. holding some of those. I mean, we haven't seen too many like haphazard ultimates thrown out at all. Kellex definitely, like you said, seems to be saving the beat in lieu of a Baptiste to answer the flux. Rajaro's been having trouble landing them sometimes against this composition. Here it comes. Do we get the beat? Yes. Kellex throws it out. Sky is going to be caught in it, and it's an easy kill for Pistola. Shockwave is down, but Sky, caught in the flux, even with the beat, eventually goes down. I like this coverage here for Kellex for Pistola. That is beautiful. Crazy. But you're asking a little bit too much of your diva there. In a fight that's already broken down and your main healer is dead, time to come back from. Virtus.pro might have themselves a flashpoint here, Matt. Oh, cheeky. Wait a minute. Pistola, okay, having a remake. The fight is still on. Charging towards Rajaro, who's very, very low, and only Garland's going to be there to keep him healed up. Kinetic Grass, though, does a lot of heavy lifting, and now Kempster gets involved. Focusing beam claims Rajaro. I cannot believe this. Again, it's Ed starting to break back in with 2 players. Pistola gave his mech to keep Kellex alive for so long. And then the reinforcements arrived. Virtus.pro are in deep trouble here. And now it's going to be a dupe of the Tracer for Kempster, because why not go back to your roots? You've basically taken every other liberty possible in this game. And Virtus.pro gets sat down in the harshest way possible. A brutal 3-0. I'm whipping my mic cord around because I'm just freaking out. That should not have happened.
Dude. They were so greedy there going for that kill onto Pistola, and then just getting the kill on the Tracer with the self-destruct. You got hey, Kai was there alive with Pistola as well, but then you had Kempster come on back in. And what's crazy is they were able. VP was able. VP was able to survive the sound barrier in the Nano onto the Diva. Right? They get the kill on the Sky. They're looking like they're good. That's going to be the one fight. They're talking about how the Nano and the Diva has resulted in fight wins constantly. They live through that, and then they just kind of beef it at the end. I mean, that's just a brutal 3-0.
They're playing. Look, VP are playing well. But if you make a single mistake against this ENCE team, you're going to lose. It only happened once or twice. I mean, you cannot be. I understand they really wanted to try and get rid of the baby diva in that last fight, right? I get it. But dying to the remake is so devastating. And then Kempster comes back in with a focusing beam against Rajaro, who's already low on health.
The second checkpoint, they get off to a great start, and then what? The Nano onto Kempster, he kills 4 players.
Yes, they're in a losing fight. Here we see that immortality field in play. Garland drops down. I get it, fair enough, but it just seems like when Pistola turns up on his backline with a nano boost, there was no answer because there was no Brig Arna comp. You cannot just whip shot the Diva, make a little bit of space, throw rally down, stun shield bash the Diva. You just have to take your licks.
Yeah, and it's got to be so frustrating for VP because they got to feel like they play good enough to win in certain situations. So here this is at the end. So it's a stick, and then I believe Sauna's going for the melee here and ends up just dying to the self-destruct.
I mean, it's such a mess. The backline of Virtus.pro, they're not playing. There's nothing wrong with the comp. It's not offensive, right? But it doesn't have any crowd control. It doesn't have anything to stop a Diva. It doesn't have anything to save you if you get Nano Diva walking up on you. And I'm not saying they need to play Brigana necessarily, right? But they don't have an answer to that. They can run, but they can't even run. They have to stay under the immortality field. So they can't go anywhere.
I don't know if this could be accurate, but 3K healing would be, you know, that's like you.
What do I mean?
Like a you in like a 10-minute game.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
a little more
3K,
context in that. In a more
healing.
reasonable context, it's like 10 heroes, right? It's 10 lives worth of heroes. So look, I do think like a 10% healing difference is a huge difference maker over Flashpoint that can go quite long. Yeah, okay. Here's your map pool. Hybrid push and escort available here now for Virtus.pro.
ENCE is like, hey, you just keep selecting them. You keep serving them up. Shambali and King's Row, what they did last time. Do you go to a push? Do you want to play Runasapi? I don't know. I mean, you look at like escort, right?
Circuit. Yeah, I mean, you are going to force us to try and find the best map possible for this Sigma comp, I think, and try and make it work.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of what they want to try and force, right? Just play Sigma on throughout. So see if they can make the Sigma work here potentially on circuit. It feels like you desperately need a win, right? That like you go down 0-3. Don't know if you're going to kind of see a reverse sweep in that type of scenario. It feels like it would just be the beginning of the end there, where ENCE could just kind of take control of the series and end
there's
it.
something about some of these maps that almost feels deterministic. You're watching, you're midway through, Suravasa, and you're like, I think ENCE is still going to win this map. And they've done so doing some pretty unlikely things, winning fights that statistically they're not favored to win, right? Fights in which they lose a player early, 2 players early sometimes. Kev gets nattered and comes and kills 4 people. These are things that you can't account for, and yet ENCE are delivering them with consistency.
We've seen 5 maps between these two teams, and VP's gotten one objective.
One objective.
Which was the point on King's on Samoa at the start. Because Lijiang Tower in the last series was a 2-0. They get full held on both of those maps. They get shut out on Flashpoint. So it's not been a great matchup for VP with the way things have gone thus far. So we'll see if they can kind of break through playing this potential Sigma setup. This is an interesting look here from ENCE. We've seen teams, a lot of teams do this, whether it be with Illari or the Zen. They'll go with the Zen here on defense. The Discord orb should be pretty powerful there, putting even more pressure on the
brick, bro.
Rajara.
come on, bro.
This would be an interesting time to pull it out.
Yeah, so we've seen this. The Sky Reaper Zenyatta. Seen it on this map before. Very good against those slower comps. A Brig Baptiste backline would be, interesting. I mean, obviously, okay. Classic Virtus Pro. So it will be the Illari Baptiste setup that we've seen before. Obviously, those healing pylon spots are pretty good on offense, way better on defense in fairness, but Shockwave is going to go toe-to-toe with your boy, Kovacs Kai.
There is a little bit of better healing here for Kepster in terms of like being able to kind of keep the orb on him, and Shockwave is totally fine taking that battle, as that's going to be Kai with a headshot there from Shockwave, exiting back to spawn rather quickly.
Now this map asks a lot from your Widow players. It asks a lot from Kai. He has to come from more obvious angles to try and fight Shockwave. He has to win some unlikely scenarios. He also has to worry about Farah poking him down at range. So few things that, he has to contend with here. ENCE obviously in a pretty unique comp for this map, right? The Baptiste and the Zenyatta. Kai will be back in just a moment now, assuming a very safe sight line to begin with, but you notice him start to inch closer to that left side.
He has a nice conk, just knocks him out of the way. Sure, that is filthy there. Nothing you could do.
Getting gapped so far. Beautiful grapple up from Shockwave. And I think Kai eats a concussive blast that knocks him aside. Great start for Virtus Pro. You can't ask for much more than that, but you can see just how much hinges on this Widow setup, the picks that Shockwave has been delivering.
Yes, Caps are now going to move away from the far and go over to Hanzo. So obviously a little bit easier to kind of circumvent Shockwave. Not going to be just kind of like in the sky flying all around. And it's going to give a little bit more shield pressure, where I think the Illari definitely does provide a little bit more damage, I think, than necessarily like a Zen, where it's going to be the captive son. They do get the Zenyatta.
Gala wanted to get to the high ground there with that outburst. Still able to turn it into a kill on Sky Reaper though, so they're not complaining. And there's no reason for Pistola not to be able to have priority in the Sigma matchup with a Hanzo and Zen on his team. Still, it's going horribly wrong for ENCE. It's hard to see that they've even gotten a kill over the course of this map. Carts moving towards that second checkpoint.
Shockwave is literally sitting on the payload as it's just being escorted on through, which, I mean, this second checkpoint is as dominant as you will see. So it looks like that VP going to get very close to taking the checkpoint before ENCE even makes that a spawn.
I mean, who's going to touch? Kevster maybe? Goes forward. He gets taken out by Gala, so never even got to the card to contest it. Oh my word, this is absolutely brutal. Hello, ENCE?
Oh, they tripped that. Oh, they Transcendence maybe to try and see if they can get to the cart, and that doesn't make it.
Okay. What a bizarre map we've seen so far. Virtus Pro pushed so deep here into the hotel that ENCE just did not have a chance to get out to contest. That card was uncontested through the second phase of the map. Literally uncontested.
Okay, so here could be a potential positive for ENCE in that the Widow's a little bit harder to make impactful here on offense towards the end of the map, but that's about it. I mean, this has been all Virtus Pro.
Flux here. Immortality Field, the prescribed response. It comes out, and still Rajara's able to bowl Vistola over with that accretion. Galax has to back away, but who should die to the hyperspheres on that corner? Rajara doesn't quite get the bounce. Frustrating for the Sigma. Still wants to hang around though. Kevster not doing too much to dissuade him from looking to kill Kelex.
So this has been an absolute speed run and clinic here by VP. So I think the damage has been too much for Ince to deal with, and Shockwave's Widow just finding a kill feels like every single time. Allows that Sigma to cross. Maybe thought the shield wouldn't come up, so could have had a shot on potentially somebody falling around the corner. As shots on to Pistola. Pistola gets quite low. Looks like he's going to make it back out to the
These
choke.
maps happen once in a while for Ince, where Kai's just not there. He's just not present. And frankly, he's not done anything wrong. He just got shot in the head twice by Shockwave, and then it snowballed completely out of his control. Well, make it 3. I'm counting.
I mean,
I have enough fingers for that.
What do you do there? I mean,
not a whole lot. Yeah, not a whole lot. It's going to be a Dragon Blade here. Sort of caught by... Oh, okay. Just pack it up at this point. Solar Force back there. Obviously, the interruption in midair. As we saw Kevster attempt to close the gap with the blade. Stunned up midway through. Take it down. And Pistola getting absolutely mauled. That's 4-0.
Shot on the guy
That's 4-0
there.
in the Widow battle.
Just for good measure.
Yep. Okay, I think Ence just trying to shake this one off and treat it like a bad dream or something that's the product of intrusive thoughts or substance abuse. Shockwave eventually falls to Kevster, but 3:20 on the clock.
3:20. I mean, that is an eternity here on circuit. So VP looked like no signs of life, limited signs of life in the first 2 maps. Come up massive here at the start of circuit, where it seems like obviously playing the Widow definitely pays off for VP, and then also the Sigma making great use of that here. It seems like that's the direction they want to go within this matchup.
Well, mate, they've certainly figured out how to take objectives, at least. Virtus Pro now looking like a completely different team on Circuit Royal. And these Widowmaker comps are volatile, extreme volatile. The way that you can snowball, a kill of your Widow onto the opposing Widow, turn that into an extreme amount of pressure. So much so that end up switching to a Hanzo just to stop Rojaro from walking up for free.
Yeah, just for like a little bit, and then they went straight over to the Genji, trying to put even some pressure onto Shockwave. Just didn't get anything to deter him at all. And then I also think that the backline definitely ends up working out with the BAP and the Illari. I think Illari, like if there was one map, I think this is probably like her, not in the pool, but Midtown, this map, probably the 2 best maps for Illari in terms of like the sight lines, and then being able to get good value out of the pylon.
Yeah, it's also much harder to punish a greedy backline on Circuit. Like you have to generally like shoot them with your Widow. You cannot get a Tracer up there with any degree of ease. In Midtown, very similar, in a very similar vein. So, First Pro go on defense now. And it's fun to be here with a defensive Pharah, and also, Iliari, whose pylons are pretty hard to remove if you don't have anyone that can sneak in. And a Tracer is not looking at a healing pylon if she somehow has been able to get into the back line.
No, and it looks like they will play the double sniper. So Kevster on the Hanzo, just putting even more shield pressure there onto Rojaro, trying to give themselves a little bit of an advantage. But man, Shockwave cannot miss this map.
What is that? Shockwave is disgusting, man.
So silly. I mean, what do you do?
Wait, all these kills are grapple shots as well. Kai has a split second to realize that a Widow's popping up, so then he has to scope in, charge up, and fire. He doesn't have an opportunity to beat like Shockwave. He has to to opt out of that fight. He can't just stand still.
No, I mean it's rare you get like a gap type of scenario with against Kai, where Kai is so good on the hit scan. But this one, I mean, this has been all Shockwave. I mean, some of the shots that he's hit, like, it's not like he's hitting easy shots. I mean, it feels like every single shot is like a circus trick shot.
The amount he has to do, and still makes it look easy. Rojaro's going to be forced back into the corner, and yet never really has a shield active. So Pistola has to take liberties here. Kai gets on the board. Gala is down, and so is Rojaro fallen. So Ents finally start to develop a little bit of traction here. Still a few, 3 plays here for Virtus Pro able to try and hold, and Shockwave, of course. This angle is, see this one in range, you have no idea where you get killed from. A little bit hard to make it work consistently, though.
Yeah, they got to be in the perfect spot, right, on the opposite side of things to be able to land those shots. A shot in the Kevster almost killed him. Be in for sight here. So you're gonna have everybody wait probably on Ents. Actually, Ents decides to use their Ant Matrix here to go a little bit.
Rajaro able to dodge that accretion. Kai, yep, Gala's able to get that solo kill. Pops in and the Immortality Field is down. Captive Sun on that exact corner. Gala has gotten multiple attachments with that ability. Saw it against Space Station 2.
Yeah, it feels like the Captive Sun obviously a little bit, more use. Well, has better options of use than like what for Transcendence, right? You're really just you're looking at like their Flux, right? That's kind of really your only option to use Transcendence, where that Captive Sun you can use a little bit more proactively. You can use it defensively, right? If they want to like, for instance, right there, right? You use an Ant Matrix push around the corner. A little bit more options.
This map is so cursed for Ents. They have everything, sure. By the way, Transcendence doesn't do anything about Shockwave. He will still shoot you in the head. We do have at least an Immortality Field that has to be used here. Vistola draws that out, but there's Sky going down. Pretty vulnerable to that consistent poke, and Rajaro winds one up now. Here comes a Flux for Virtus Pro. Straight on into the Immortality Field with an accretion out in front. Rajaro wants to take liberties, and Ents have no choice but to let him. An absolute wash has Circuit Royale been, and Vistola will be staggered to the 11th hour.
Man, this has been brutal here. This VP has looked fantastic playing the Widow with that Sigma here. The Alari backline as well. So it's going to have Kepster going over, playing Genji here. So they're going to move away from the BAP as well, play Ana. Trying to make a play here just at the end to get this first checkpoint.
Infraside here for Kai, but sometimes all the information in the world isn't going to help you execute.
There is no time. We attack now.
7 seconds to work with now. Kevster peering over the edge of this bridge. It's time for Ents to make a play to keep them in the map. Healing Pylon doing some heavy lifting there as well. Another Captive Sun from Gala. And straight to the skies as Kevster go. He doesn't want a bar of it, but Kai has no choice. Another Solarium he had booked for today. And then Immortality Field is just meaning that Virtus Pro chills. Absolutely being chilling. And finally, they've been able to fight their way back into a Series 1, in which looked like it was far beyond winning. Now at least they've established a foothold.
Yeah, it was an absolutely must-win map for VP, and they came out and dominated Ents. I mean, that was not close. And the opposing Widow is just sitting on the cart emoted, running through the entire second stage of the map. You know how big of a blowout it is. As Ents, I mean, I don't know what you can kind of just kind of throw that one away, right? I mean, there's nothing you can really even take from that. I mean, Shockwave just hitting insane shots there on the Widow, and then I probably got on the worst end in terms of comp, right? In terms of what you ran versus what they kind of pulled out. So I think if you're Ents, you got to throw that one away. But VP, I mean, that's a huge confidence boost for them.
Hugely so. For Shockwave, I don't think there was any instance in which Kai was actually able to get a kill on that Widow. It was one of the most dominant showings from an individual Widow we've seen in quite a while, and it's just what VP needed is a bit of a pick-me-up. We're going to throw to the desk now to break down these first 3 maps of the series. 2 of them so end-sided, but finally VP show us something.
They do indeed. I mean, looking at the first 2 maps, the big question is like, okay, we see VP running the Sigma, Lucio comes. Didn't quite work for them, obviously, on Sigma headquarters on Circuit Royale. That was a good look for them. I also just have to go off on what Mitch just touched on. Shockwave on that Widow, holy, against Kai, nonetheless.
I mean, that guy, he was just refusing to lose. That was their map. If Shockwave's going to drop a performance like that, you will get a map win in this series. The trouble is, though, Circuit, arguably the most unique, different map in the pool. The question is, can you repeat that performance on, we've got, hybrid and push left to pick before the map pool resets, of course, after map 5. I'm worried, though, to be honest. The Lucio Diva style, or just in general, these Diva styles from Vistola, he is just farming on any of these maps with more flanks, more openness, opportunities to get to the back line. Vistola and Kevster are seizing them, and there hasn't really been an answer to that part of the style. Yes, you can win a Sigma Mirror when your Widow just goes Super Saiyan and takes over the game, but that's not going to win you the series. That's going to win you a map, maybe there's, we could come to a Dorado or something later on if you can get a map pool reset, but that's a long way away for Virtus Pro. They're going to need to find an answer to Vestola's D.Va.
Yeah, it deserves to be said that they did look good on Control, though, and they were a fight away from winning Control. So the fact they come into this series and they played the Lucio BAP with the Sigma instead, it gives them a look that, you know, looked better than it did in the upper bracket finals when they just got full health twice in a row, right? So I think, you know, if you're looking for like the path forward for Virtus Pro, like how do you come back in this series, you got to hold on for that map reset, right? After map 5, the map pool resets and all the modes will open up again. So you obviously have to win one of the next 2 to even make that happen, right? But if you can win the next map, and then, you know, if you do happen to take a loss in the 5th map, that allows you to pick like a control map or something like that, that once again could give you a good opportunity on Lucio BAP. So I know I'm kind of like overcooking it and like thinking way too far in the future here, but that would be kind of like the path forward for Virtus Pro, finding good maps for this Sigma to work out, and maybe for that Sigma Lucio BAP to work a little bit better than it did on Suravasa, which is way more open than, say, like Samoa.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing with that plan is that the next map pick will be Ensis, and I'm pretty sure they know at this point that the Sigma is most likely the comp they're going to see. They're happy to play their D.Va, right? Because when they faced off against Virtus Pro previously in a D.Va mirror, they had the upper hand. It wasn't even close. So VP, whilst they want to stay away from that, yeah, ENS will not. So where do you take us if you're ENS?
I mean, to be honest, I think there's not really a good Sigma map left in the pool. Hybrid and push are just not really good Sigma game types. None of these maps are going to be good for them. So, yeah, Paraiso is like about the worst, I think, for Sigma. You pretty much have to play tanks with some sort of vertical mobility here. So, I mean, Rizal, they've been relying on rush styles with the Ramatra. They've been playing the Sigma. Basically, I've never seen those work in a professional match on Paraiso. This is going to be Vestola really taking the game by storm. Probably going to play his D.Va, could even bring out Winston. We see most teams play Winston here, but neither of these teams tend to want to bring it out. So,
and taking a look at the subs, Case is in
the
lineup. We're going to see some Winston being played here.
I mean, this is a very powerful move. I think Winston is super strong on this map, and Kevster, Chase, I think this is going to be really on a Winston and Kevster's flanker DPS of choice to run the map here on Paraiso.
We are, of course, playing in the grand final. That is a first to 4. So there's still some opportunities, of course, for VP to bring this one back. Let's find out how they will fare on our 3rd map. Cassis, please take it away. 4th map, actually.
Some wind in the sails, at least, for Virtus Pro here. But there's always the question of, will Kevster just decide not to lose his map? Saw that over the first 2 in this series. And then, well, very different story on Circuit Royal if you're just joining us, in which Shockwave gave us quite a monumental gap on the Widowmaker performance. Now, of course, we'll be relegated to something more conventional like Ashe. And yeah, Chase Torch comes in. Someone also, by the way, it was sort of, when Crimso was coaching this team, he sort of said, Chase is a ridiculous motivator for this team. Like, real high energy guy, really picks us up when we're down. So, you know, having the Winston option is great, but also having him lift the spirits, I think, of Ensis. Just dropping a small map here, it was a pretty brutal one at that. Definitely goes a long way.
Yeah, and like the Des mentioned, this is a tremendous Winston map on offense in defense. So it'll be Ensis on offense here to kick things off. Just shot from Kevs. Won't result in anything.
No one picks. Love that.
Yes, he'll go Tracer. So it'll be a Winston versus D.Va matchup. Also for VP, they'll actually go Kiriana here on defense.
Lucio less important, of course, on this stage. Fancy that verticality, of course, that Kiriko can offer. Nail. Okay, that's a swift step out. A sheepish one at that. But Torna's able to reciprocate. Found Sky already. The Tracer going to work for Virtus Pro. Shockwave will be chased down. Speaking of which, they've got to back up too. Take a little bit too much damage at close range there. And with a bio on Kai, Kellex are looking to try and keep him topped up here. Ensis have had to just fold back for a moment.
It's quite impressive though. They find the kill on Sky already with that Brig in the mix, right? So looks like that Sauna working with Canale on the outside here.
Early Suzu.
Looking to try and get away. Yeah, that's a Suzu pretty early.
Here comes the Winston dive now. Sky is a little caught, but this time Kellex is there. So there's another layer of protection for the Ana. Rajaro has to be careful here, diving in under the effects of the bio. Gonna be able to force ends it back again. So another regroup for the attackers, but it's not for long. Chase quickly looks to try to shoot that low ground. And Canale, oh, sometimes a random kunai can just save the day. Now no Kai to work with.
Man, is Canal getting in and out of trouble rather quickly, right? This is kind of what we saw the other day, where able to go on a little bit of a flank, pick up a kill there with Sauna, and then get out with his life as they will lose Chase. So nothing really going on this early for Insis. It's going to be the Kitsune rush here. For VP is no, maybe you didn't even need it to pick up those final 2 kills there, but need back out, secure that fight, stop Ins from just kind of making any type of headway.
Chase had already been eliminated. Here, you'll notice on the map, Kevster has got himself embedded behind enemy lines. Canail is aware of it. I mean, not knowing exactly where the Tracer might be lurking. Now looks like he has a bit more of a concrete idea as Kevster opts to reveal himself. Instant recall there. Looking just to tie the Kiriko up, but Canail can get back into the fight really easily. Kevster has to do a little more than this, but he's waiting on Chase's timing, I think.
Well, this is also dangerous for Kevster. He doesn't have recall, right? So that's the backup. Get a health pack. Now can play a little bit more aggressive.
Got to do something here. Recalls away. Those kunai are so deadly. It's a 2 for 2 so far, but Bob helps out a lot. Shockwave caught in the line of sight. And I don't think Rajara is getting back into this mech easily. We'll be forcing Chase away, though. There's already the cap underway. 1 tick now. Rajara just wants to get out, but that will not be allowed.
Oh, nice D-Mech. For a second there, I thought they were going to allow Rajara to live, which maybe they would have ended up using the Nano, as that's going to be the Bob there from Shockwave. Doesn't actually get on the point and touch. Actually, it looks like his foot maybe is on the point. Just ever so slightly, but this Primal from Chase looks like it's pretty impactful. Takes out Gala there.
Canaldo waiting with a kunai. Kevster now, and Kellex having to fight with Sauna, who's going to get caught in the long range of Kai, so that Tracer has to fold away, get out. But good defense so far for VP with his D.Va composition. Only 48 seconds were on the clock once Ents had capped.
Yeah, I mean, look, Winston's great on this map, but also D.Va's still pretty strong, even after some of these nerfs, right? Where the D.Va can definitely control some of that area. I also think with the way that they play the D.Va, and Canale just kind of like more like an offensive flanking manner with Sauna, it's definitely a little bit of an odd look.
Kai still surely reeling from that previous map. Definitely offering a degree of respect to Shockwave there. Even though on the Ash, still a deadly threat. Doesn't really want to give out that window position. Kev's already trying to dig Virtus Pro out of this spot. Deny some of that easy poke. Now, some poke of his own on towards Shockwave. That's going to provoke the coach gun and disengagement from Virtus Pro, who are giving up a pretty significant amount of ground here.
It's making some good progress, though, at the street, though, right? And you think now they're going to build up towards this Nano and give it over to Chase and let him dive up onto the high ground. Take out some of these supports.
Big pulse kill. Sauna's been beautiful with those so far. Almost every one of them connecting this map.
Well, they were also playing for the Nano, right? That I was talking about onto Chase and then sending him up to the high ground. So once he falls, Sky, you don't have that option anymore, right? So everybody ends up falling here for Ents. His VP battling their way back into this series.
It's been such a good map for Gala and Canale and Sauna on the map.
Yeah, I think that they've been the biggest, differences here on this map, right? I would say definitely Shockwave, on circuit, but on this map, Sauna and Canale both really kind of coming alive offensively for VPs. This is gonna take a while to develop for Ents, right? You don't actually have that Lucio in the mix, and I think it's gonna be pretty telegraphed of what's going on. Nice bio there, it's both supports.
Going for it, Katuna rush straight away, and Sky and Kellex, still the players affected by that nade, get run over. Again, Ents aren't able to set up for this Nano Winston play.
Well, you take so long to kind of set up, right? You don't have a speed boost to kind of move around, and once you get inside that close quarter area, they just throw that bio grenade in there from Gala, and then it's a Nano onto Rajaro, and there's no way to counter that. We saw it, on Suravasa, right? How strong that Nano even could be there now on the receiving end of it.
Canale there, just swift stepping back. Nano for the Winston. Finally, the plan is underway. Canale did get caught, didn't have another swift step to get away, but a great sleep by Gala. Still, Chase will be woken up and will be mad about it. So Kart's going to be allowed to progress a little bit more, holding onto the primal range here, which could be the knife in the back for Virtus Pro, as they've had such a good hold in this second phase of the map. Can they make something happen here?
They should. They should be able to get a touch though, right? Kaneo gives a little bit of a speed boost and goes back to the Kiri for the team, but you also have Shockwave here with the Bob, right? So the Bob could be pretty devastating, but that's a nice dive there. Chase and Kempster make a play. Gala for the supports, and that, I mean, this is over.
Gala couldn't get to safety in time. He was just picked around the corner, and Sky had drawn a bead on him from across the way. So Ents get that checkpoint lined up. They do, of course, spend the primal. May have had it without it, but either way, Rally is up. Rajaro definitely needs to respect that. But a Sauna Pulse Bomb, so far, they've been critical.
Yeah, I feel like Sauna has been able to kind of connect with Sky every time he's at a Pulse Bomb. So, Bio Grenade on the Chase, that'll back him up. Kai takes a big shot there from Shockwave, so gonna back everybody on Ents up for just a little bit. This VP trying to have Sauna block off that high ground.
Kevster here, looking to link up a little later than Chase, though. It wasn't quite there in time. The Winter's in trouble. That damage up close from Rajaro. It's just too much for Chase to deal with.
Yeah, and he's taking a lot of damage from the Bob, and it looks like he kind of gets like knocked out of potentially his bubble and knocked down to the low ground into the line of sight of the Bob and the Diva. So no real way to survive through that as Kellex does take out Sauna. It's not going to be followed up here. So maybe now you get back to full strength here for Ents. He's going to swift step out of there. I mean, he's always in a weird spot.
Yeah, Chase obviously walked past him. It's not a corner you check in that case. Still we're down to 20 seconds now. It's been a pretty laborious round for Ents in terms of progress across the map. And a big tracer pick off there for Kempster. Sauna looking to wrap around, and Kai knows it. He's got to make something happen here. The Bob needs to get into the fight. He's on the point at least. Rally is active right now for Kellex, and there is a Nano Winston still on the horizon. Rajaro clearly has the bandwidth to turn around and deal with the Bob. There wasn't any initiative taken there by Ents to make that more punishing. Pulse for Sauna, a rare miss for him in this map, but a Kitsune Rush means that Kellex here desperate to try and hold his ground, and the backline is going to get run over. Chase did work with the Nano, make no mistake, but there was nothing to protect this backline, even with the Brigana setup. And our Ents are running out of time. Options severely limited. It's just Chase without support, and all he could do is throw down a bubble and accept his fate.
As VP puts together a pretty good defense all throughout the map, right? I think Ents just kind of brute forces their way through those first two checkpoints, but VP has definitely found a little bit of something here in this series. I think now let's see how this Diva plays out on offense. I think Winston can obviously control some of those buildings on the high ground, potentially a little bit easier on D, so see if VP can make that Diva work. But I feel like Shockwave, I mean, we talked about Sauna and Kanale, but even there towards the end, Shockwave coming up with a few picks. When he starts shooting like we saw on circuit, I mean, it's going to be a different game.
Quite a few situations there where like Tracers are randomly just getting caught. We saw it. That's how Virtus Pro gave up that second point. It also happened earlier on to Ents, right at the start of the round, in fact. So yeah, both these teams really struggling to find the happy middle ground, I think, in their Tracer aggression. And let's not forget like how long Kevster spent trying to fight Kanale up to heat flanked and just didn't really find anything at all. That was Ents really looking for options and openings and finding very little. So ironclad defense from Virtus Pro. They've got to be happy with that result. They've stopped a map completion there for Ents. It's really come out of the gates with, because again, this dive composition is really frustrating to play against as an attacker.
Yeah, it'll also be pretty difficult, I mean, to kind of dislodge that break, right? This will be probably a Sauna with just a grapple shot here, damage boosted, see if he finds anybody, and
that's a shield.
We'll be on our ways. Yep.
Yeah, none of these teams taking undue risks. We saw a couple days ago, like a lot of these like early Widow peaks, finding kills, a bizarre number of them. You can see here just how important this game is to both sides. They're just not going to take a risk like that for so little gain at the start of the round. Good dynamite connection on Chase, though. That puts a fear of God in him.
Here goes Kanale on a little bit of a
Off
flank.
we go.
It's, yep, send some healing one way. Let's go see if we can land a kunai the other. It's on the objective here.
His team might like healing at some point, especially when Gala's dead. But I'm not your mum.
The personal Suzu as well, just on the exit.
Yes, the dichotomy of the aggressive Kiriko there really showing itself.
Yeah, the flying again on the objective personal Suzu, see if he can land one or two more kunais and then swift step to death.
Again, with spawn advantage being what it is, like one kill there is probably worth just sacking the rest of your team.
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, Gala Liana can heal up a lot. I mean, it's not like the super powerhouse can heal the entire team by itself, but can do just a fine job, right?
Clearly, Gala's responsibility to heal up Rajaro at the moment. Canal focusing elsewhere. Because these headshots, though, they matter. Rally, though, and Nano already built up for Ents. They've done a good job here. It just... Oh, okay. I was going to say, keeping that backline alive. Shockwave gets in. Where the heck does Chase go? Slept. He tried to make some space here. Virtus Pro is so ready for this, man. Chase just disintegrated under their scrutiny.
Yeah, I mean, that's your Nano as well there as Sky drops right after using it. It's going to be the rally here. It's going to be a Bob in response from Shockwave already as they quickly deal with Kellex during rally. So VP continuing strong performances here, now on to attack. That'll be the first checkpoint, and they're going to end up with their Nano here. So the Nano is going to be pretty impactful for Rajaro to try and take some of that high ground. They sleep Chase. Don't think there's going to be, not going to be able to follow that up, but just going to let them up there on the high ground. But this Nano should be pretty huge, right, for them to try and take some of this high ground pressure.
Absolutely. Such a great first fight. Ents had both their support ults up. Just getting Sky randomly picked up by Shockwave. And there's Sauna. I mean, the DPS and Virtus Pro have just been world beaters today. At least EMEA beaters. That's all they got their eyes set on. Looking to equalize the series here with a great showing of Paraiso, and they have paved the way for such a result already. Kevston needs a big bomb. He needs to get into the game. Kai is going to start shutting down these Shockwave angles. Sleep on Rajaro plus Bio is good. Defense matrix is even better. He's just going to back up. They're going for it. Okay, continue to rush down for the high ground. Chase already trying to back out. He has Primal, but doesn't want to use it defensively. No way. So Virtus Pro turn that into high ground control.
Yeah, it's an odd spot for like a Kitsune rush, right? But it does afford them high ground control as Chase takes a load of damage as he's going to have to pop the Primal to
Who else
live.
is getting involved in this? Again, Chase is slept during a Primal and almost killed. Back he goes. Now the Bob comes in as the second line, but Kai somehow just got knocked down by Rajaro there. I don't even think he overextended for that kill either. Virtus Pro, where has this team been for the first half of the series? They look incredible.
Right? I mean, they keep Samoa close, right? It's 2-1. Like now, I mean, now you look at the series like a completely different fashion, right? And like, what opportunity they gonna be up, but Rajaro to deal with Kevster as he just gets on and now chases over to the Diva, where obviously if you were gonna end up playing a Diva type of style, you would love to have Vistola in.
And again, a win here means Virtus Pro get that map pool reset, which could also come in very handy, especially if they're thinking about another circuit outing. Canal, a very customary spot for them. I mean, it's working.
Canal's playing their own game.
Yep. I mean, again, like the Kitsune rushes have been questionable a little bit in terms of their timing, but they've achieved their purpose, I think.
I love it.
All right, looking at Chase here. Little poke, little prod. Kellex low. Pulse on the outside of the shield, though, but the shield's gone. Little self-Suzu, and yep, Canale's sticking around for the long haul. Unfortunately, Chase comes back through, tases him out. Getting close to the end of the map already. Look how close we are on the golden box of victory. A VP of 3 minutes 20 to play.
Yeah, and VP comes back with a great opportunity here. The Nano Diva plus Kitsune Rush in Bob. I mean, absolutely nothing here for Ents to respond to that. Maybe a rally here from Kellex, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
Trouble again. The Diva's so punishing, and Rajaro gets the job done. Winston is now down. Rally has to be popped here. Shield patch not used quite yet, and Kevster gets in there. Pulse bomb connection. Dragon is team kicking and screaming through this game. By the looks of things, but it may not be enough even now. Rajaro, yes, hit with the fire, but able to bring Sky out of the game. And that is a dominant showing by Virtus Pro here on Paraiso. Chase gets subbed in for Ents. They think they have an option at least with the Winston comp, and they look terrible against Virtus Pro. At least respectively, the Bears are well and truly awake from hibernation.
Yeah, I mean, we have ourselves a series, right, where Ents had not dropped anything up until this match, and then now they drop 2 straight as VP. More than signs of life. They've definitely proved that they can hang and potentially win this series here against Ents, who looked so strong in EMEA. Is now you kind of look at some of how this series has gone thus far. Like that map 1 was a huge win there for ENCE potentially. Looking at the holistic point of the series, but man, VP looked really good playing that diva against that Winston.
Oh man, yeah, it just seemed like at any point Chase was so low, and it's interesting, right? Like, why are ENCE thinking we need Winston here? You know, would it be so crazy for them to play Vistola diva on this map?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely could have played Vistola on diva. I also can't recall the last time we've seen Chase, right? You know, speaking of Vistola the other day in the interview, it's like, well, some days you know, we have Chase available, some days not, and can't remember the last time
day one of the qualifiers
Chase in the lineup.
Literally day one of
the
qualifiers. I think,
so it's been a bit, but. No, I don't think you can kind of say this is like you know, well, if you have Vistola and it's a different story, right? As Chase did have some good moments on the Winston. I think it's just VP starting to come alive and, you know, really doing nice things with this diva. Rodaro looking great.
Everything really working. Shockwave has, you know, continued to have really outsized impact on a lot of these fights. Sauna looks great. The pulse bombs have been immaculate thus far. And Kanale's signature style, right, operating on a lot of those flanks. While, okay, you know, it hasn't always, you know, been the game changer, it hasn't hurt this team, right? I mean, that's what Kiriko can do for you. Swift step back into the fight here, of course, being able to pile in with everybody else without having, by the way, to use a Swift step to do so is massive. Holding that cooldown for a potential, you know, contingency method and just jump in there, Suzu the team as they dive in. It's beautiful stuff. And the Bionades from Gala have been really, really good. Here's your stats here for that map. And yeah, look, I mean, again, like that, I believe it. They're different to damage dealt. I mean, we know Winston doesn't have the same level of, you know, mitigation via defense matrix that Diva does.
You're also comparing like Brig damage versus Kiriko damage on a map that's pretty large, right? So the Kiri's definitely going to be able to put down a little bit more damage than that Brig, especially when you know, there's not a ton of collapsing onto that Brig. It felt like a lot of times that, you know, Kellex would be one of the last to fall for ENCE. So it'll be a push map selection here for ENCE, right? They kind of have to pick a push map to finish out the rest of our game modes here. And I mean, where do you think they go, right? I assume Vistola comes on back in, right? So you'll probably have more Ramatra, Diva, Sigma type looks.
Yeah, and as a result of that, you probably not going to Runasapi. No one's been playing New Queen Street, so they'll probably lose Colosseo is the option here as well. We've seen obviously ENCE take this map and look really, really good on it in general. But I want to re-establish expectations here for everybody. When we came into this game, I mean, Jake picked a 4-1, but said he wouldn't be surprised if he saw a 4-0 sweep. Johnny said it's definitely going to be a 4-0 sweep. I said I definitely think it's going to be a 4-0 sweep. I mean, Virtus.pro have showed us some great gameplay, but not this level. This is something different. This is something new for this team. And this is now something that threatens ENCE's what should have been almost free ticket to finally winning a stage final. Now Virtus.pro have stepped up and said, oh no, it's not going to be that easy for you. And we knew this team was on the rise. We saw them at the EWC. They were underrated. They were definitely slept on. They were like the lowest seed out of their region. They came and had the highest placement of any EMEA team. Now they brought that power domestically. And again, I talked about it yesterday. A changing of the guard might be afoot here.
Oh, Colosseo will be the map pick like you talked about there for ENCE, and feels like one. I mean, to lose 3 maps in a row, right? After not losing really at all, feels like this is a scenario where, like, you kind of almost have like ENCE on the ropes if you're VP, right? You don't want to allow them to kind of gain a little bit of confidence back. Like, if you can win this one, right? Then ENCE is like, oh, you know, we've second place so many times. We're looking fantastic. We haven't dropped the map in the main event, and then you lose 3 straight. I mean, that's going to put a lot of doubt in the players' minds.
Have to find a way to block this momentum, to slow Virtus.pro down, because that belief is burgeoning for that team right now. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, our 5th map of the series as Colosseo is on deck. All right, Virtus Pro, the spotlight is on you. A slow start to this series has been turned around into two extremely convincing map wins. Circuit Royal and Paraiso, both won by the Bears without so much as breaking a sweat, or so it seemed. And now ends our last map before our pool reset are taking us to Colosseo.
Yeah, this map opens up a few different options for VP as well, right? Do you want to play Sigma? Do you want to play Diva? Do you want to play Ramatra, right? Can play a little bit of all of those on this map. As Ince, we talked about, figured they would bring Vestola in, which they do. He comes back into the game after just sitting out on Paraiso, and most likely will pilot that Diva.
We get to see, of course, Kev's probably not on a Sojourn. No, this is definitely a reasonable Tracer map. Kai, looking at you, buddy. You got your work cut out for you, as per usual. Shockwave and Sauna on an absolute tear right now, not to mention this extremely ambitious flanking from Canale that often can result in random picks. See some respectful.
Yeah, I think he's got to play it a little bit differently though with the Lucio, right? I think you're going to play this, not as flank and heavy, right? Where if you have the Ana in the mix, you can play a little bit more aggressively, right? Because you have a lot of that healing for the rest of the team. But with a Lucio in the mix, there's no way you could play as aggressive. I mean, you'd be dropping everybody.
Rajaro here definitely taking his fair amount of poke in the front line. Canalo was on the job. Not that Sauna was looking for a flanking. Oh my goodness. Kai, I just called him out for it. Struggling. 2 consecutive kunai headshots.
He's got everybody to deal with.
Yeah, it's such a big job. He's hoping that someone like Kevster can reduce the pressure, but Kevster's playing in a pretty neutral position right now.
As VP gets a little bit aggressive, just trying to back up this Diva, right? You can kind of bully a little bit there with the Ramatra.
They're getting forced back. Charging towards Canale. Looks like they were hit by a dynamite as well, so they had to get out. And let's keep an eye on the support ultimates now. They're starting to come around, and Kevster gets rid of Sauna. Perhaps Virtus Pro step a little too far as Ents were ready to gobble them up.
Yes, Kevster will find another one as well, and this is quite good for Ince because you'll have that nano boost for Vestola. We saw how important it was on Flashpoint. You'll have it here with no real answer for it from the back line of VP. So Ents takes a little bit of a lead here early on.
Vestola already wants to stake his claim to that stairwell and deny like an easy flood back in by Virtus Pro. Okay, this could be an issue now. Drops down. Okay, the Vortex drags him down from that windowsill. Vestola still able to make use of the nano boost though. Finds Shockwave and cleans his clock. Another player advantage.
And that's through the VP Kitsune rush, right? Canale drops on the high ground to try and see if they can punish Vestola, but just not there as the coordination between Vestola and Kevster is on point here early on Colosseo, as looks like it could even be a first checkpoint here as Sauna just lurking, so you can maybe get a touch prevent that, but looks like it will be that first checkpoint that goes on through.
Nothing that can be done here for VP. Vestola being really frustrating, playing from those like higher floors of the building surrounding the bot. There's that pulse bomb though. Sky Reaper finally down, so Virtus Pro do make a thrust in the back line, and it's extremely effective. Kev's still one on the way out here. Unlikely you can really convert on this, but we've seen Kev do more before. Recall at least forced out of Sauna, and Kev says it's enough for one day.
Yeah, there was the bob there from Kai. It was kind of a little bit up to that high ground, like on the ramp, seeing if he can kind of catch VP as they came on in, but not in a position to really put down enough damage to potentially end up winning it for Ents, or being able to situation where you could flip it. As to be Vestola, he gets up to the bot straight away, so wants to deny any type of progress, and then gets out once the rest of his team is in play, but that's going to be Shockwave yet again, continuing his fantastic play in the series, taking out Kelly.
Again, asking for a lot though. ENCE hadn't fully backed up, and Shockwave exposed himself to Sky there, busy focusing on that Kai battle. Stola here as well can hang in this fight. Sky will be back. They're having to rely on the health packs for a time here, but Stola doesn't want to go too far. Okay, no switch step up for Kanale. Apparently, he just eats that one. And now a remake opportunity for Stola means that healing's not as important for him. Kevs is able to roll straight on in. That was Calyx with 2 credited kills.
Yeah, this will be self-destruct from Pistola as actually Sona gets the D-Mech, but everybody falls here for VP, so you'll have to wait for Sona to get back in the action as the bot goes deeper back into Virtus Pro territory.
Also 10 straight there for
have
Kev.
this nano again. Yeah.
Checkpoint gains now for ENCE. Kev pretty untouched so far. Here's the Bob, still going to be the attentions of Pistola that Shockwave will have to contest with. Drops down Pistola now, looking to maybe peel a little bit for Calyx briefly. Sound barrier has now expired. There's a Kutsune rush in play for Virtus Pro. And Kevster just waits this out for the most part. They've already got the checkpoint, so Kevster's looking for something decent here with a pulse. Without Sky, feels like it's asking a lot of this one-man army. So far, so good, though. First notch in his belt, but I think that has to be it.
Yeah, I mean, he just gets one and then just tries to get out with his life as
nice.
Kai on a little bit of a flank. Gets one as well. Well, you know, they'll have Pistola who comes when he comes back on in, right? He just does a nice job of just getting onto that bot, contesting it, getting off of it, right? So there's not really anything that you can gain much of here for VP. Is you see Rajaro has to back up, needs the rest of the squad to fight. So you're going to get another fight here mid-map.
Bob here as well for Kai. The Annihilation is definitely going to be a concern for ENCE. But look at how dispersed the ENCE are now, especially towards the high ground. Definitely keeps them safe from the Ramatra's presence. But it does mean that without Pistola on the bot, they're going to give up some ground here. Pistola will need to head to the high ground. Just a pit stop though. Bob goes in first. Pistola already touching down. Rajaro is going to have to give some ground. He knows he can't use Annihilation here. There's just no good application for it.
This is just burning so much clock though, right? Is the clock just dwindling here is VP behind by 60 meters or so. It'll be Kevster looking for a pulse bomb. Doesn't need to overcommit here. It's going to be very difficult to get a use out of that Annihilation with so much high ground control from ENCE.
For a second I thought Virtus might still commit anyway. Pulse there, no good for Sauna. Even on top of the Vortex, it was Sky that was able to skip away. Flip the map a little bit now. Rajaro definitely in the eye of the storm, and it's going to go for the Annihilation either way. Pistola doesn't seem to be bothered. He's nanoed right now. But it's going to be very, very hard to kill Rajaro. Ideally, ignore him until you can't any longer. And it's going to be Kevster that eventually turns his attentions toward the Omnic Warlord.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even matter, right? They get the Annihilation off. They try and make a play for Pistola, but he's nano, so he can't really. He doesn't want to stand there and fight the Nano Diva, does Rajaro, but he kind of looks down that choke in the hallway, and there's no way he's closing the gap with any of those players, so it has to kind of turn and go towards that Diva, and you're not really going to get much of anything there. This will be the Bob from Shockwave from VP. So I think just trying to help them get out of the spot.
Yeah, I mean, look where it is. It's so annoying. You can shoot at the low ground, so Sky has to jump over the map. That's why Kai got caught out. Really nice Bob placement under great duress there from Shockwave. That allows Virtus Pro to maintain their support ultimates into the next engagement. One that, with only 3 minutes left in the map, it's going to be really important, and it's a window here, but Calyx will almost certainly have a sound barrier to match.
Yeah, but trying to push into this high ground that ENCE is going to be able to control, it's going to be extremely difficult for VP, right? How do you get to this position? It looks like this is going to be their option, is they're going to go on a bit of a flank here with their Ramatra.
It's nice to call Sky out. He was only barely able to get back behind for Stola, but the defense matrix just doesn't go far enough. So no Ash here, and it's 2 consecutive fight wins for Virtus Pro. Great for making up ground, and great for threatening a checkpoint here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really nice decision. They were never going to take this high ground by just kind of brute forcing through this choke, with that Ramatra. So they decided to go on the flank there with the speed boost, get the Ramatra into position. I think they caught the supports out with really no clue that that was going to happen. They need a sound barrier there in that fight, but still, you're in must-win fight scenarios here for VP.
It's a really elegant way to unravel the high ground control that ENCE have been exploiting. Okay, Kitsune Rush, good. Virtus Pro chaining together these great fights. And Kai almost knew his goose was cooked there. Didn't even bother to step away. Pistola with a self-destruct though. Fancying hanging around a little bit longer, but this will definitely mean that the checkpoint is under serious threat now. Sky dying late means you've got no chance of contesting it either.
Yeah, this is going to be checkpoint here for Virtus Pro. That's massive. They just don't really have a ton to work with, though. And you have this pulse bomb here from Sauna. Potentially on a support could be quite huge, but then also maybe Rajaro can end up building up towards this annihilation. Maybe that could be a big difference.
3 fights, 1 in a row though by Virtus Pro. A huge power play for them.
Vasola.
They're Susing it off though. Vasola can't chase this. Or at least he doesn't feel that way. Rajaro though goes down. No annihilation build up. Didn't have the extra durability to rely on. So VP have to take their foot off the gas. Only for a moment though. They can't afford to get staggered out in an elongated fashion. Sauna is at risk of that. Well, Vastola says 400 HP was about all he wanted to give up.
Yeah, so I mean, you're going to lose a little bit of progress here for Virtus Pro, but you give yourself an opportunity right here with the 30 seconds about you'll get control of the bot yet again, and you can start kind of moving it back in towards End's territory. It's the Annihilation double support ult. If you can force these fights on the low ground, could be huge.
Yeah, but they don't have a way to wrap around. They don't have the time to go for that cheeky little flank anymore, so they've got to deal with this high ground again. Shockwave got knocked up instantly by Bob, but he was trained on Gala, who has to get out. That leaves Virtus Pro with even less time to make their strategy work. No, Canale! He had the Sune Rush! The humanity of it! Now it's going to be Rajaro who has to rely on this Annihilation, but how does he get value from it? He doesn't! Sound barrier for Ents, they see an opening and they take it. Now Rajaro gets hit with the bio, and that Annihilation looks awful sad when he is on his own, and Ents have fought back in the series, taking things to Colosseo, relying on the tried and true D.Va composition. They get that dub.
And they find, Kevser specifically finds Canale and Gala. One already had the Kitsune Rush, and one was 97% to a sound barrier, which, you know, with the Annihilation could have been a difference in turning, making that a fight win potentially for VP, or at least a lot more interesting for VP. So Ents finds themselves now back on the board on match point here, but it was another really close game.
And of course VP have the chance to select a map, to try and find something that not only keeps them alive in this series, but puts them obviously on that tiebreak again. This is far from over, but Ents have shown that, you know, they still have it. They have what they need, and they still have a D.Va composition that is really reliable, very hard to break through. Yeah. And the strengths of it are the same, as we've been discussing over the course of this series. Pistola can do so much when he gets a nano. I think Kai had a bit of a quieter map again, frankly, but Kevster was able to step up and take control in a couple of key situations.
Yeah, I think the hardest part for Virtus Pro throughout this map has been trying to break that high ground setup. You know, once they kind of got through that with a really nice play where they kind of speed boost Rajaro all the way around with Sauna to go up towards the high ground, then it started to get a little bit dicey. But the D.Va on really for Ents able to access that high ground, just a huge difference over kind of having the Ramatra.
Yeah. And this is what VP had to do to mimic a fraction of Ents' power. Sneak up into the high ground and catch Sky Ripper, use a sound barrier in that fight, speed boost in.
They chained 2 or 3 fights together, though.
Yeah, they chained 3 fights together.
Yeah.
At that point, they'd run out of ultimates, frankly, to make use of. I don't know if you can really ask much more from a team at this level than getting 3 fights in a row on a push map. Unfortunately, they weren't really able to, like, stagger Ents nearly enough and make that extra progress that Ents had been able to do right at the start of the round, like literally right in the first 3 minutes. That's where Ents built that lead.
Yeah, and now it kind of goes to VP, right? What do they do in terms of map pick? Do they revisit any of the maps from the first series? So you see the maps that are kind of you know, eliminated from selection. The first time they played, we saw Lijiang, Shambali, and King's Row. So those 3 are actually all available to play potentially.
Can they like King's Row or Shambali, I think, where we'd probably see them go, right? Like Shambali's going to be great for maybe forcing a rush style, King's Row as well.
And just play Junkertown and let Shockwave play Widow and just
honestly,
play
Rajaro Ball, Shockwave Widow.
Play a greedy backline.
Greedy backline with the Wrecking Ball composition. I'm actually entirely here for that. I think that any time you can put Shockwave in a winning matchup against Kai, then you're going to be happy. You might be onto something. You might be onto something.
Maybe we'll see. We'll get an idea of where they decide to go. Shambali, Shambali was their first pick in the series the last time, and they end up getting full health. So maybe they feel a little bit more confident today with how they're playing.
They should do. I mean, they looked great over the course of this series. It wasn't enough on Colosseo, but they've still got plenty of hope for the later part. Season 12, by the way, is officially live. Make sure you jump in there. We had a nice little mid-season rank reset for those of you that care about that kind of stuff.
What'd you get ranked? I saw a little gold 3,
I actually, I had one of the best placement runs ever. I got D5 off my places, which is nice. Normally I get placed like, Plat, so I have to fight my way out of that existential hole. But yeah, this time we start on the right side. So, don't worry, you'll all be my once a month tweet. You'll all be updated with my progress as we go. Don't worry.
Oh, look at that.
Okay. Oh, do we get a ball comp? Surely not. Surely not.
You could play ball. I think this is really good for like a Sigma, and then also like with how Shockwave played on the Widow on circuit. Why not, right? I mean, you can play a little bit of a greedier backline if you wanted.
Yeah, if I'm Kai, my forehead just hit the desk, bro. Oh my god, not again. I have to, all right.
Yeah, it's not a super fun thing for ENCE to kind of have to play with and deal with, right? No, Junkertown is just one of the maps that's like a little bit weirder than just about everything else we have in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Really unique. And of course, the addition of the rubble outside of the first checkpoint gives like defenders a real shot, as opposed to like trying to find a way to like get it.
They're not just standing in the open anymore.
Trying to use defensive Widow. She's like hiding behind a water tower. Like that's it. Like there's like one angle that she can play from. It's actually horrendous to try and play like that. But now, of course, around that rubble, you've got a lot more cover, and you can actually happily play that more aggressive style of Widow. I mentioned the Wrecking Ball because while we haven't seen it from VP in recency, Rajaro is a really solid Wrecking Ball player. They do have that composition available to them. It is also the setup that might allow them that quote-unquote grittier composition. You can definitely play Kiri here. Yeah. I would say it would be a little funky if they go for like a Iliari out of the gates, but it does definitely give you a little bit more firepower at those medium to longer ranges. And they could also just build a Sigma into this comp, right? We can, sort of see what we saw from them on Circuit Royal, which was really effective setup. Defara, much harder to get value out of here, as opposed to Circuit, because again, the verticality of Circuit just means that she gets all those angles to work from. Here it is. This gets Virtus Pro to a tiebreaker map, if they can win it out on Junkertown. But for ENCE, it is match point. VP have to throw down now, dig their heels in, fight for the long series, and come out on top. But either way, they will not be with a map pick for that decider if we get there.
Yeah, and just kind of looking through, we have not seen ENCE play this map in group play or the main event. So completely different kind of game here for ENCE to figure out here on this map is a VP. This is the type of thing that you can play though, right? You can play on a Curie here. You can play most likely Son on like a Tracer or something, right? With like a ball. Like you can play these types of setups here on Junkertown and just make it really odd here for ENCE, right? This is not a map that a lot of people love to select, right? It's a map that I think could be pretty divisive amongst some teams and players. But the teams that can kind of make it work here can definitely do some crazy things. Is the Sonic Arrow here early out for Sonic? He'll go over to the Tracer.
All right. So we actually get the Diva insets. All of our speculation, all of our excitement ends up boiling down to what is a pretty standard setup. But it doesn't mean that Shockwave will be without opportunity to flex his Widow muscles again. Opts not to actually take any like remotely high ground positioning to start with. And I mean,
if he plays anywhere close to how he played on Circuit, I mean...
Yeah, this one would be a wrap. But it can be hard to bottle that lightning sometimes, right? We've definitely seen players have fantastic maps and then on the same, hero in a similar context just kind of fall off. Shockwave has to believe that he still has it. He's looking, he's hunted. Kai's giving him very little, guys. He's been through the trenches today. I can respect it. Canal, though, of course, will always be looking for flanks like this. Self-Suzu, love that. Group up with Sauna.
He's got his Tracer to help. They're kind of trapped in this room here.
Yeah, this is very scary, actually, for ENCE. Pistola's also low. They're not getting out of this alive. There's no way. Shockwave.
Oh, big bio.
just keeps Vistola standing. Shockwave doesn't need to do anything, actually, just exist. All events getting forced away. That's an odd spot for Kai to be, I'll admit. Goes on a bit of a flank. Gala, beautiful bio there, catches on to 2. Kai's able to find something here, but he's so susceptible right now. Oh, there it is! Sorta would have been the one that would have been his undoing. And Kai finds a headshot on the move. He's back, folks. He's arrived. And he's leaving.
The diva, though, in his face,
he's getting out of here right now.
There he goes. But no, they kind of push them in by the mega health pack, and then it's like a big bio grenade from Gala. We saw that when we spectated a Junkertown game the other day, just kind of being pushed in on the defensive side in towards that mega health pack, especially when they're running the Ana on the other side. You see the position that Canale and Sauna can get into. It looks like Ents setting up here for one more touch.
And they get it. Vistola even able to have some impact. Kevster got off for just a moment there. I mean, Shockwave is in such a depressive position either way. Ents knew that they'd be struggling to contest that one realistically. So back off they go.
Man, I love this. I love the map selection, though, from VP. I think it's just a really great call. The other day when we watched, like, Twisted Minds, I think, versus Space Station, we were just kind of like a little bit confused potentially by that map selection, but I think this is a really good call here from VP with how the series has gone this far. It'll be an insight here from both teams. So just gonna kind of everybody sit around here, wait for this to wear off. Maybe not Canale. I mean, Canale looks like he's ready to go.
Yep. Canale does not care.
The walls are there.
Not an issue for him. Kai's in a great spot to see all the action until Virtus Pro just walk out of the open and serve themselves up. And it is your boy Canale. But Shockwave was waiting for Kai to make the angle switch. So Widow down. Virtus Pro still have an Ana to lean on. So good healing, but they need to worry about Kevster now. Shockwave. Oh, a bit maladroit on the grapple there, but able to avoid the attentions of the Tracer for now. Rajaro slept, which means that Sky is free to heal that high ground presence of Kevster. He still loses out though to Sauna. Shockwave eventually goes down, but Ents invests so much into controlling that high ground. Now, Kellex steps up to snipe Vasily alongside Vistola. Rajaro at least will keep his mech.
Yeah, it's a lot used by Ents, though, right? Pulse Bomb in for sight. Nano in the rally there to kind of live on through that as Canale just, that's a rough spot there. They finally catch him out. So, hey, look, it's going to happen every once in a while. You play like that, right? I mean, you're going to have to take the bad if you're going to celebrate some of those highlights on the flank.
Small thing, but you're going to see the Divas play a little differently here because there's no way to jump off the map if they get desuited. Might even see that play out here. Vistola doesn't want a bar of it. None of that smoke, please. So you stuck around as Mini Diva early in the fight. It'd be like we saw, I think, Samoa earlier on. It's really bad.
Ents comes up now, clutch, trying to hold some of this high ground, right? Deny this space from Virtus Pro, prevent Shockwave from getting in position. That's kind of the game here. Is a nice body block, yeah.
Rajaro has to get a pack there. Vistola got full micro rocket damage, but oh my goodness, barely gets away with his mech intact. Sky says thanks for the ult charge.
Sky doing a nice job. Yeah.
Shockwave playing that low ground here. Maybe a grapple in the position to punish Kai, who is looking in the right direction. He's on the right track. I think he just saw Canale there who realizes it. Yeah, pings from both sides came out. Nice by Vistola. That's a Nano Diva going to work here. Virtus Pro, this is not ideal. They've really lost a lot of that head of steam they built up in the first phase of the map here. Sky and Vistola combining to create really a brick wall. The Virtus Pro have dashed themselves on multiple times now.
Yes, I love Kai. He sees that Sauna goes by and saw like just a little bit of the outline of Canale, and he's like, yeah, they're both coming. So he just grapples directly across, and he's like, I don't want to be anywhere alone. As see the Tracer and the Kiri just working together here on another flank yet again. They'll get rid of the Venom Mine here.
Kai knows about it. In for a sight here for Shockwave, not for Kai. So pretty hard for the Widow to hide. She just has to play with the rest of the team, and Kai's made use of it. Both Tracers down to Widow shots. Headshots, by the way. Shockwave has to reposition. Solo, does not care about the bio. No one else is looking at him. Rajaro, though, in the meantime, dealt with Kai. So now Shockwave has some uncontested territory to operate in. This is where Virtus Pro get back on the front foot. I like that, though. Good pressure from Vistola. Sleep, I think, came in there from Gala to shut him down. It's Rajaro with a bio. And amidst this Kitsune rush now, they're looking to go to work, our Virtus Pro. But Vistola always a wrench in the gears for them. With a self-destruct and a remake opportunities in an awkward spot for it, though. Still, Kellex to the rescue, apparently. Canale falls. Bionade threatened Vistola, but he's able to get back in the mech, and this is potentially devastating for Virtus Pro.
This is devastating. They need more progress than this. The Kemp's got in, and the stick as well. The flair from this man is unbelievable, but they've kept Rojaro standing, and now the DMAC came in from Vistola. This is awkward. There's nowhere for the baby diva to go. He sits there and just blasts away and hopes to get it back. This is the window. This is the power play for Virtus Pro to stay alive on Junkertown. But Rojaro gets slept. Kai looking for the Tracer. Sauna has no choice but to block line of sight and try and move the card up. It's going to be a Nato going over to Rojaro now. He wants the baby diva. And Vistola, a non-factor for the last 30 seconds now. Kellex in trouble. Rojaro gets a second, and Sky has to head for the heals. The sleep will let him get away at the very least, but Kempster might have to go huge yet again. It's Kai instead, though. No one's on the card. Sauna has to step up and recalls instantly. Finally, attention towards Kai, but Rojaro is low. Still has the ability to remech, though, and it should be Ents being forced to give this up. 90 seconds of VP.
Yes, Kai, though, definitely starting to come alive for a second there. Oh, the 2 headshots there from Kai back to back. As I thought for a second there, they were going to be able to pull it out. When Kanale uses the Kitsune rush much earlier, it's actually Kellex with a great rally. Denies much of anything coming out of that Kitsune, but losing Vistola's mech, I mean, that is quite rough. As we'll take a look here. Some of the shots from Kai.
Oh, he's been playing Widow headshot only.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff. Yeah, his other home is Necropolis. So now at least able to take a safer spot here. Good couple of shots.
For Vistola.
Here it is, going to use it straight away. Vistola in a shockwave, slept instantly, but found his mark almost straight away. Not great for Virtus Pro now as this fight breaks down a lot. Rojaro trying to get upstairs, get towards Sky Reaper, but Kellex is there. And Anna, she lives. Oh, this stagger is so brutal.
You'll be able to, yeah, you'll be able to stagger Rojaro for a little bit, get slept. All the damage he's trying to do gets like eaten up with the defense matrix as well, right? So not even able to kind of like build back towards the mech.
Somewhere FRD's ears are burning. That was pretty brutal for Rojaro. Mech now regained. All events ready to receive this push here. Vistola hoping to force Virtus Pro back by a couple of crucial seconds. Infranside active for Kai. The timing is pretty good, but Shockwave has his available 2, and it's Sauna finding the Ana. Finding the answer potentially. But Kai's been able to find Kanale. It's going to be the Kiriko out of the mix, and Garland does not have the help. Virtus Pro getting some extra progress here, but they're not going to be finishing the map. It's just not on the cards. Rojaro will stall with that defense matrix and a remake opportunity here. Gonna buy some time at least for Sauna to get there now. So there's another fly that Ents have to swat. Sauna low, there's that recall, still buying the time, but it's drips and drabs here for Virtus Pro. Kanale, the next up to the mark. Lucio switch doesn't get him much extra value.
Yeah, as Ents goes big on their second point defense, right? That's when they really started to turn it up a little bit, where VP got off to a tremendous start. VP in the end able to take that second checkpoint, though. That could be quite big as we move in now to VP's defensive side of things. I wonder, do they play the Diva here on defense? Do they decide to maybe play even like a Sigma kind of hold that stairs, by that first kind of bridge a little bit harder? You can probably do that on the first point, but I think teams would probably go for the Diva because you want Diva for second point, right? Diva, you kind of need to control some of those high ground spaces.
You don't want to get stuck on the low ground without the ability to actually like exercise some control in the second phase, but even Winston will be better than that at this point. Yeah, no wrecking ball for Rojaro. It will be the Diva composition. Again, VP playing without the Lucio for the most part here doesn't seem to hurt them. Kanale, very active. He's been getting very, very busy on some of these flanks. Can do the same thing here. I mean, the one fear for the Sigma comps on this map is that you can get encircled and flanked by that super high mobility comp. And also, your shield doesn't do a whole lot except keep you alive. Like, you can't cover your Widow's angles. You definitely can't help your Tracer at all. And your backline sometimes feels hedged into playing from behind you, which also limits their sightlines at times. So,
yeah, I mean, sometimes we've seen it. I want to say, not super recently, right? But like where a Sigma kind of would hold one side of the choke, and then maybe you kind of have like a BAP and Brig on the other side, right? And you can kind of make it like a little bit of a death trap to get on in. But how good Diva is and the mobility you need for the second point, no reason to veer off of that.
Sauna almost just catching a stray there from Kai. So Virtus Pro give up the space. Now remember what happened to Ents. They all got caught inside that building, surrounded. Now it was a flanking Kiriko that helped. So harder for Ents to pull off here. Still a possibility.
I love like Kai always just like be like turning his head like 180 degrees, like trying to search for Canal as he kind of sees him there off to the side as it's a big shot there onto the brig. So no brig here now for Ince as Estola's got to figure out how to live from this position.
Might just be looking to buy a little bit of time. Yeah. And okay, nicely done by Shockwave. Okay. Another tick back in the W column there in the Widow matchup. Virtus.pro look pretty robust there on that defense. Of course, Canale is looking to deal with Kevster now. It is obviously Kevster trying to flank here. Now we saw this play out of Paraiso, and I wouldn't say it actually gave a shining review of Kevster there. He found it very hard to get past the Kiriko.
No, it's just like, one kunai just forces out a recall potentially, right? Like, a kunai it could be so devastating in terms of the amount of damage. Just look at this, an infrasight here already.
Dangerous for Kev.
From Shockwave.
I mean, this is the safest place for Kev to be. It's crazy, right? Out in the open. Gala now in trouble. Has to have known. He just saw Shockwave go down. He knew he'd be next on the menu. Does hit the shots. It's nice, but the sleep dive was the really important one. That one went astray. Now, D-suit on Rajaro here now. Ents will break through and get to this second phase of the map. And with decent time, to be fair. First fight, yeah, a little sussy. The second one, there looked really, really good.
And that's massive for Ince, right? To be able to take this checkpoint rather quickly now, give themselves an opportunity here towards the second part of the map where asking Shockwave to kind of fight Kevster in that one-on-one, it's very difficult, right? I mean, that's why you see some teams, they'll play like the Brig, right? You can kind of play the Brig near the Widow or near the Ana, right? In combination, like all three, make it very difficult for like a Tracer to get on in.
Okay, keep an eye out there on the Brig in the low ground. You can see Ents are already formulating their plan to assume control of the high ground. Sort of pulse bombs have been awfully reliable so far. Gets split out very quickly though, takes a shot, Canal down already. Ents starting to build momentum. This has to be a concerning sign for Virtus.pro. Canal might just have to dial it down a little more. With this infraside active, Gala can't really peek out and take aggressive sidelines, which means Virtus.pro giving up the map. Great stick though. There it is, like clockwork, Sauna connects.
I mean, that is huge, right? That's like the infrasight going on as well. You know it's coming, and Sauna just comes up clutch there, is just trying to deny more progress here from Ince. But I mean, Sauna gets put in a really difficult spot. I don't know how he gets out of this.
Somehow Rajaro keeps him protected with that defense matrix. He gets away. Canal, though, suffered some scrutiny immediately after. And now Sauna again, straight back to an aggressive position. He cannot rest on his laurels behind his own defensive line. He needs to threaten Kai's position. Kevster surges up the cart, though, has been making progress this whole time. Sauna for two, though, in the back line. It's Garlic going down. If Kevster finds one here, this fight is still well and truly on. Rally being popped. It's a full commitment here for Ents to try and get to this next checkpoint. Oh, that corner. I wondered if he'd be able to get out of it, but no connection there. Sauna still at large, still raring to go. And NC might have had to double back.
Hello there.
Oh, and big for VP, Mitch. You hold on to the nano throughout all of that. That's the nano and the rally gone from Ince. You hold on to this nano for Rajaro. That is huge. How good the Diva has been with the nano boost thus far today is Sauna coming up big with some huge kills. Kevster also starting to play much better on the Tracer, but the supports now coming up big as Gala. This nano could be a huge difference maker.
They've really corralled Gala and the Widowmaker back into that position. Sauna had very little help there. Sauna says, I'm going to hang out here for a time. Looks towards Rajaro, who got that nano boost. Gala eventually able to assume a sight line to protect his Diva. Pistola has the double back for the health pack, and now the defense matrix is going to run out eventually. Canal going down. There was a terrible sign for Virtus.pro. Can they stop the remake here? Yes! Pistola gets through the self-destructing mech and removes Rajaro, who was hoping to shelter amongst it. Now it's dangerous. Kevster recalls on the high ground. Looks like Shockwave gave as good as he got. But Vistolo, not expecting him to come from this angle, surely. Tried to set that kill up for Kai. He eventually takes it. And now that card is knocking on the door of the last phase of the map. Vistolo knows he's done his job, essentially. Still some contest on the card, but it's only Rajaro. And all he can do is try to threaten a backliner, step up and stall. Canale's going to be swift-stepping over towards the Diva and keep them standing with Asuzu. It's Kai eventually falling. Gala actually wins out that really protracted engagement on the high ground. Rajaro is healthy.
Gala has the sideline, and that's what Vistola's trying to break up now. Goes in with the nano. Canal able to get to the rescue, but eventually has to give himself up, and Gala just ignored. He ignored the Diva, and he did a great job. Rojaro eventually desuited. Vistola trying to finish the map here, and finally, Virtus Pro are going to have to give this up. It's just the winner to get it done. Nice dogfight there for VP, but now the last objective is where all eyes are on.
That was so close there towards the end, as actually Gala's still stuck in this position. Oh, this is pretty brutal here for VP. They're going to lose your Ana.
But
this Canal goes over to Lucio, maybe just trying to get back into this thing rather quickly.
Gala forced the self-destruct out of Vistola. He does not have it available now. He used it because of the Ana damage from an off angle, and he was desperate to get back in mech. A little thing, but it might matter in these next couple of fights. Here they come, in for sights for both Widows. Kai creeping up, knows where the Ana is, but does not have the line. They jump in for Sauna. It's going to be a rally popped here for Kellex, something Virtus Pro don't have access to themselves. They back up a little. Rojaro the only player contesting, getting consistent healing still from Gala. Vistola now needs to threaten the backline, and Kevster might have done it. That might be the kill that gets them there. Ents is all they needed. And eventually, they emerge from the depths with the Bears in their grasp. Finally, claiming victory in EMEA.
Yeah, finally Ents comes out on top. Kevster with that pulse bomb. That kind of decides it all there at the end. Dealing with the Ana after the nano goes down there from Gala. And man, what a great series there. It's gotta feel good for Ents, right? They've been right on the doorstep, all year long. One of the best teams, in the world. One of the more consistent teams in the world. Finally get a win here in EMEA.
And it looked a little bit shaky, right? We were worried going into Colosseo. We were like, hey, hold on, guys. This is a little bit frightening, but that's the hallmark of a great team, a quality roster that's able to bounce back from losing those 2 maps in a row. Come back in, look for Junkertown, a map where Kai, who has struggled in the matchup against Shockwave over much of the series, has to step up, has to really offer a greater level of resistance. It's a Kevster Pulse Bomb once more, fam. That ends the game.
Sick stuff.
Ents, of course, taking the main event, finally having been involved in every grand final thus far.
They did indeed. They finally come out on top, and in what fashion it was done as well. Incredible performance across the board. But before we shower Ents with the credit that is due and all the glory, I do want to take a quick moment to talk about VP, because they did the quintessential losing is learning. They faced off against both Ents as well as SSG previously, and their second round in each of those matchups looked so much better. They had such a good idea of their win conditions. They switched up their compositions accordingly. They played a really, really phenomenal game, and there's not enough praise I have for each and every single one of those players.
Yeah, I mean, they were down 2-0 in this series, but found a way to claw themselves back in it with Circuit, and then later on Paraiso here when Ents decided to sub in Chase, of course. Sauna had some monster performances on this Tracer throughout the entire tournament, but also here in the grand finals, having a huge impact. Rojaro again, in the finals here and making an impression. It's just a young player in this scene. Shockwave had a dominant performance on Circuit Real. So yeah, I mean, sort of stacked roster here, Virtus Pro. And they made it pretty close against Ents when, people like me predicted a 4-0 for Ents. So credit to Virtus Pro for making it as close as they did.
Yeah, you gotta, I've criticized at times Virtus Pro for playing the double flex sport. I said maybe it wouldn't work at this level. But honestly, Canale, kind of made me a bit of a believer at points through the series. On Paraiso, really impressive work from him on the flanks, dueling Kevster. Not many support players are going to take it to Kevster like that and really put Kevster on his heels at times. So we got to give respect to VP for making it this far, for securing his second place finish. I hope they are one of the teams that does qualify for Stockholm. But Ents, come on, man. They are undeniable in this meta with off-tank, with Kevster using his flexibility to the maximum, Kai able to be stable on these hit scan heroes. Just such a monster team to go up against here. And Vistola, my pick for MVP, I thought he just absolutely delivered in the finals.
In this Diva meta? Absolutely.
Yeah, you'd be hard-pressed finding a better player to have on your team. And, I think the proof's in the pudding for Vistola. Time and time again, clutching out fights, even losing teammates early in the fight. You give the nano to Vistola, you continue to believe, you continue to fight with Kevster at his side. He kept killing off those backlines, was such an incredible nuisance for Virtus Pro.
Yeah. Vestola, fantastic job. We've been, highlighting how impactful Vestola has been in this meta. But it was also nice to, of course, we expected Kevster to pop off in the grand finals, and Kevster did pop off in the grand finals on Tracer and Echo. But also, Kai had this moment in the sun as well. The Widowmaker on Junkertown. That's when it really felt like Kai came online and was a huge difference maker on Junkertown to close out the entire grand final series. Also as well, Kellex and Sky, like I pointed out earlier, it really did feel like they had control over Sauna and Canale on that Kiriko, even on Junkertown, right? So credit to ENCE. I mean, that was an amazing performance. They really knew what Virtus Pro were doing, and they dealt with it accordingly.
Absolutely. I'm also happy that throughout the main event, we also got to have a quick look at Maimon, who came in. We also saw Chase now in the grand final, even though Paraiso did not go their way in the very end. Alas, a dub is a dub. They got the victory. They came out on top. They are our EMEA champion. It's time to talk to our winners. Skye is joining us for a quick chat. So first and foremost, of course, congratulations. You guys did it.
Thank you.
Finally taken the EMEA crown. Do you think this is all just due to the meta, or did you just evolve as a team?
I think the team has evolved. I think Kellex is really good and it's a big upgrade. But I also think it's a really good meta for ENCE right now.
I'm curious for you, to be on this team and finally be winning a championship. ENCE has been in the last 2 grand finals in EMEA, but finally secures the first place. How did you guys feel coming into today? Was it total confidence? I mean, you guys had kind of not dropped the map so far in the bracket. VP, of course, did fight back well, but what was the emotion like, not only coming in today, but also finally securing a championship for the team?
I think we were a little worried to face SSG, because last stream they beat us, but they got 3-0'd, so we knew we were going to win against VP.
You were just that confident in the matchup against Virtus Pro. Was there ever any doubt throughout the series? They tied it up 2-2 after Paraiso, but you just were confident in your game throughout.
Yeah, I think we just lost to ourselves on Paraiso and Circuit. They played well, we played bad. But yeah, I think I still thought we were going to win.
Okay. I do want to ask one more question, of course. Now, I saw you back in Dallas, and that time I was part of that Twisted Minds roster, and I'm not going to bring up that Twisted Minds roster because we can kind of forget about that. But I do want to ask about you being part of this ENCE team now. It really does feel like this ENCE team, this roster, it just clicks. It just feels like you have so much chemistry and play so well together. That must feel so great for you to be part of this team as Stockholm approaches later on this year.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, this team is just really nice every day to play in. Like every day it's not pain to scrim like it's been in other teams. So yeah, it's very enjoyable to play the game.
That's great.
Even when sometimes we lose, it's still enjoyable.
Yeah, wins and losses, man, you gotta take both. Today it was the victory, though. You guys absolutely popped off. Skye, thank you so much for joining us. Once again, congratulations to you and the entire ENCE squad.
Thank you.
ENCE are your EMEA champions. What a performance through the main event. Let's take a look at the bracket to see their journey. As they just sweep through the ranks, quite frankly. Like, this is the first time we actually even saw them breaking a sweat.
It's such a great team to have brought this roster together because, I think about a lot of rosters. I'm thinking about, okay, like who's bringing the hype, who's bringing the energy. ENCE is like that weird team where I don't think they want or need that. I think this is a team where all these players I think of as very calm, very relaxed players that want a more focused environment, and they're all able to provide it with each other. I think Kellex fits great in that style, but you think about all these guys are relatively reserved players, and it's a team that I think doesn't rely on like emotional highs to deliver their best performances. They're going to be very stable, very consistent. Something like losing a map in the middle of the series, I don't think that's going to take anybody off their game, and this is a very scary iteration of ENCE, a team that I'm really excited to see play on the international stage, as they're almost certainly qualified for Stockholm with a massive lead on circuit points right now.
Absolutely, yeah. All of the teams, of course, that competed in the main event are walking away with some cash money, but more importantly, as you just mentioned, they are ranking up some more circuit points for their team. Now, bar any changes in that roster, as you said, also, they will most likely be meeting the competition DreamHack Stockholm.
Yeah, that is a crucial detail, of course, if you're just joining us, that the players keep the circuit points for themselves. They earn their share of circuit points. And so you can see that ENCE roster, their players in total have added up now to 950 circuit points from, being in so many finals so far this year. And they got a really comprehensive lead against the likes of GG. Now, it is also worth mentioning that in stage 4, which comes after stage 3, I didn't need to say that.
Wow.
there is a direct qualification spot on the line for the first place winner of stage 4. So even though the likes of GG, they've fallen behind in circuit points, they still have a chance to directly qualify for Stockholm if they win stage 4, and everyone else, of course.
And also, if ENCE or SSG is first place, it's going to be second and third on circuit points. So VP, they're in third right now with this great second place performance in stage 3, but you could easily surpass them just by maybe placing a little bit better. So teams are still nipping at the heels of VP. It's only ENCE and SSG who I think can be a little bit confident, but those are also probably the 2 favorites to win stage 4 if you think, across the year's performance.
Yeah, and you never know, right? Next stage could be a different meta as well, so different teams could emerge. We're not sure what rosters will change and which one will stick around. We'll find out very soon, though. However, we're not quite done just yet. Yes, EMEA is wrapped for the day. We still have to play out the NA region. But first, let's roll it back. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of today's EMEA matches.
I'm happy to do this. I'm happy to watch Sana play Tracer all day.
Really a renaissance in his career. I think finally in a team that, is going to fully rely on him, put him in that starting spot, enable him to succeed and thrive. And he's done just that. Although VP don't get the win today, I think no one can be criticizing Sana's performance.
Yeah, and Sana's been getting his flowers this year. This
is an unlucky clip to follow that, but...
Well,
it's Vestola. It's Vestola Diva.
The thing is, Sana had the recall available, but just wanted to get this Diva frag before he recalled out, but couldn't get the timing right and dies to the remake. That's brutal. But yeah, Sana's been really good.
You gotta say, but and this is him playing against the Vestola Diva, right? Like one of the most challenging off-tank players to face.
Yeah, and here's where Kai came along on Junkertown, just like, when these hit scan players are popping,
like that type of shot, right? You're low HP on Widow. This is like do or die, absolute pressure, and Kai just hits the flick, makes it look easy. This is a Virtus Pro that was fighting back, that was making the series competitive, interesting, and Kai finally came alive to slam the door on them, really, on Junkertown.
We are so lucky. In this current meta, we get to see so many different looks, and a lot of those different looks do include some really high-level Widow play. I think the last 4 days, we've just got enough of it. It was not too much. It wasn't just like a Widow 1v1 throughout the entirety of it, but it was just the right amount. Sprinkled it in. And those are pop-off moments as well. Still more to come, of course, even though we are wrapping the EMEA Stage 3 main event. There is more on the horizon. Here is our schedule. Another stage will be played in Stage 4, which is starting on September 20th with the roster lock, of course, and then we're heading into a grueling Swiss stage once more, out of which some teams will emerge.
Yep, and the top 4 teams from Stage 3, they directly qualify to the group stage of Stage 4, of course. And so that is going to be ENCE, Virtus Pro, SSG, and in 4th place, there was the team...
The other team.
Twisted Minds, that's right. So they're already qualified for group stage of Stage 4. But 12 more teams will join us through the Swiss system on the FACEIT website, so there you go.
That's right. And if you just can't wait that long for more Overwatch 2 competitive action, don't you worry. We will also be covering the FACEIT League Season 2, which should be starting, what is it? September 13th.
Can't read that.
I can't read that. That's really small.
13th, 15th.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, those are the dates. You want to make sure to tune in for all the action as well. It should be all of us being back for that again. For now, though, we take a quick breather, lean back, get hydrated, and get ready for the action in our NA region. The main event is not over yet. Stick around. We see you on the other side.
Check out for me, check out for me.
3, 2, 1.
Kill one. Okay. I can bet.
This I'm gonna flick, okay? Let's go. Kill one. I kill one. I'm flicking. Kill baby. Nice. Kill.
Good job.
Oh, check. Crazy shot early court.
GG.
Nice.
Exodial is farming on the Cassidy. How does Sparky just kill 2 in the back? That is how you make a statement. Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Rocky.
There's the pin. Nice right hard, yeah.
Zen not going to try and play that anymore. That is a sick shot.
Oh my god. That is clean from Mirren. Now there's no bit of higher sugar free with a stick. Kai dead. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. They want overtime and they get it. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the OWCS Stage 3 main event. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, my experts of choice.
Your choice.
My personal choice.
I'm honored.
Yes, that was the right response. There we go. You're out for the next event. That's not the only thing you get to see here on the desk. We're not just beefing. No, we're also giving you some more reasons to watch, such as these viewership incentives. The Ramatra skin is popping. If you don't have it by now, what are you actually doing? If you've not connected your Batnet account to your Twitch and to your YouTube account, then also, what are you doing?
Can you imagine if you didn't connect your Batnet account?
Imagine.
Can you imagine?
Double
check that right now.
Can you imagine not following all of our co-streamers?
Can you imagine?
I can't.
Couldn't be me.
No, could not be you.
Right now.
Yeah, go do it. Show them some love as they are covering the action. Also, of course, make sure to sign up yourself. If you enjoy streaming and sharing Overwatch with your communities, make sure to sign up as a co-streamer. And you might be one of our feature co-streamers for the Stage 4 event.
Maybe next stage.
Perhaps, perhaps. We don't know. But first, we need to finish this one. Let's take a look at our schedule. We're currently at the end of Stage 3 here in the NA main event. We just crowned our champion in the EMEA region. Spoiler, it's ends, and they played phenomenally. I hope to see the same kind of level of play in the NA region. And we have the teams to treat us to just that.
Yeah, but it's been fun, right, Jake? Because we get a bit of a different flavor of meta over in the North American region. We saw a lot of D.Va being played over in EMEA. And while we did see a couple of looks where Attack from NRG did play D.Va, it's been a bit more faster up pace in NA.
I mean, there's no confirmed meta. There's no resolution. I think different teams still have very different styles. NRG brought out a lot of double flex support. Toronto playing more conventional styles. Nightmare playing a ton of this like really fast rush with the Lucio. So still NA, I think, battling it out to see who's got the right read. To me, it doesn't feel like there is a right read. It's about, your players, your team, your vision, really, for the game.
That's right. But the different kind of flavors they're all bringing to that meal. And you might be joining us for a good feast in Stockholm at DreamHack, where our grand finals will be taking place. Make sure to grab your tickets right now. There was a URL and it's gone. There we go. It's quick as that. I hope you screenshotted it. Let's take a look at the bracket to see which teams you might be meeting when you're joining us in Stockholm, Sweden at DreamHack. These are the remaining teams for our NA region. Don't think there is a big surprise there, other than, of course, Toronto Defiant falling into the lower bracket. Although, if you're taking the Energy Shock post-game interview, they didn't seem to be surprised one bit. Wasn't even smiling.
Well, I
think was nothing.
Their focus is on the grand final because, of course, in the lower bracket, Toronto are still alive, right? They're still a threat. You haven't finished them off yet, and I think you can't write them off until that grand final is over, because Toronto Defiant have shown before they can take losses and come back stronger. So Nightmare is going to have to deliver the best performance of their careers, frankly, to repeat NRG's performance and also meet them in the grand final.
If you were Nightmare, how do you feel seeing Toronto dropping down to your lower bracket?
Well, honestly, you have nothing to lose, right? Yeah, maybe you would have preferred a matchup against NRG because, you know, maybe you have a better time against NRG. But honestly, you go up against Toronto Defiant, it's a wounded animal. Maybe you're like, let's go. This is our time to actually finish off Toronto Defiant in a low bracket.
No, that means they're angry.
You gotta be confident, Jake. You gotta be confident going into
angry
that matchup.
Toronto.
You're looking at me like some kind of way.
I wish they were confident. I hope they're confident. But honestly, I think it's going to be very hard to have confidence against a team that just beat you 3-0 a couple matches ago and looks unbeatable for the most part, right? Like, yes, NRG won, huge performances. They brought out lots of wild comps to get that win. But Toronto have shown before, when they're wounded, they're at their most dangerous. I think it gets harder after they've taken a loss. I think beating them the first time is actually the easier proposition.
That's right. Now they're angry. You don't want that. You don't want that. But it's going to take some individual pop-off performance from Nightmare to get there. Let's see if they can get it done. Speaking of individual pop-offs, of course, in the NA region, we also kept our eyes on some talented individual, which we deem our MVPs for the main event. I grabbed the lowest hanging fruit. I went with PGE. His Widow was lights out. No, it was filthy though. It was like actually unreal. Like someone check his PC. Like this was not normal anymore. PGE really showed up in this main event, and he performed under extreme pressure. Like some of the times where he was forced to hit those shots, everything was on the line. He turned it around for his team time and time again, and they couldn't contest him. Like they couldn't actually shut him down. Very impressed with what PG showed us in the main event.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. When PG has been subbed in, he hasn't been playing all the maps because Tree and Sister have been filling those slots on a lot of maps, right? But whenever PGE comes into the matchup, he's been on fire, performing so well in the main event. And really, it's been, you know, kind of ironic and hilarious after the 22-death group stage match, which, again, was not his fault. But still, just like the way that PG has been playing. It's
a little bit his fault. He didn't have the best map ever. But
he rolled out.
But the roster changes for this team have enabled PGE to be in his comfort zone 24/7. When he comes in, he's locked in on a hard hit scan where he's super comfortable. He talks about Widow being his best hero. But why can he do that? Why does he get to play Widow every game? It's because of Tree. Tree, for me, the most exciting player in North America right now, the most exciting young prospect. He's a guy who I think has been on people's radar as like one of the best players in NA for like 3 or 4 years, just now old enough to compete. I mean, it's crazy, right? He's been on that super elite level for years, continuing to improve. And I mean, he makes magic happen on the server. He plays hit scan when he needs to. Hyperflex player, brings out absolutely everything under the sun, and has allowed the team to really build around him. And I think he's a huge. I don't think they would have beaten Toronto with any other player besides Tree in that slot.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you can play him on Tracer or then swap over to Sojourn like they did on Suravasa, you know, it's crucial, the flexibility there. I went with Ultraviolet, so we all picked energy players. Because I think that Ultraviolet really has anchored this team and done a really good job just like holding up the backline for this team. The Kiriko specifically, it was really good on Suravasa yesterday to close out map 5 against Toronto Defiant. And look, this is a veteran at this point. This was an awesome clip, which we'll revisit later, of just like dodging the Winston. So I'm glad they didn't spoil the entire clip there. But really, I do feel like Ultraviolet has been super solid here coming into this team, this stage, and been a huge difference maker, being an anchor for the backline.
Yeah, I mean, he was featured in many of our highlight reels throughout this main event, and for the right reasons. Now, it turns out we're all just massive energy shock sims. Maybe you are too. Either way, you now don't have a choice but to vote for an energy shock player as your MVP. The polls are open with our 3 choices, which just so happens.
Toronto fans are so mad.
They're going to be eaten up alive. Unlucky. Listen, I didn't know what they were voting for.
They've been winning too much. You know, we gotta give these guys their flowers for upsetting the team that has just run the table on NA for a long time. I mean, this is the squad that brought it together, did what we thought was impossible, and I think they deserve a lot of love and respect in the community. They haven't done it yet. Right? It's about that first place in the end. You know, in the end, you get the upper bracket upset. Cal was very clear about that. That's not the match that matters. The match that matters is the grand final.
That's right. And they're waiting in said grand final for their next opponent. This is going to be decided in our upcoming match. And that's the time slot, window rather, that you have to cast your vote. We'll reveal the winner of our MVP voting after this elimination match, our lower bracket finals. Will be played out against something I don't think I would have had to say, but Toronto Defiant and Nightmare. They faced off against one another before. Toronto, I mean, they always have the upper hand, right? This is a stacked all-star roster. They've looked absolutely untouchable. And usually would say, you know, oh, the team has to shake off that loss. I don't feel like we have to say that to veteran players like Toronto Defiant.
Well, I do feel like they kind of like have to shake off that energy when it comes to especially how they played later on in the series. At the start of the series against NRG, it was the Toronto Defiant we knew. And even when they fuller held on Shambali Monastery, that is the sign of just an amazingly well-performing team, right? The fact you're able to fuller hold someone on first point. And even on Runasapi, they played well for like the first 8 minutes, and then it just kind of fell apart. There were a couple individual mistakes towards the end of Runasapi that allowed NRG to come back in that series. Then Cal with an amazing individual performance on Blizzard World on that Ilari. And honestly, by the point it was map 5 on Suravasa, I just felt like Toronto Defiant had lost their shine and they weren't playing like they usually do.
You want them to play faster, is what you said backstage.
If you have to play up-tempo, play up-tempo. That's what you can do best. Merit on the Sojourn, Lucio Kiriko, they would fare very well against both of these teams today.
All right, now Nightmare, this is their opponent. This is the team in the way of their way to the grand finals. Nightmare, I think one thing that really stood out, other than their flexibility, it's that deadly frontline, Jake. I mean, Seeker, we know that Seeker is an absolute beast, but Zeru really showed up in the main event.
Yeah, Zeru is a player I've been watching for a while, and just super, super impressive performances recently. You know, win or lose with Nightmare, whether they're backs against the wall or they're dominating, Zeru is just delivering time and time again, way more than I would have expected from a young player, that he's continuing to perform at this level. I want to see what this guy can do in a LAN event, right, on the big stage, and I think he wants that too. See if he can deliver. This will be, like I said, for Nightmare, the toughest test of these players' careers, to be facing an angered, enraged even Toronto Defiant here in the lower bracket final. But it's possible if Nightmare can play this fast tempo style. They really love the Lucio comps. That's really what they build around. And so if they can make that pace work, and I think this is potentially winnable.
Here's the thing, if I were a Nightmare fan, I'd not just be using and banking on transitive properties. Hey, if they as a team can play close against Energy Shock, then surely if Energy Shock can take down Toronto, then we can take them down too. Probably not how this works. That's why I give Toronto is 3-0. I think that they're going to make quick work of it. They're hungry. They're eager to face Energy Shock again in those finals. I'm not even worried.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant, I mean, what they've shown before is that you give that coaching staff with Casares and Danny, you give them a little bit of time to cook. Okay, maybe they do take losses, but they come back stronger. They come back with adaptations. They come back with answers. They put themselves back in the driver's seat. And these are all players who aren't scared of having their backs against the wall. If anything, they're going to play better in the clutch. And I think this is going to be too tough for Nightmare to overcome, especially with their over-reliance, I would say, on the Lucio comps.
I think Toronto Defiant will come into this series feeling revenge, like they really want to get this and come back with a vengeance. I think for Nightmare, it's going to be what you learned from the upper bracket. The brawl composition did not work on Circuit Real. Toronto Defiant adapted beautifully. And even though New Junk City was pretty close with Clear in the lineup, I still think that you should cater to some of the more dive-heavy maps and just try to have Seeker pop off with Zero on the Tracer.
Well, let's see if Toronto can get it done. Was this previous loss yesterday just a blip in the matrix? Necra, Jack, how much are you taking away from that previous game? How do you think Toronto is going to feel heading into today's?
Yeah, honestly, obviously, pretty mad, right? A 3-0, sorry, a reverse sweep against NRG Shock, yeah, but it was a 3-0 versus Nightmare. However, that game was pretty close. At the very end of it, when we went to that Flashpoint map, Rose, Nightmare weren't screwing around.
No, they were not. And I feel like that 3-0 scoreline really doesn't show the full picture of just how those two teams actually matched up against each other. So I hope that we get a really close series, just showing that Toronto Defiant does have a couple of cracks in the armor. Maybe Nightmare can worm their way in there.
Well, let's wait and see. Busan, our first map in this series, picked by Toronto Defiant. Saw Busan in the series versus NRG Shock yesterday too. It's good to see Tree on something like a soldier. A lot of the times as well, NRG Shock running out with Cal on the Alari. Did really hamper their aggression that they like to just put out. We'll see if Toronto can bounce back on this Busan. Of course, they spoke about it a little bit on the desk. I think Johnny brought it up as Zara and Seeker. Just a phenomenal DPS duo. It's hard to stand up against Merit and Sugarfree at the best of times. But I think Seeker, this is his real chance to shine here. A lot more Sojourn has been played over the last couple of weeks. And I think wouldn't be such a bad option here either.
Yeah, Seeker's been doing really well in the Sojourn, even on maps where maybe you would expect the Sojourn to be a little bit more muted. Seeker's been able to use the power slide, make sure that he has a really good angle onto the rest of the team. And I think when you know the Toronto Defiant picking Busan are going to run out with something like this Vega, Alari, and the RuPaul on in this double flex support backline, well, fantastic. Those are two great targets for the charged up railgun shot.
Yeah, real nice. You can see Nightmare wrapping around. Of course, there was a 2-0 in their previous series against Nightmare and a 2-0 in the NRG Shock series, so you can see exactly why Toronto wanted to go here. Oh, Vega first to fall. Just so quick on this comp if you're Nightmare. They do end up losing CJ, unfortunately, but Seeker more than happy to play quite aggressive here, although Infected is now going to put some pressure on the point. Nightmare losing their Kiriko is not good, but CJ will be back a little bit more quickly than Vega will be. Who's now switched over to the Brig, yeah, recognizing the dive coming in rows and how fast Nightmare want to play, so going more defensive.
Yeah, the defensive part of this is going to be really nice, just knowing that you have that shield bash for something like the Zera or Infected dive, and you're also there to make sure you got the... I was going to say the escape mechanism with something like shield bash, but couldn't get out of there before the Tesla Cannon hosed him down.
That's a lot of damage. Infected does end up falling though, so actually decent trade for Toronto Defiant. You can just place Zera on the point to try and juggle, same with Admiral, but someone now trying to isolate people with the bubble. Not quite as successful as he perhaps wanted, but someone does end up going down to Seeker. A strange pick there. Maybe RuPaul didn't have line of sight, or maybe burst damage coming through, because Nightmare, they're controlling this whole time, Rose, and they're almost up to 50%.
I think that's where Infected has really come into this roster and dominated in some of these Winston versus Winston duels, and Zera too. Just the pulse bomb sticks have been so phenomenal from Zera this entire stage of OWCS, and that is just no exception. Merit's life has been so difficult against these dive teams. How does he stay alive? Even on something like the Ash, you've got that one coach gun and that's it.
Yeah, you're relying on RuPaul and Vega kind of keeping you up, sustaining you through them. A lot of packs being thrown out. Very uncharacteristic of Toronto Defiant, it must be said. 70% and just randomly losing players on the entry. We'll see if Seeker can find yet another pick. It's been Seeker and Zera just shooting people from across the map and enabling Toronto Defiant, well, enabling Nightmare, sorry, to just win these fights with ease. Little nade there as Infected does jump into the backline. It's isolated RuPaul, but not for long. Vega makes a small rotation up towards that drum in the center. As this point is getting pressured out by Toronto Defiant, or the sound barrier is going to help Infected stay in this fight. Looks like someone's also going to rip the Primal Rage here as well, but he's struggling to actually kill the Kiriko. You can see CJ just stepping away from the fight. Well, yeah, if you're going to chase me that far, that's fine. Look at how many resources was wasted by your team to try and keep the rest of the squad up. I mean, Vega initiated there with a ultimate to try and keep the point in contested, and 10% for Toronto Defiant is all they might get, as Seeker just opens his fight up again with a kill onto RuPaul. Although as the fight does end up breaking down, there's not too much they can actually do with Sugar Free on the point.
Yeah, I feel like that maybe the overclock was maybe a little bit too ambitious, but as I say that, you deal just a little bit of damage to Merit and softens him up for CJ to be able to get that huge kunai headshot. And so just like that, Nightmare's all the way back into this.
Well, someone does end up touching the point, re-trigger an OT, but he hasn't got this Primal Rage to stay here for much longer. Has to jump back to RuPaul. They're playing for this nano boost and it's 15% away. Sugar Free is going to go down, so it's only someone now that can really touch here. A couple of percentage points away, and there it is. Nano deployed onto someone, but everybody from Nightmare is just running away. A nice little poop there from Apple, stopping someone from getting damage, and this nano boost is only there as a defensive countermeasure. Absolutely no backup now for someone. Vega down, and Nightmare are going to claim round one.
That was a very convincing round number one at that as well. I want to call back to one of the team fights that you were talking about where Nightmare ended up forcing out 4 or 5 ultimates from Toronto Defiant, and they still couldn't win the fight for more than 10% on the point. That speaks volumes to just how well Nightmare's been able to play the Winston dive outside of just the micro decisions that each player is making.
Over the last 2 times Toronto have played this map, it has been a rather clean affair in a 2-0, both against Nightmare and NRG Shock. See what Toronto want to run here instead. Well, I mean, we've seen someone play this a little bit over the last couple of weeks. Gonna run out.
On mecha base, it works out better.
Yeah, you all fight as a big clumped up ball. We'll see if some Sugar Free change over to Tracer, Merit on the Cassidy as well, so a lot more short range damage coming through from Toronto Defiant. Looks like Nightmare recognizing this, actually just trying to find a flank route. Yeah, you don't want to run into Toronto Defiant as a full 5.
No, that's just giving someone a whole field day with something like the cardiac overdrive and the overrun. And so we're going to wait to see Nightmare try to make this rotation, get this Winston set up, as it's going to be Seeker
isolated
at the target of that damage.
Yeah, completely isolated away from the team. You see CJ, they're dancing on that mini health pack. Hasn't chose to pick it up yet. It's actually just relying on that passive healing coming through. Group always going to claim both Infected and Zera's life. The point has been unlocked as well, and that's the Toronto Defiant we know and love. Another clean fight to start us off with, as Infected switches over to the Mauga.
You gotta match the Mauga versus Mauga. I think that Winston's just gonna have a little bit too much trouble being able to set up with those dives, knowing that you do have this Lucio Mauga just run at you sort of combination from Toronto. So Nightmare's gonna match that. We are going to end up seeing Seeker also switch to the Cassidy as well. So we will be able to see the Cassidy versus Cassidy, and I think those Magnates are gonna come in clutch too versus something like that Tracer from Sugarfree and Zera for both sides.
All right, we'll see how Infected ends up trying to position his team. Of course, someone is so far ahead in terms of ult charge right now. Effective glowing there with this fire burning his skin. Small pressure on the point, although Vega ended up going down to a Seeker headshot. They were 4% towards that sound barrier too. That could have been a fight win for Toronto Defiant. Seeker once more. He's just been consistent over the last couple of rounds, like finding these initial picks.
That's better.
Been super good at that, and I think just the follow-up damage that you see from CJ, it's just really in tandem, doing some numbers there onto Toronto. You're already going to see CJ have this rush. Seeker as well, actually going to end up beating Merit to this high noon.
It's a rush from RuPaul, high noon, pop by Seeker, lost goals. It is Sights, but someone is just going to burn him down. They're doing a training. Cassidy's here, but a sound barrier from Vega is going to help isolate the back line. Look at that, Sugarfree, dash it in, blink, smack, Admiral CJ dead. I believe that was a double melee kill as well there by Sugarfree, a little bit of a rare one. Especially when it was on both backliners, as Toronto Defiant control that fight. Yeah, right. They control the fight. They use both support ults, and they got Cage to work with in the next.
Cage for both sides, but it's going to be like this Cage pulse potentially coming up from Toronto. That'll feel really nice knowing that you are stuck in these close quarters that the Cage is going to provide. But this sound barrier here from Admiral has a chance to be
sound barrier comes in, hits 5 as everybody's in someone's cage right now. Easy focus fire for Nightmare. Pulse does land, but hot off the mark there by CJ. Just hits the Suzu on the ground, saving everybody from that explosive damage. Toronto lost 2 keys to their composition, make that a 3rd. As they will be going back to spawn as Nightmare get the cap.
Him getting the cap here is really nice because Toronto are starting to look at the back foot when it comes down to a lot of these ultimates. Seeker's going to have another high noon. It's another way to stall out some of the percentage to build up to match what Toronto Defiant has already made in progress. So as we see Toronto actually trying to take a little bit more low ground, we're going to see Sugarfree switch to the Genji. Okay, deflect now on the table for Toronto to approach this next fight.
Even Cage Blade too, but we're so close to the end of this round. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get it up.
Don't think they're going to get it.
Nice damage there by Seeker. Dash in from Sugarfree does hit 3. Suzu coming in as well to help everybody, but now this is go time for Zera. Oh, dashes in. Merit cancels the pulse bomb. Zera stepping a little bit too close for Merit's liking as Toronto Defiant find a quick team kill.
That's huge deal, and that's actually going to force Zera to switch over to the Genji as well off of the Tracer, knowing that you just threw that pulse bomb into the fight a few bit before. But Sugarfree's already proven you don't need the blade. You just need to be able to have the mechanical skill. Look at the back wrap. He's going to get on the
small room as well. Seeker is in trouble. Sound barrier comes in. That's a little damage, but more of a tickling than anything, if I'm honest. Seeker going extremely low. Infected lands a nice little slam there. Trades either side, but RuPaul and Vega keeping this fight competitive with Sugarfree as well, dashing into the back line. Nightmare doing it, putting someone on the point. It's going to be Zera, but we're in OT right now as Toronto Defiant should be able to close this round out with Zera down. I mean, maybe they get back. Oh, Admiral gets booped. So close to hitting the Ajax there, but still manages to connect to the floor. Merit on the high ground with this high noon. And they're just bundling out of this small choke point in the lower of Mecha base. It's going to be not much else they can throw at this one. Not with Sugarfree's blade pulled, and that'll be round to tie it up.
Admiral went down with a beat. in that small little corridor with the rush and everything. I think if he had gotten that off, Nightmare actually looks to be in a much better position to draw out that round a little bit further. But without the sustain, you just have to use it as a Hail Mary play at the end there, and unfortunately not nearly enough when you don't have the bodies on the point to back it up. But we're going to be tied up here. Now going back over to the Winston though, Jaws, how do you think they're going to fare? Because on Sanctuary, that was infected. And Seeker coming up big time and time again.
Yeah, Seeker finds some nice opening kills. Love the Seeker Sojourn versus Merit's Ash. All right, rocking out what we saw on Sanctuary, like you said. It was tough for someone too. CJ was being incredibly slippery on the Kiriko. Oh, big rotation as well, actually. They're going to force Toronto Defiant to rotate to the point, and on the wrong side of the map as well, as Seeker just ascends to the high ground.
The high ground is really good here. Seeker's going to have some really great sight lines onto the back of that point, but you still have to drop down to actually find access and go win with the rest of the team.
Yeah,
fight.
You want to go in thick and fast here if you're Nightmare. So the rotation was great, forcing Merit down to the low ground. They're going to be able to corral them onto the point now as RuPaul in trouble. Used a nade on himself, Vega throwing packs at him too, just trying to keep him alive. And Seeker that goes down first. As soon as you give Merit a little bit of space, he will take a mile. This should be an easy cleanup as well for Sugar Free 2. Nice little triple for the Tracer.
That was great positioning there from Toronto to force Nightmare to have to come to them, and by the time that they did that, they just had some really good sights, able to get that huge just pincer damage with something like that sugar-free Tracer. And Merit's put in so much work with these Ash Dynamites that you're gonna have Bob as the first ult online in this round. That's really big to just extend this percentage for your team.
4 HP and antied.
Oh, and Seeker dies.
No, Suzu. Good shot there by Merit. Ending Zera pretty quickly. No Suzu available from CJ's. I mean, you saw Seeker's POV there, kind of looking at the ground like, heal has to come in soon. We've got to get that cooldown off. And maybe Toronto Defiant Rose with 50% on board. And they've got all ults to work with too in this fight.
Yeah, even more coming online after that incredibly decisive team fight victory. But Nightmare get a chance to match that too, only missing the overclock from Seeker.
Oh, what a nade again! RuPaul's nades have been unbelievable so far.
Yeah, like absolutely exceptional. Anas have been able to put in a ton of legwork in a lot of the matches that we've seen as of late. Even thinking about Ultraviolet and how they were able to dish those anti-nades and sleeps onto Toronto Defiant on the flip side of things. So yeah, I mean, this has just been
there's no
lights out
way.
Performance here from Toronto. Do they just bat them at spawn?
No way Sarah didn't see the sneaky Winston. Bomb has been used, however the sound barrier from Nightmare will basically ignore that bomb damage for the time being. Merit being nano on this high ground, just only needs to hit a couple of body shots to secure a kill. An easy one onto CJ there. There's a Primal Rage going on from Effective right now, but what more can he really do to stop Merit just demolishing your entire team? Someone's there for backup, but it's not needed. Toronto Defiant gonna finish map 1 with a 2-1 scoreline.
I actually don't know what we were expecting when we got a chance to see them on Downtown. Do you even remember versus Energy Shock how just shutout that was on the Downtown round? Energy Shock couldn't even touch the point. That was just how dominant Toronto Defiant made that look, and then you do the same thing to Nightmare. Really great to see Toronto start out the series this way.
Yeah, real strong start. You know, like I said, Nightmare, they've got a real big chance here to upset. That was the game in the upper bracket that people were looking to, like, can Toronto lose? Can they lose a map? Not even the series, just a single map. Turns out they can lose 3 maps, in fact, back to back against NRG Shock, and they can lose a series, of course. But Nightmare initially was the team that people thought they can take one off them. That flashpoint at the very end of that series was very close. I can imagine it's only going to get closer from here on out as we jump into some highlights. And yeah, we spoke about this at the very start, Rose. I mean, Sarah and Seeker finding these amazing picks, and someone not being able to do someone things with locking down CJ. CJ was able to get away from the nano boosted Winston, and even just the normal Winston too, even the Primal Rage, and something that Toronto is so good at is investing so much into someone, and he just kills the entire team, let alone Merit, obviously, just hitting heads too.
Absolutely. It's so weird to see Toronto Defiant not be able to shine on a composition that we've come to know them for, especially someone's Winston, not able to find the same value, being able to catch up on CJ like you were saying as Kiriko just was steps away, or even just Zera slipping out of his fingers. All the while, Infected is actually going to be the one that's wreaking havoc in your backline. I think it's just been good to also see that maybe someone can actually match someone on the Winston.
Right.
I say, yeah, it's great to know that there are still good dive teams in North America, is all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's gotten a whole lot more competitive compared to a couple of days ago. There are some stats for you as well. That tier break, you got to argue, it has kind of disappeared. After the NRG Shock reverse sweep, that Toronto Defiant tier break has gone. I would still say they're the top of North America right now. Of course, the finals and even potentially this game will paint how Toronto look going forward. Here is the map pool 2. Will be Nightmare's choice. Because maybe they do want to go to a new Junk City again, considering how close that was. Although, going on to the Mauga comps did look good for them too. I think someone has been... Winston definitely is best hero. And matching the dive for dive can be quite tough. But it's actually going to be Runasapi, so not necessarily a rush map. Probably just going to see a little bit more dive here. I think RuPaul's going to be happy with that too. Arna's been exceptional so far.
Well, I think that this is one way that you can actually limit a big problem that Toronto Defiant can cause, which is merit on a hit scan. When we've actually seen a lot of these teams in North America pick Runasapi, it's always been sort of like this Tracer-Sombra combination, not necessarily a map that you tend to see a lot of this hit scan being played. And I think that's where Toronto has looked the weakest. Merit having to play Tracer rather than something like an Ashe, even the Cassidy, maybe not necessarily as potent as something that you would expect from Merit, just being known for these impressive hit scan picks like Widow, like the Sojourn when that first got released into the game. And so we'll see if this Tracer Sombra Nightmare DPS line can actually force Toronto to have to switch that up a little bit.
I mean,
get Merit off this hit scan.
Do you remember just yesterday? I mean, the Nightmare Timeless game, Rose, when they did play that Sombra, it was like a 130-meter victory for Nightmare. And that Sombra from Seeker looked incredible. But it looks like Toronto Defiant maybe reading them a little bit here. They're going with this Mauga instead of the Winston. They got the Farah and the Cassidy too. So a few targets that it's going to be tough for Sombra to find an immense amount of value.
I really like that heads-up play from Toronto, because I think one of the reasons we saw the Seeker Sombra get so much value is when you knew that you'd be able to shut off the mobility of something like the Winston Mauga. Doesn't really care about that. Sure, you don't have Overrun for a little while, but that was already a cooldown. You had to know you would play around with limited access. And so that's going to be Toronto just getting the first cap. Easy does it.
Yeah, and Nightmare go for the full 3-person switch there. Infected, Seeker, Zera, they're just matching now. A pure mirror skill matchup, but losing that first fight, Rose. Oh, what? Zera with the 2-tap onto Sugar Free? Okay, not really what I had on my bingo card. That is going to be Toronto with a swift retreat.
You have to back up from that one, because now you know that you don't have your Farah. There's no real good way to actually pressure down the backline anymore. Even Seeker on the Cassidy. This is going to be free real estate for Nightmare now as they start to try to match this bot progress. But as Dorado come back, I mean, do we see any more of these Ego 1v1 Farah duels? I think that's going to be so funny to like keep an eye on to see if Sugar Free and Zera keep that up.
There is definitely no slouch on this Cassidy. Small lead there for Nightmare. Not too worried about giving it up this early on into the game. Only 30 meters. You're not going to really jostle for position there. It's such an awkward place to fight. Just slowly but surely chunk people away. And you can see Nightmare's kind of reaction to that. They end up just wanting to play this mid. Suzu from RuPaul. However, this rush is going to be placed pretty well here. They're gonna have to move up if you're Toronto, but Zera once again comes up big on the Farah.
But did Vega lose the beat?
Dude's been absolute legend, and yeah, I think Vega just AJ2 through Zera's just overwhelming amount of damage. So Toronto down 2 support ultimates now.
I heard the voice line go off, but I didn't see any overhealth get connected onto the rest of the team. Zera gets to keep this barrage as well, and there's just absolutely no answer. Imagine the barrage on top of something like the cardiac overdrive. One of the reasons why we've seen this Pharah get paired with the Mauga, even in the Mauga OP days. This is gonna go crazy with Admiral having the sound barrier advantage as well.
Unbelievable advantage now for Nightmare. They get checkpoint too, which is even better.
Oh, the checkpoint, and just back up from there. You know that you can play a little bit more defensive, having such a crucial piece of this map unlocked for yourselves. Put yourself in a better position as well to know that this Fair Barrage can be a little bit more protected.
High Noon stun, Barrage. Oh, Seeker didn't even get up from the floor before he was instantly killed by the Barrage. Speaking of which, there's Zera's. That's two-piece. If you can get one, I can get two. Nightmare. Very much drilled in this comp. Someone has to get out of here. Maybe he just pokes Zera out a little bit, but this bot is moving right now for Nightmare. They've got Cage. Rush is coming up too. They just got to fear this RuPaul nano boost, and that's about it. But Nightmare just playing it patient as well. More than willing and more than happy, Rose, to reset it in the mid, not overextend.
Well, the mid is just better sightlines for both teams regardless, but then you have this Cage on the corner that someone has to walk right into.
Double Cage, RuPaul's in there as well, hits the nade on the floor, but it doesn't actually result in anything. Zera and Vega end up trading here, so a loss of damage now for Nightmare, so they just want to go fast. Seeker killing Merit is going to be a good start here as they play Ring Around the Rosie with someone. He's pretty low, his cardiac overdrive's popped, so he's not going to go down just yet. Stomps into the floor and digs his own grave as Infected chases him down. 63 meters and counting for Nightmare, and they've still got CJ with the rush. And Toronto, they've had enough of this Mauga mirror. They're jumping over to D.Va now.
D.Va, a fantastic answer to the problem that Zera has been in the skies. You can just throw your mech at that Pharah, use the defense matrix to actually soak up those rockets as well. Maybe even start to force something else a little bit different out of the Nightmare comp. I think RuPaul also switching over to the Ana is one way that you can help with that too. The anti-nades making those dives a little bit better.
Take it down. Was close to sound barrier too. This is not a good look for Toronto Defiant right now, and Nightmare want to try and punish any stragglers that Toronto Defiant may have left behind. Looks like managed to get out of there, but this might be in a 100+ meter push. It's going to be a decent overlook here for Merit, but with this High Noon, they can push them all the way back in this room. Yep, there it is, over 100 meters now. Good sleep onto Seeker. Nade coming in, the body block's coming out. However, as Vega narrowly getting that sound barrier off. Toronto Defiant are still going to be able to clutch out this fight by the looks of it. Not before Zera at least gets one kill.
Hello. Gosh, and not before you've already seen Nightmare get a 111 meter push out of all of that. That's a huge deficit now that Toronto Defiant are going to have to make up. Still 4 minutes and 20 seconds though in order to do that, so there's a lot of time on the table for Toronto to work with, and a lot of ultimates as well. Someone's going to have this D.Va bomb up soon just to have a second life. You got the Nano as well, and D.Va with Nano has just been a menace. Even Sugar Free having this too, survivable.
Yeah, ice direct in the sky. Zera's 1 HP. Didn't take too many bullets there from someone to secure the kill. Nano Barrage invested by Toronto Defiant. It's okay. They find a team kill. They find the semblance of control of the bot. Finally, 3 and a bit minutes to go as they push towards that checkpoint.
This fight's going to be really critical, though, because Toronto would love to be able to get the checkpoint here, open up their close spawns, but they have to contend with this Admiral sound barrier. Big barrier advantage here for Nightmare, as you look at also this Cage coming up from Infected with the Pharah Barrage. So it's going to be really tough. Toronto don't necessarily have a lot of just sheer firepower and ultimates to contend with this sound barrier.
I have a Cage Barrage, too. High Noon Seeker is just so far out in the open there. Easy kill for Merit. Barrage from Zera, still trying to be the difference maker for the team, but quickly dealt with by Sugar Free. Of course, the classic press Q to die button was easily dealt with, and that is checkpoint for Toronto. Nightmare still with a big ult advantage coming into this next one. They just cannot get picked.
Oh, Zera has switched. The Pharah duel, not for him anymore. He's gonna go over to the Genji instead. Merit is So that's actually going to be a pretty big deal when you look at how you're going to be able to contend with the Pharah from even Sugar-Free side. I think just access to the backline that you have too versus Vega and RuPaul, a little bit more static than the Kiriko that Nightmare's going to have.
I like the timing of this switch as well, Rose. 2.5 minutes to go. Nightmare have the lead. They can end the game with a Cage Blade if they really want to. RuPaul is in the backline right now at the moment. Sound Barrier comes in. It's actually going to hit Zera too, so it should be an easy isolation kill onto RuPaul, and it is. The main source of healing there for Toronto Defiant was off on a flank trying to get a nade on the backline.
And that is going to be a team kill, a full team wipe as Toronto, they get pushed all the way back to this midpoint once again. Oh boy, that was not great.
Ambitious,
this sub 2 minutes.
An ambitious flank from RuPaul. As Nightmare recognize that RuPaul's on the flank, use Sandbag, push on, Zera gets the kill, and now they're back to their corner of the checkpoint. The rush comes in. They're looking at Sugar-Free right now as a sound barrier from Vega is going to be there to try and match. A fully charged railgun there on Seeker, but this barrage is just too powerful, too strong with the nano boost layered on top. Adrenaline infected dead, but how many meters can they realistically get here? If you're Toronto, Nightmare are spawning around the same time, and with the Lucio, you're not really even going to get an opportunity, Rose, to push the bot at all, or the barricade. They can push the bot though.
Yes, I think you get to this first checkpoint, but you still have to wait around this corner. You don't want to overextend in this position when you know that like Seeker's gonna have this overclock. So these are perfect sightlines for him. You can't extend past this corner. Force Seeker to have to come to you.
OC available. Perfect straightaway as well. Hopefully there's a collateral in his sights. High Noon used here. Genji, everybody thrown in at Merit to try and deny that High Noon, and deny they do as Merit ends up falling over, although Infective going a little bit too close to Sugar-Free's missiles. Seeker still with this overclock, manages to kill Vega, so a scrappy fight here for both sides. But again, Nightmare are in full control right now. There's 20 seconds to go. Toronto have to regroup, and they also have to get 44 plus meters.
And they have no ultimates to do that versus Zera's Blade. You talked about the Cage Blade potentially being on the table. I think the Blade might be enough here. You are going to be able to make this a really easy team fight victory if you can do that, and then some.
You need this nano boost if you're RuPaul, and I think that's what they're building up towards now. Someone just needs to take a little bit of chunk damage.
Time.
Peek, Matrix, they have nano boost. Yep, there you go, RuPaul calling for it, just waiting, hunting, searching. There's the nano, it's on the far, but Sugar-Free instantly taken out. Zero, I think that was a deflected rocket straight back in his face. He is anti right now, but this sound barrier in the blade, that's gonna be it for Nightmare, you got to imagine. No way Merit comes back with this one, although I say that, still gets the kill on Zero regardless. Someone is going to get desuited, but this will be Nightmare claiming Runasapi and tying the series.
They had the perfect win condition on the board at the end of it, and they were so ready for that Nano Pharah. Like, Infected was right there, ready to secure the pick after that deflected rocket came through. Very heads-up play. Nightmare, that was why they wanted to go to Runasapi, and they won on their map.
They got like 130 meters against Timeless the other day. You know they're confident coming into this. And extra confident, I would imagine, too, knowing that Toronto lost to NRG Shock. They aren't the unbeatable gods of North American Overwatch any longer. They can bleed. Nightmare pick up that map. It's Toronto's choice now as to where we end up going. Can't go to push now, of course, so it'll be hybrid escort or flashpoint. Yeah, they were perfectly lying in wait there for the Nano Pharah. It happened multiple fights in a row, Rose, where they send Sugar-Free in with the Nano. If he's got Barrage, great. If not, we know he's going to hit some nasty directs, and they're going to wipe your team. But Zera standing there with the deflect and Infected, everybody just looked at him and he instantly died.
Yeah, I think you just know sort of how Toronto were winning some of those previous fights. It's like Nano Barrage. Like, there was an opportunity there to get another one online. If Sugar-Free had actually been able to grab a couple more picks, I think he was like 70% to the Barrage before they ended up taking him down. So maybe a little bit early of the Nano Boost, but you're hoping that that additional amplified damage would get you there at the end of the day. But there were some really interesting swaps coming through from both teams. Like, originally right out the gates. We saw Nightmare try to commit to this Tracer Sombra Winston comp that they had played before. There was no Winston on the other side. In fact, it was just the Mauga. So they said, okay, we can't really play this. We'll just match you on the Mauga and force someone to have to go to the D.Va instead. It's really interesting counterplay, and I think we're going to see this a lot throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, you can tell Kasaurus and Danny, you know, doing the homework against Nightmare, knowing that they're going to bring out that comp pros, and yeah, I think that's why they rocked up with the Mauga first. God, yeah, just changing that so late into the game as well, with Zera going over to the Genji. It's just a win condition you hold on to, which is such a interesting game mode in that regard, because you don't have to keep pushing the lead. You got 100 meters, like you're chilling. On most payload map or push maps, you are chilling with that, and then you just hang back, you fight mid over and over again, and then we fight for last fight on our side of the map as well. Here are some tats from the last game, pretty close to fair so far. 30 deaths to 34, you got 1.1 KD to 0.9, even though Nightmare ended up coming out with the win.
That's just team playing, team coordination, and these maps are going to continue to be close. Even looking back to just Busan, it was still a 2-1, even though we saw Toronto win it out at the end of the day. Those rounds ended up being pretty close outside of downtown. But as we look at the rest of the map pool, it's going to be Dorado, picked by Toronto Defiant. So leaning into the potency that Merit can have on this hit scan is just going to be such a big boon for Toronto Defiant heading into the rest of the series. Widowmaker. We gotta see the Merit Widow. I'm so excited.
Yes, please.
Please.
Saw so much sick Widow play the other day. We'll be surprised we don't see that here as well. So look at what Toronto run on defense. Yeah, just kind of classic dive. Vega and RuPaul on the Brigana. Merit on the Widow. Seeker's definitely going to match. I think it's probably just going to be a mirror. Just a super fast dive, or well, I guess not as fast as like with the Lucio comps, but just dive on the high ground. It's going to be all up to Seeker and Merit to really open things up classically and historically on this first point. Whoever wins the Widow duel, you're going to end up pushing that payload pretty far, or defending the payload. It's so oppressive, some of these angles the Widows can get.
Yep. But pay attention to the Anas and the Winstons as well. RuPaul and CJ, they also have a pretty big job to do with landing these anti-nades and making these dives even better for the Winstons to follow up on.
I like this.
So there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle here. But yeah, this symmetric teleporter to get these sites to the high ground is great for Seeker. You even have this brick shield just to help support you.
You can short grapple on that little roof as well to get some additional height. And look at that. Admiral being the personal bodyguard to Seeker. I wonder how much she's getting an hour. Oh.
Not enough.
Good shot.
I feel like that's like a low ping in the Overwatch universe.
Standing in front of the Widowmaker, yeah. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, I don't know. Slowly but surely. And taking this angle too, you can't really hold this ledge, like where Merit is right now. And Merit is just constantly grappling off of cooldown to see if he can find a shot on to Seeker. Because Seeker is so safe up here with the Brigandana. Like, you're not even worried about the Winston dive either.
And look at where that card has moved already. Pushed towards the archway, but it's going to be CJ that's first to fall. It's the nades again coming through from RuPaul that are helping to finish up those dives.
Good shot from Seeker. It won't matter, as RuPaul has decided to take over the game. Already got a nano boost too, 5% away.
Really big healing coming through on the rest of the team outside of just the anti-nade damage. So the nano boost could be applied to someone immediately.
Wow, okay. Vega just goes down. Nice little boop there onto someone, but he saved that jump. Well, you may have sights, but you still got to deal with someone. Although another nice flail coming through from Admiral, stopping someone getting maximum value with their nano. They do end up losing Vega pretty early on here, so Toronto, they don't want to be too aggressive. They're going to play this a little bit more coy.
Seeker still gets a chance to set up behind this payload, so it makes it more difficult for Toronto to just kind of keep up the pressure with that defense. And so as they wait for their reinforcements to come back too, it's just going to have to be around this fountain. Oh, Seeker gets so low.
Still kept alive though, somehow. My word, the support coming through. Just those healing resources being thrown into Seeker there. Good little sleep on the Tracer as well. RuPaul is having an absolute wonder of a game right now. This defense is looking exceptionally strong for Toronto Defiant. In fact, it does kill Merit, but I mean, even though you got Nano, you're pretty much dead. Like, there's no follow-up there. I'm only a minute and 20 seconds to go, too, for Nightmare.
Now, this is the Toronto Defiant we've come to expect on something like this Winston dive. Someone being able to play outside of the bubbles, just trying to go after the Widowmaker, but also just with the support of RuPaul. The anti-nades have been so good. Someone's been able to follow up on them fantastically. Maybe missing out sometimes a couple of the jump resources, but despite that, very strong defense from Toronto. 50 seconds left. They still have this rally to play around, and Sugar Free's Pulse could go very big here. Mare's also close to sight, so if you see Toronto Defiant actually win out this next fight, then they can use the sights to extend to overtime.
Oh, there is the sights from Merit. This is going to be down at 20 seconds. See if Merit can find the shot, looking at Seeker. Seeker hiding behind the cactus. Got the prop hunt going on. Okay, now they're starting to make their move. Sights are down in 2, and they know it. One shot on to Admiral's shield. There is a rally here for Admiral, so if they do get dove, they can just pop that as a safety net. Merit is still hunting for Seeker here. But with 10 seconds to go, Nightmare have to do something. If someone does get anti, jumps back to the rest of his team. A little bit of space here created.
In fact, is looking for the opportunity to get this Primal online, but it's going to be the Nano from RuPaul first onto someone to go after this
Good sleep. Oh, Seeker gets destroyed by RuPaul again. That's got to have been a sleep on the Widowmaker. And now Sugar Free with the pulse bomb. Easiest stick of his life as well. Both bricks bashing into each other there, so sets Seeker up, Sugar Free up with an easy kill. Primal Rage from Infected. It's the only thing that's going to keep him in this one. Zero ends up going down, and with this Primal, you're gonna have to, you're looking like a Gougeway Primal here to try and find something. Seeker does end up blaming Sugar Free from across the map, and with these sights active, Toronto Defiant need to play cautious. They cannot go down here. Infected does end up eventually falling as Admiral, the only one left alive for Nightmare on the points. That will be that. That payload making it just before that first point, and Toronto Defiant with an unbelievable hold on Dorado.
Well, if there's something that we know that they can do really well, it's hold an escort map.
True.
Going back to the Shambali Monastery, getting the fuller hold after being full health themselves. Yikes. I do not like Nightmare's chances to match the fuller hold.
If anybody can do it, we can do it. That's what I'll be saying in comms right now. Teams can do it. Look, it's winnable.
They can. It's just so tough. It's so tough.
Look at where the payload is. Like, that's such an odd place. Not an odd place. There's a lot of like cover you can kind of jostle around, and you can.
It is awkward.
You can stall it, but any kind of first hold here is going to be an awkward hold.
And Merit getting a pick, like a single pick on the attack, is just going to blow this defense wide open for them to get to that point.
Which is something we saw on Dorado recently, where it's been tough sometimes for teams to really get it going. It's, okay, we're going to wait for a Widowmaker peek or a pick, wait for theirs to go down, or we maybe pick off a support, or maybe the other DPS. And slowly but surely that time is running out. The Widowmaker just doesn't have enough in the bank. You know, you're hoping your grapple comes off every 2 seconds, but you're still waiting and waiting and waiting, and that pick just never comes. We'll see what Merit can do. Surely he sees Infected yet. Knows the Winston is up there. Probably doesn't know Zera is also lurking.
Gotta be careful wherever that Tracer is going to be. Very slippery at times.
They know now.
Or just trust in your team. Trust in your team. Someone and RuPaul together have been a very dynamic duo.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
There's one kill for Seeker. Nice little shot to Vega. That will be good for a few seconds or so. And putting pressure on the enemy Widowmaker here too is really nice for Seeker. You don't have to worry as much, and you can see, we just saw through Seeker's scope there. And you can see where Merit is. Like, Merit's struggling to get anything done. In fact, just permanently booped off. In fact, look, can't do anything. Just
like low ground Widow.
No chance to even aggressively peek Seeker at all, because he's constantly scared. of Infected just jumping on it.
Looking down. Yeah, you saw that too. Like the look downward just to make sure that your head is in the perfect sight lines for Seeker, and Infected finds him anyway. There's another big stall tactic. The rest of the team is starting to push the cart underneath the archway though. Maybe buying a little bit more space here for Merit to try to get set up, but it's really on RuPaul and someone to try to push this high ground control back.
That's what I was talking about, slowly running out of time, right? Merit's on a
2.5 minutes.
More of a defensive angle now in your bottom left.
Nano boost.
Jump for Seeker. Nano boost in the back. Luckily, Merit has received a pack there. Sleep onto Infected. Nano boost is going to wear off, but the Primal Rage has already been earned. Just going to bop around this brig for now. And just staying alive is going to be most important for Infected. Looks like Zera actually stuck Sugar Free, adding insult to injury there in the Tracer duel. Nano boost now for someone. Jumps to the back. Where's the sleep? The nade landed. Primal Rage available for someone as well, and he's going to keep going in. CJ the target, but he quickly flips over to Seeker, getting some revenge there for Merit. And now Merit can maybe just line up some shots, but already, I mean, Zera's managed to tie this one up with a kill onto Vega. Someone does get back to the rest of his team, but Bears Napis, it's Zera's time to shine. You just run forward with this overhealth. The rally popped by Admiral, and as Zera just goes in extremely aggressively, no blinks left, has to hit that recall to stay in this, as Toronto Defiant, their time back now, whittling down to 1 minute and 30.
So, minute and a half left. You're gonna have to wait for Seeker's sights to expire. Then Merit can go back with his own, and that'll help to even up the score a little bit. And as staggered, so that we are going to see Toronto with a little bit better sight lines, but you got to make the magic happen here. There's not much time left on the clock. You have the pulse bomb though from Sugar Free and the rally from Vega to start.
That's a big nade on Vega and RuPaul though. A fantastic one by CJ. Both Arna's dead and a Winston too. A pulse bomb onto Vega, and what a shot by Seeker. Whips round, kills Sugar Free. It's a winner versus Winston duel, and it's all a Winston world right now. This Hera's also pretty low with no recall. Has to pick up that mini pack, but there's 47 seconds to go. Toronto Defiant have found the fuller hold in their series previous, but are they going to get fuller held on is the question here.
Oh, looks like that could potentially be the case. It's going to be a full 5v5 again. It's going to be CJ, the only player with a nano online.
Nano boost.
Immediately donating that over to
Straight to the back. A nade onto Sugar Free, instantly taking out the Tracer. Zera is traded by RuPaul, but this Primal Rage from Infected could isolate the backline for Toronto Defiant, but now they've earned a nano of their own. There's going to be a chance to touch heroes.
Yeah, someone's already going to keep this payload moving, but it's going to be Merit that gets blocked for the healing from that monkey.
Primal Rage from Infected jumps up onto the high ground. This nano boost from RuPaul might need to get attached to Vega, but no. Being a little bit more greedy with it. Overtime triggered, and Vega's already dead. RuPaul's going to be so alone in this backline now, but the nano was deployed successfully. Someone jumps to the back, but instantly gets slept. CJ and Mabro might just be able to stay alive in this one while Infected kills the backline. Merit ends up going down. Seeker now paid attention to. Tries to go for the air shot, but a swing and a miss. Zera is back, and he ends up killing RuPaul as Infected still lays down the law on the Winston. Someone ends up going to that mini pack, but that's all the support he's really going to receive. Another nice sleep. They've just gone and done it, Rose. Nightmare are going to be able to clean on up, and a fuller hold is going to come through. Nightmare, they've only got one left, and it's Sugar Free on the payload, and he gets slain. Nightmare with the fuller hold on Dorado.
On Toronto's map pick of all things. Listen, I apologize. I was not familiar with the Nightmare game of being able to get the fuller hold. It just is so difficult from that position. But Seeker came up so big in the Widow duels. And despite the fact that maybe wasn't able to open things up a little bit further on Dorado, came up when it mattered most, and that was on the defense to make sure that we could not see Toronto actually get that golden box of victory.
If they can do it,
how amazing.
We can do it too. That's the spirit. Nightmare, fuller holding on Dorado against Toronto Defiant.
That's crazy.
Is that the mental breaker there for Toronto? Let's jump over to the desk. A fuller hold, another one?
You never know, Jack. You never know. I mean, quite frankly, this was on the back of heroics being pulled from individuals. Let's run it back. Let's talk about this series. At the very beginning, it started to look very competitive there. Nightmare, of course, taking that first round. It was interesting. We saw some interesting flavors there as well in terms of their composition. Then a straight Winston dive mirror just didn't go too well, but that's against someone, so what do you expect, right? The ice there on the back line. However, after that, Man, like you focused on the DPS heading into it. As you said, you have your eyes on Zero as well as Seeker, and Zero and Seeker popped off.
Yeah, Seeker was great in the Widow, and I expected that. And I talked about these players needing like a career high performance to win this match, and frankly, I feel like that's what we're getting. I mean, Zero on the Tracer has been much hotter than Sugar Free this series. The picks on the Pharah, winning that duel, on Paraiso more often than not. On the Tracer, Immaculate even got a stick onto Sugar Free, which is definitely bites in the Tracer duel. When you get that stick on the other Tracer when she doesn't have recall, it hurts in the Tracer duel. And Zero, I mean, I talked about him being a huge performer, whether the team is winning, losing, it doesn't matter. He's in the feed. He's always finding kills. He's always finding his openings. And so he's not scared of Toronto Defiant. He's continuing to give that career best performance that is frankly necessary for this win, but I feel like the pressure is not getting to him. Zero, masterful performance. This is a name that I think anybody watching NA Overwatch has to be thinking about when it comes to flex DPS.
Yeah, and it's funny, at the start of the year, I distinctly remember going into the first stage of OWCS, looking at a few names, and we said Infected and Zero had really stood out going into this season, and it's paying dividends right now. It's been a journey for both of these players. Infected, of course, playing for NRG over in Dallas, but now here on Nightmare instead. Against Toronto Defiant, you're up 2-1. This is a situation I did not think we'd find ourselves in. I thought this was going to be Toronto Defiant, just like taking this in a 3-1 matchup. But being full or held on Dorado, it's another one of those moments where you're like, Toronto Defiant, are you like choking? Like, what's going on? They're not like playing themselves?
Yeah, Toronto Defiant got Toronto Defiant.
I gotta say, both Annas had huge games on Dorado, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, RuPaul on the defense, he was lighting it up, and I was like, okay, RuPaul's having a big game. The Anna Brig is so good for Toronto. And then CJ just comes out on the defense and is masterful, kept sleeping someone over and over again, found his own huge nades. I mean, it's a very hard map to attack. Like, famously, that first point is really hard to break in the Widow Mirror, but Nightmare have the wherewithal to stay focused despite being full held.
Okay, Paraiso is the map we're going to see next. Johnny, do you expect any switch-ups here? Is this just going to be a dive?
You want to play dive. You want to play dive. You put Merit on the long range. Just kind of great Brig on a map.
Double down, yeah.
Double down on it. Let's see if they can bring it back, or if Nightmare is starting to run away with this. Nani, no one would have expected this outcome. This is the losers finals. One of those teams will move on to the grand finals. Jack, Rose, take it away.
Double down on the dive. Yeah, I mean, Paraiso, that is the place to be if you want to do that. Nightmare going to do something maybe a little bit cheeky here with the teleport bastion, but I don't think it's going to find too much if they do attempt it. All right, Rose, here we go. Toronto Defiant, not used to losing maps, let alone series, and Nightmare right now on match point and might have a match ahead of them later today against NRG Shock if things keep going their way.
How crazy would it be if we saw Toronto Defiant get knocked out in third place? Well, after the stages that they've had, winning stage 1 and 2, hands down, no contest, I think that would be an incredible feat for North America and absolutely evaporate that tier gap, as you said.
Seeker Bastion.
But we are going to see Nightmare actually step out of spawn with this composition that they've been playing on Circuit Royale. This Bastion, Symmetra, Reinhardt comp completely pushes Toronto Defiant back.
Well, hello there. These nades are going to be rather painful for Nightmare. Same with these dynamites, to be fair. They've got a lot of ways to deal with people hiding in small rooms like this. TP onto the point now. Nade hits the shield. Infected doing a good job of blocking that. The point isn't going to be contested for too long. How have they still managed to get a tick?
Like, you can get away with a little bit more than that.
Oh, what a nade from RuPaul! Pays for it with his life, and that lamp from CJ was godlike. They still lose players here. Admiral, Infected, and Zera are still alive. They've got to chase down this Ashe somehow. Fire Strike's going a little bit wide there, but it will be Zera just with the beam to clean up Merit. RuPaul tried for the hero play, and hero play it was not.
That is point. Like, okay, someone comes back in with the primal rage, but you have the beat, the window.
Oh, the nano, yeah, this should be the backline getting crunched here by someone. Those nano hands, they're doing a lot of work. 98 for 7.1. I mean, that sucks. That really sucks if you're Nightmare. You're really hoping to cap off of those kills. But Toronto, they're going to hold strong.
Oh, they're going to hold steadfast with this comp, too. Yeah, Seeker was thinking about coming back on the Sombra, but just immediately switches back to the Bastion, knowing the full team took out the reset. Sombra would have been nice had Nightmare been able to keep putting on that pressure.
Unbelievable
the nade is
huge. No kills. How was there nothing there? In fact, RuPaul is the one to die. What? What did I just see?
They overextended.
With a 180 headshot shatter onto Sugarfree and just denies him the pulse. Infected. That was disgusting. Nightmare are going to be able to claim this point as well. You step into my domain as Tracer versus the Reinhardt. 4 minutes to go for Nightmare as they cap first.
Oh my god, with the Optimus Prime skin, no less. Sick skin, by the way. Holy cow. Yeah, I mean, like, just a little lag in the system, I guess. Not being able to get that after 98%. Instantly going to see a switch from the Toronto Defiant side. It's going to be the Alari here for Vega.
Yeah, more damage on the front line. That's all they want. Nothing to cleanse it either, this the ultimate. Although the lamp can come in rather clutch.
Or just like hit this shield. You got shield. You got symmetric teleporters. You got all these buildings. Does it actually matter whether or not you can cleanse it?
Yeah, I mean, you got the damage.
Just don't get hit.
Coming from Vega right now. I mean, Nightmare looking for this TP. Question is, where are they going to pop it down? Just waiting for the shield to recharge. Waiting for the CDs. And TP. Okay, they're gone. Who do you need? Dynamite coming through from Merit. Doesn't manage to hit anybody. Oh, the nano boost onto someone. Yeah, kind of the perfect response. You guys are all grouped up. Well, Infected still kills RuPaul. But they are going to stagger the right a little bit there.
Because you got out a pretty big piece. RuPaul now having to come back from spawn, not feeling so great. Maybe the payload can move a little bit farther. But you have a couple of ultimates to initiate on this next fight too. Nightmare can throw the Mortar Strike into things. You also have the Symmetra. But well, I think that's actually a really great way to split up this fight.
Mortar Strike on this high ground. Little outburst to get away. Seeker always holding on to that last one. Did that over and over again on the Circuit Royale games. Pretty easy to get caught out by that sometimes. Merit with the bob in the background. Oh, that Dynamite's massive as well. Infected doesn't fail to impress when he's on the Reinhardt, that's for sure. Sugarfree going down to Zera's turrets, but still, Toronto Defiant holding on to this second point. It's so hard without the dive. Mad respect for Nightmare sticking with his comp, but it's going to be a tough affair. I mean, you're jumping into Captive Sun and Primal Rage.
Yeah, that is a tough point of running this Reinhardt comp. The Symmetric Teleporter only has so many opportunities to be used.
Oh, the boot.
But it's a nice pivot to the high ground.
Yeah, they managed
to push them back a little
to get Vega off of heights. Shatter goes on the point. Someone jumps out the way. That pulse one did a lot of damage. But there was a land from CJ that made sure they stayed alive for this Primal Rage, just setting Vega up with an easy kill onto the Baptiste. You're just not winning this, I don't think. Zera still manages to come up with two somehow. The Sim should die eventually to the Flame. There it is.
I feel like you switch now. You have a minute left to try to push this over the final point. Find a little bit of this second point, and so we do see the comp switch. It's going to be Infected over to the D.Va, and it's going to be Echo Tracer here for the DPS lineup of Nightmare. You have the Sound Barrier as well, so this is one way to take this fight a little bit more aggressively, but I don't think you're expecting to get any of these ultimates online for these newly switched players.
Double support.
It's going to be off the back of the Amp Matrix and Sound Barrier.
Double support ultimate for Nightmare. Getting up with this high ground is a bit easier now with this D.Va. Captain Sun comes in. Admiral hits 4. Vega ends up going down. Infected even eating that ultimate as well. All right, that's all you needed. You need a little bit of dive. The Bastion not quite working out on second point, but Infected's D.Va does. They end up diving on Merit. Good sleep there from RuPaul, and a nano boost onto the Ash. Oh, dearie me. He's scary at the best of times, but when he's got a nano, it's not something you want to ever come across. Not an official, not a ranked game, not a custom, not whatever, but that will be where the payload ends. Nightmare getting it just about halfway to second. And now Toronto, on their back pick, get their chance to attack.
I really would have liked to see Nightmare make those switches sooner. It's too bad that even with the 3 minutes that they had, they still fully committed to this like Reinhardt and Bastion. I think the D.Va, the Tracer, Echo coming out a little bit sooner there maybe gets them a little bit more on this map, but on the flip side of things, they could just run out with a D.Va right away if they wanted to on the defense, or try this Bastion once again. Maybe they just don't feel super confident with the Winston versus Winston at the moment. But they come out on the Winston. Yeah, like I don't know why they wouldn't be confident. That's the crazy part.
I just catching people off with the Bastion. That has been their MO recently, which is it has been working out. Eventually, though, as soon as you reveal the trick, the magic trick, eventually people are going to find ways to, oh, this is actually how we play around it. Oh, we just position here, like, oh, we have this big. Yeah, Bastion on the defense would be, that would be a devastating lack of a frontal lobe, I think. Toronto Defiant, yeah, obviously they're just going to run the dive. I want to see if Vega ends up sticking on this Alari too. Don't mind the Alari on this point. Getting the high ground with the Ana and putting your little pylon in the little room. Really nice. It's hard to hard to kill the pylon, plus you do so much extra damage compared to someone like a brick.
Yeah, I agree. I like the extra damage, especially on something like this attack push. Just knowing that, like, you take out Admiral here, like, that's so big.
Wow, Admiral just dies to a swift dive per minute to go box, side of French fries. And not the ones that got spilled out on the side of the 5 the other day. All right, Nightmare.
Oh my God.
That is, oh, give him the bag, son. That is point A in, what? 30 seconds, not even 30 seconds. That was pretty quick.
Yeah. That is point A. Let's take a look at where that box is, and it's not very far. We do not have any ultimates right now for either team, but it didn't matter on that first point. It might not matter again. You're just hoping that there's going to be a quick pick. Zera, where did that happen?
Yeah, maybe a little differential
Did I
there.
have to back up?
By Sugar Free. Someone's going to, in fact, just going to try and hold on as someone just testing the waters a little bit there. Infective, are you going to back down? If you back down, Infective, you lose it. We take control of this high ground. It's very over for you. Zera's back. Matches Sugar Free real fast.
Yeah, but Sugar Free has pulse. RuPaul has nano. It's already looking kind of over.
Final fight almost, right?
To find the value. It is.
That golden box of victory so close. Sugar Free, ice in his veins.
Robson for Merit too.
Dashing over to Seeker. Good little bit of tracking there on the Ashe. They're burning all the healing resources. Stig did end up going a little bit wide, but they still killed Seeker. Zera really the only one doing damage right now. Nano boost for CJ available. Deploys it on to Infective. Now Sugar Free turning attention towards his like-for-like in the Tracer. Still need to touch that payload, by the way. Toronto Defiant have a good opportunity here to maybe get it a little bit further, but Infective goes so deep to try and secure that kill. And he gets it, but someone's doing exactly the same thing on the other side of the map. Rally deployed from Admiral. That armor building up so they can actually get the touch. Captive Sun hits the front line, and Admiral can't step up to the points. Toronto Defiant coming back in the series. We're going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen, as Toronto handily dispatch of Nightmare.
This is what you would have expected to see Toronto do on Dorado, like another map pick that they had chosen specifically to be able to run this Winston and put all of the eggs into the Winston and the Merit hit scan basket. It finally worked out this time around, though. I hesitate and wonder whether or not part of it was because Nightmare decided to play a very unique composition on Paraiso of all maps, but it was great. It was peak entertainment.
That's what we're here for.
But for Toronto, it also was a piece of cake.
Yeah, it was. On that second point, felt like Nightmare stayed on that comp, like you mentioned, Rose, a little bit too long. Tough map, too, and you can see why Toronto wants to go here. We want to match you in the dive. Paraiso is the perfect place for that. This this Hail Mary nade, the hero nade from RuPaul was so sick, but CJ's lamp got so much value there, keeping him alive for that long. If you had no lamp, you're dead. The whole team just gets owned. And this one, too. A 5-strike kill onto RuPaul. Look at this shadow. Boom! Straight on top of his head. and survives the pulse.
So good.
Infected Giga Chad moment from the Rhine player. Johnny could never. Map number 5 here. He's on the desk right next to me as well, smiling at me now. Map number 5 here between Nightmare and Toronto Defiant. Toronto want their chance at revenge, and Nightmare, they want to upset the Titans of North America. And they've already been upset once. They know they can be the second team to do that.
There is still a possibility that Toronto goes home in third place,
which is ridiculous,
in
right?
Stage 3 of the Overwatch Champions Series. It is weird that that's even on the table. Just knowing how well they did on Stage 1 and Stage 2, the undisputed champions of North America, and the fact that they are on brink of elimination and trying to claw their way back from a map deficit in this series is absolutely wild.
Best thing for Nightmare right now is they've actually just got their map pick. Could go to a flashpoint, which makes them... Well, you have to go to a flashpoint. And out of the two... Oh, you don't want to be matched on the dive? We're going to go New Junk City, 100%. I don't think we're going to Suravasa at all here. We want to run something maybe a little bit unorthodox as well. And if you do want to run the dive, maybe you can even jump out on the Sombra again.
That's true. We could see the Tracer Sombra from the team of Nightmare. Again, if they really want to try that, they could try what they did on Runasapi. But Toronto were also ready for that. And so I do wonder and hesitate a little bit if we do go to New Junk City and they want to try that, then you also put the Mauga into Toronto Defiant's hands. Are you comfortable doing that and allowing them to have the opportunity to run the brawl? Didn't work out so great for you on Mecha Base for Busan.
Let's have a look at some substitutions coming in.
Oh, Clear's coming in. I think you're right. We're going to New Junk City.
Yep. It's been the classic for Nightmare. As soon as we go to that map, like you said, jump onto Clear.
Yep, the last time we ended up seeing Clear step into this roster was specifically for New Junk City. Clear was able to run the Mauga as well as the Zarya and the D.Va, and so there it is. We're gonna confirm we're going to New Junk City for the 5th and final map in this series.
Clear comes in. Map 5. Fresh, hot off the bench. This is the game to really prove your worth here if you're Clear. And a very clear game plan too. It's going to be, Toronto are going to expect this. They go to this map. We know they're going to be running the Mauga. So how do they end up counteracting? How do they end up finding this map and making sure they land themselves in the finals? Because it is insane that Toronto is in this position, of course. Looking at the last 2 stages, this is ridiculous. But Toronto, they're not a team to back down without a fight. And they're definitely not a team you want to miss out on either. Going to Stockholm. They got a lot of circuit points, okay? They're almost guaranteed, if not guaranteed right now, but they still want to take home a W here, which is, I think it would be a miracle if they didn't end up making it. So make sure you go get your tickets. All the information will be down here and on the socials, so go check those out as well. We're going to give the players a couple of minutes just to get warmed up for this map. We're going to jump to a quick trailer before we come back.
Even the devil looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junlin.
Oh my word.
Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano Q. This might just be enough.
There you go. Grab your tickets right now to go to Stockholm. It's going to be a good time. We'll be there. We'll be chilling. We'll be hanging out and casting some sick Overwatch as well. Quick bathroom break there for the players. She's just waiting for one more player to sit down back in their seats, and we'll be off to the races. Map number 5 versus Toronto and Nightmare. An insane story so far for Nightmare, a team that I thought could maybe even potentially take maps in the upper bracket. Toronto Defiant ended up losing and now find themselves in the lowers. Can Nightmare face NRG Shock? Will we see the PGE Seeker in the finals, or will we see Toronto Defiant with a back-to-back-to-back finals appearance here in North American OWCS?
Now you got me all excited for a potential Seeker PGE Widow off. I think that would be so fun.
Either way, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, either way, I think we're in for a great show for whatever that grand finals is going to have in store. Energy Shock, so excited to be able to sink their teeth into that grand finals. But as we take a look at the bracket, we could take a look at the lower bracket specifically to see both of these teams' journeys through the lowers. I mean, Nightmare, they have had to work hard to get to this spot. They dropped pretty early there after losing in the semifinals and then having to win out those 2 matches. You see, as they did lose to Toronto Defiant before, putting them in that position. Here's their chance for the salty run back.
Yeah, transitive properties, says NRG Shock win against Nightmare there. Shock taking down Timeless, and it was a 5-map series versus Timeless and Nightmare. So, you know, transitive properties. It makes sense in Overwatch, always has done. Definitely don't check the records for that. But yeah, that's how we ended up in this situation with Nightmare and Toronto. As we load into New Junk City. Clear's in. Rose, if you've only just joined us as well, this is the game number 5. So with Flashpoint on the horizon, Clear's going to come in. They're going to play Malga, and if you haven't already, pick up the new Battle Pass and Season 12 as well. All that stuff is out right now. Mythic Reaper skin looks pretty cool, and of course you can play Juno as well. In ranked right now.
I'm here for the Reaper skin. That's the one that I'm here for. I think it's one of the best skins they've come out with in the last couple of seasons for Reaper.
Yeah, the sound effects are really sick.
Otherwise, before that, I think like I really liked the pumpkin head Reaper skin.
Oh yeah, the classic.
That was always my favorite. The Halloween ones are so good for Reaper.
Oh yes. Witch Mercy on top, but no. Pumpkinhead Reaper on top, actually. All right, let's jump in.
So true and so big.
New Junk City, our 5th and final map. Nightmare and Toronto Defiant facing down. Clear off of the bench, subbing in for this map number 5 as we roll out in 30 seconds.
Okay, so as we get a chance to look at what both of these teams are going to run, kind of what we expected, fresh off the bench, Clear is going to be subbed into this roster to know that he's got to play this Brawl Mirror. So on the Malga at the initial point of things, but we know that Clear can also run the Zarya or the Diva if he feels like that's going to be a little bit better fit for the playstyle of Nightmare. Knowing that Zera is going to be on the Genji, not a bad way to know that, okay, well, Zarya is there too if you want to gift over a couple of Zarya bubbles, make this Genji a bit more survivable. But to match the Malga, Toronto Defiant is gonna come out of the gates here with someone on the Sigma. So going a little bit more poke style, maybe not wanting to take a little bit of a close engagement. But I feel like the Malga's just gonna walk right into you as long as you can weave past an accretion from the Sigma.
Well, Nightmare is just gonna try and bait Toronto Defiant in one direction. Nice dash there from Zera. Look at that ult charge by Zera, by the way. That was one dash and a couple of shurikens, already up to 30%. Flashpoint unlocked. Sarah dashing in again, has to hit the defect, but look how low someone is already. Pops the hands and the rock too, but Infected Clear just dodges out of the way. Lamp already used, and someone just falls over. Nightmare's comp just so quick. They have to find picks fast, Rose. Otherwise, Nightmare, they're just going to be able to outrun them. Pointing control of Toronto Defiant despite losing their tank. But it will be a quick flip for Nightmare.
And that's going to be ultimates already. I mean, CJ with the amplification matrix. What a fantastic way to start off the next fight. Admiral's really close to Sound Barrier as well at 60% charge on the table. So I think Toronto, like, you're looking at Merit right now, doing some heavy lifting with this Ashe, making sure that this is going to be a pick, and Toronto Defiant can actually get their way back in here. But it's not looking easy when you know that CJ is going to have this amp matrix as soon as you show your head.
Sugar Free's on the point for Toronto. Just trying to stall out here, trying to distract Nightmare, but they aren't distracted at all. They're moisturized and in their own lane. Window use, need to heal up that front line. Sugar Free's on the flank, hits the recall as soon as CJ looks at him. Return window for RuPaul. Wow, that rock hit from downtown as well. Didn't end up resulting in anything, but Sugar Free will again go back to contesting at the point. Looks like Zera defensively using that deflect to get down to low ground for free. Sound Barrier is going to come through for Admiral. Nightmare, they're going to lose control of the point here as Bob ends up coming out. Zera close to this blade as well, and hasn't got too many things standing in his way right now, apart from that Bob, but the Bob is doing the damage. Admiral ends up falling over, and here comes the blade. Merit, though, receives the Sound Barrier just in time, and he gives him a left hook as well as Zera ends up falling. And Toronto, Rose, they capped that point halfway through of that kerfuffle, and they're going to be up to 60% already.
It's going to be another fight, though, as you know that Nightmare can come back really quickly with the Lucio. Sarah's going to make a quick last-second decision to go over to the Mei, though, for this next one. So you can isolate someone on the Sigma. You can also even just get some good freeze down, but it's a bit of flux so early from Toronto.
Not missing too. Didn't end up connecting. Toronto Defiant 10% away from capturing this point. They're fighting outside of it right now. Clear's just trying to find this ultimate right now, but it is sub 100 HP. Clear, CJ, Seeker, they come up with the kills required. As this window perfectly positioned in order to punish Toronto Defiant's aggressive push out from the point. And Nightmare flip halfway through and capture the point. Zera switching over to the Mei. It's going to be nice for this next point too, because Clear's got this cage. And someone switching over to the Maga as well.
Yep. Oh, nope, back to the
just
Sigma.
Charging.
Spawn
tech. Just charging it forward, I'd imagine.
Oh, definitely thought about it, but yeah, going back over to the Sigma. But wow, I mean, the fact that the Gravitic Flux hit nothing, and then you got the answer back with the Amp Matrix was perfect here for Nightmare. They also had somebody flip the point while all of that chaos was happening.
Good cage. Nice rock, though.
It's a cage on the
Lamb
corner.
comes in super clutch to save Clear's life. Pops the cardiac overdrive, and someone eating most of those. Oh, what a boom from Vega!
Off the bat.
What a boom! Vega scoring 2 with one little right click. Toronto Defiant. They were more than happy for Clear to use that cage at the edge of the map. Easy cap.
Oh my goodness, yeah, like it looked so good because you were able to catch Toronto off guard as soon as they walked through the door, but then it worked against you. Fantastic moves there from Vega, now actually going to be able to match that sound barrier here from Admiral as well with all of that damage. So no barrier advantage for either side, but it's going to have to deal with the Bob and the Blizzard. Potentially from Zera if you can work up to it.
Good wall, sound barrier comes in, but CJ's already dead. They've isolated someone right now, but a sound barrier near that wall will make sure someone stays up. At least for now. Healing resources strained for Nightmare. They're going to go down, and Toronto Defiant, they mean business on this second point.
Yeah, this is still going to be another touch coming through here from Nightmare, but do Toronto make that same mistake of pushing a little bit too far forward? Someone has the Gravitic Flux again, so maybe they could do that, but you got the amplification matrix this time around from RuPaul to back it up, and I think that is a huge difference here to know that you do have a window to help with this more aggressive positioning.
All right, High Noon to start us off with. Seeker getting tickled there by Sugar Free. High Noon unleashed, didn't find much, and there's the winner for RuPaul. Seeker, oh, what a kill from Sugar Free and Seeker, traded. Good stick, better headshot and melee. Clear using the window to its full effect. They end up getting the flip. Toronto Defiant are in good stead though, Rose. They got this Gravitic Flux, and Clear's going to be in trouble. A couple of nice directs there from CJ, but it's not enough healing. There was no lamp to save you. This Blizzard onto someone is going to be nice, but you know what's even nicer? Just sitting there, letting your support save your life. Good rock to kill Seeker, and that will be Toronto putting one on the board.
Toronto tying things up in this flashpoint. Nightmare making some big compositional adjustments. Going to have Zera go back over to the Genji as it is basically a full swap across the board. Seeker to the Soldier, Clear now going to be taking up the Diva with CJ going over to the Kiriko. So they want to dive. They want to go fast into this next engagement. Not give this Sigma or this Ashe any time to set up with the Pope.
Bob for Merit in a couple of percent. Gonna try and find the dive. They end up getting in there. Clear is in and out. Bob comes through. CJ with no lamp available anymore. An easy run down there for Clear. As soon as you see that shift go off as well, you know the BAP is so vulnerable to a dive. Clear just being a little bit of a menace, but I think Bob is putting in the heavy lifting right now for Toronto Defiant.
Hello.
Bob helping to stall out. Now you've got the sound barrier. Admiral's gonna have one as well, but I think it's like up to Nightmare at this point, setting up Seeker with this Sojourn on some type of off angle to click the head of Merit or RuPaul. It's tough though, because you know what do you send this Diva after? Toronto really feeling themselves right now with this Sigma setup.
Feeling pretty confident. Sound barrier in. CJ's already dead. Vega might not even need to use his, to be fair, but he's going to unleash it anyway. No, he's not! Seeker scores him out of the skies. Vega unable to land that sound barrier. A little AJ there, but Toronto, they're still on top.
Oh, that is the second time that it's happened in this match. Poor guy. Yes, Dorado still going to be able to get the better of that team fight, but that does not feel good to have had that happen again. It's going to be a flashpoint, though, over for
We traded beats. It's all good. We won the fight with Ajax.
You gotta win the war.
Chilling. It's chilling.
It's all about the war.
But now they've got no sound barrier rows for this Flux. This Toronto Defiant Sigma composition really paying off for them right now as they rotate the longest way possible, sadly, and it's across the map diagonally. When they're going to be out together, they got Lucio. You're all right.
They're all right. Yeah, you got the other part of the Lucio kit that's very helpful for this composition. And yeah, with the Flux, as you said, the Pulse Bomb as well. There's actually a lot of incoming damage that Toronto Defiant can dish out. But like Flux versus Rush, like two pretty good answers to each other.
Yeah, and if Nightmare want to try and dive this one. Oh, they are looking at a flank, in fact. Stick hits the ground. Oh, still kills Vega, though. He slipped back. His little skates were too finely tuned there. He was just slipping and sliding across the map. This Flux is good for a kill onto CJ, and Toronto Defiant are in control at this point. Someone dancing around his own shield, but it will be clear finding the resuit. A nice little pulse bomb sends the deck pretty low as the bomb ends up going on to the point. Toronto Defiant are going to win this fight quite handily off the back of Merit's couple of kills there at the very end. Even if Vega did end up going down first. Someone now switching over to Zarya. No more Flux. Going to switch over to the Diva.
And Clear instantly, Clear instantly switches to the Mauga, seeing that there's going to be the Zarya coming out from someone. You have to try to get back into things now. Like, this is it. Nightmare so close to being able to send Toronto Defiant home, and now on the back foot, one team fight away from being sent home themselves. So this is going to have to be it. Make or break as the Rush with this cardiac overdrive from the Mauga has to flip it back in their control.
Straight over the top of the point as well. They're trying to hunt for someone. Where are the bubbles? There's one. Lab comes in. Where's the second someone? Oh, not to be found. Still on cooldown. He's easily taken care of. Seeker comes up with 2 in this fight as Nightmare. They do end up losing Zera. Someone switches over to Doom. They can still win this fight if they can touch, but they don't! Are you serious? Nightmare get off the point! Toronto Defiant! They're gonna win Town. Clear dashing towards the point. It was so winnable.
Like this. Oh, not like this. That was actually so winnable. You're right.
It was so winnable. There was a touch. There was a touch. It was so close. Clear must have been a couple of fractions of a second too late. And Toronto get the map, get the series. Their chance for revenge in the near future as they will be facing NRG Shock. And an audible gasp coming from the desk, and Johnny slamming as well as that C9 came through. You guys can talk about that one a little bit amongst yourselves.
I can't even blame Necra for this one. Usually I'll blame on Necra for any C9 happening under her care and supervision. This one was just a nightmare though. Not like this. Listen.
I don't think it mattered.
I was about to say that. I was like, whether or not that would have happened, I still feel like Toronto would have probably had it in the back, although Nightmare did give themselves one last chance there, one more opportunity to maybe bring it back on this map.
Yeah, I mean, the Sigma was so impactful from someone, and I think someone did so much work throughout the entire series, even on the maps where Toronto Defiant struggled to gain momentum, like on Dorado, for example, not being able to cap that first point and win that map. Someone is trying to find momentum and he's trying to find picks, and the Sigma was just so good in that matchup on New Junk City, and a huge reason why they clutched out in that fight.
Yeah, I have to agree. Someone always a master, and I think this was a map where Toronto had experienced the difficulty before playing into the Malga matchup, but they came so well prepared with this Sigma. And Clear, for being an off-tank specialist, I think he struggled once the Sigma came out. I think Toronto were just confident we can win any matchup with the Sig. Maybe there was a way for like a Venture Genji look to make the Malga still work, but tough for Clear given that he doesn't really have a counter pick available. So Toronto, as usual, finding a way to get an edge But man,
So
the
close.
tier break is gone, right?
So close.
Like I want to really shout out Nightmare for having an incredible run in the tournament, for being incredibly impressive, and also to show how incredibly difficult it is to do what Toronto has done for almost the whole year now in North America, which is to be on top and stay on top when you don't necessarily have the elite competition pushing you higher, to stay at the top, to continue to improve. When you have this massive target on your back, now we're seeing the fruit of that labor from all these highly motivated up-and-coming players, you know, chasing after Toronto, reaching high, and becoming now true competitors to Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, the next gen of NA talent is on the rise. That said, the juggernauts still remain. You still have to take down the likes of Merit, and that's never going to be an easy feat. Angry Merit, I'm living for him.
Money Merit with his back against the wall. Yes, you don't want that. You don't want these hands, but you're going to have to get him. You're going to have to somehow fight against him. And I'm worried because when Merit is hot, I think there's few players on the planet who can stand against him with someone at his side. I mean, this is a terrifying squad. For me, this isn't Toronto showing weakness. What I've seen is this, that, you know, teams like Nightmare and NRG have leveled up, have come to play. And I can't wait for our next international event. I think I'm super excited as a fan of North American Overwatch. This is a great sign for the health of the region.
Yeah, but Merit, it's, you know, it's obvious, but job's not done yet. And
yeah.
Merit against NRG Esports or NRG Shock will have to put up a similar performance again. You know.
Oh, he will.
You gotta.
Oh, he. I'm rarely been so confident in a prediction than that Merit's gonna have a great grand final.
Merit in the grand final is iconic at this point.
Yeah, you already know.
Yeah.
It is. Let's take a look at the route that they had to take to get to said grand finals, as they shockingly somehow dropped into the lowers at the hands of Energy Shock, which they will now be facing in the grand final.
I can't
It
wait
was
to
not
see
the cleanest victory, not what we expected to see against Nightmare, but as you said, Jake, a lot of that has not to do with Toronto Defiant dropping the ball, but with the competition really leveling up.
Yeah, Zira, for me, again, had a huge game. Same with Seeker, same with the whole squad. Toronto won based on their flexibility, the ability to play like any comp in the game and to just constantly have the edge with counter picks. But they needed that. They needed every advantage. It wasn't a decisive one-sided match because Nightmare really fought back, and where they were strong, they were really impressive to me. Like these high-paced comps, Nightmare has a great grasp of it, and they have like the firepower, especially on DPS, to be a threatening team that I think now wants to play on LAN, wants to get that international competition.
Oh man, I'm glad we see Toronto in the grand finals. I think most people would have expected that. It would have been a huge shock for that not to happen. But speaking of shock, Energy Shock is the team they have to beat. And three of those players, the three of us, actually voted for our MVP in the main stage. The votes are in. You guys took to the polls. Let's see who came out on top.
Chat.
PGE, I'm a genius.
Chat.
PGE Roadhog,
Chat,
you know, mainstay.
Chat, I am you,
Chat.
you are me, we're
We need
aligned.
to talk, chat.
No, we don't.
All right.
Chat did everything
Vibes,
right.
this is Vibes MVP.
Vibes immaculate.
Yeah, this is like XQC T-Mobile MVP for the World Cup. Come on now. What? Come on now.
Excuse me, catching strays for absolutely no reason. That's rude.
Yeah, well, come on now.
Hey, all right. When
I'm just saying, PGE,
Hey.
standout maps.
Agreed.
But MVP of stage 3, sorry, Zoe, this is a little bit fraudulent.
He, to me personally, he provided a lot of value. Just look at that match after he died a bajillion times plus some. In the previous match, he came back with a revenge, with a story to tell, and he popped off. For that map alone, or rather that series alone, he should be getting all the awards. I've been thoroughly entertained by him and the entire squad. I mean, rightfully so. We voted for 3 of their players to become MVP. Now, Toronto Defiant, they're out here trying to prove us wrong, and they will get a opportunity to do that in our grand final, and that is going down after a quick break. So grab your drinks, get ready, because this one is going to be good.
Lucio. Daniel. K1? Yeah. Training. I'm going to share with you. Training. You think? I'm going to go Kier. Tier 1. Nice. Normal, okay? Let's go.
The OWCS Stage 3 Main Event Grand Finals NA Edition are coming up next, and we're here and ready to break it all down for you. Zoe, joined by Jake and Johnny, and Toronto Defiant will be facing off against Energy Shock again. The team that knocked them down to the lower bracket showed us some cracks in the armor of what previously looked like the undefeated, unbeatable Toronto Defiant. Now, they've shown some vulnerability in this main event, which ought to make this a good one. We've always joked about how the NA region is just a little more boring because there was no competition. That has changed.
No question. I mean, it's so hard to stay on top the way Toronto have for months now, with such a massive target being painted on their back. You know, the more you win, the more every other team, every other player is gunning for you. But it's awesome to see that, you know, those labors have paid off now. We got two very serious contenders that have, I mean, Energy upset Toronto Defiant. Nightmare brought them to the very brink of potentially being not a participant in the grand finals, which I think no one would have predicted. So really exciting for the NA region to see so many exciting young players popping off, taking it to Toronto. But Toronto are still a terrifying opponent. You can't take that away from them.
Yeah, just because you won once, that doesn't mean you get to do it twice, I guess. Johnny, you went back to rewatch that match and you found some key moments which highlight some of the new additions from Energy Shock and what an impact they had in their victory against Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, we haven't really had the chance to talk that much about Kellan and Ultraviolet so far, so I wanted to highlight what they did in what I think was the comeback match of the year with the reverse sweep. I'm trying to set it up, Zoe.
You can talk and walk. Come on,
so
man.
They're trying to like usher me on because I'm gonna be honest, chat. This is the longest analytical segment of the entire week, so get your hot bevy, get your blanket, and strap yourself in. I'm trying to buy time for the players to rest, go outside, do their thing, you know? But, you know, I kind of like this. So this is map 5, and we're going to see Toronto Defiant. They're playing their Brig on a composition again. And NRG, they're going to step up the tempo. They're going to play Lucio and Kiriko with the Sojourn. So you can see coming out of spawn, Kellan is already taking forward positioning on this little porch right here. And you can see how Tree and Scissors, they're in great position here, already spamming on the backline. And someone sees this, he's like, guys, we have to get rid of Kellan from this porch to gain some positioning because we want to walk up to this platform so we have sight angles towards the point. But this takes so much time. We can play this one out so we can get going with this damn thing. And we'll see that they actually, Sugar Free, blinks over and finally takes care of Kellan so they can start walking up. By this point, NRG Shock, they already have the point control. And from our here, honestly, this entire point 1, there is just no bite from Toronto Defiant. And this is what we've seen from them in the previous series against Nightmare 2. They struggle to generate any kind of momentum with this composition if they don't already have positioning. When they don't have positioning with this comp, we can't see Sugar Free get, you know, an upper hand in the Tracer duel. A Nano comes in from someone. It's an easy disengage, and we're gonna re-engage with the Kitsune Rush, and then we'll just cap the first point here we're seeing from NRG Shock. Oh, that's very funny production. And so this is my big question for the finals. It's like, are you going to win these Tracer duels? Are you going to follow up on RuPaul's Biotic Grenades? And are you going to have Sugar Free and someone pair up when you don't have positioning and get some of these dives going? Great here by Ultraviolet, closing things out with a Kitsune Rush. And now we head over to point 2. I just want to pause real quick here as well. I want to highlight that they want to get off this competition. So now they're in like an awkward position when they have Brig and the Kiriko can keep playing it. We're going to see a great Primal Rage coming from Kellan here because there's no Biotic Grenade, there's no Sleep Dart. And the rally comes out, and he's just going to have an absolute field day. And this is how they get control on the first or the second point here on Suravasa. And there's just, oh my, I mean, look at this. This is beautiful. This is art. I know I'm not tank biased, but like, this is just beautiful. Causes so much chaos, and they end up winning this fight here. Now, to close out this second point, it is going to be Kellan once again. Pause. I just want to, you know, let's play a little game here. Which backline do you think will build support ultimates first? Do you think it will be NRG Shock, or do you think it will be Toronto Defiant? Place your bets now. It is not what you think it is. Let's play this one out, and we'll see how Kellan actually takes control of the point here. And Vega and RuPaul, there is no healing done. There is no damage done. They are not building these ultimates. So by the time that Vega builds the sound barrier, RuPaul is under pressure from Kellan. This is just a great distraction from him. Follows up on RuPaul here. RuPaul finally builds the Kitsune Rush, but it's too late. He's already down and counting, and it's not going to be used. And NRG Shock, they close out, get point 2 here. I want to show it from Ultraviolet's angle as well here. You know, peeling here successfully for 3. 3, Susan come out, teleport, someone primals here, and look how he avoids the primal rage Winston. Dodges once, dodges twice, teleports, dodges one more additional time here, and someone on the Winston's like, I gotta kill this Kiriko. Here he comes. Let's juke one more time. Up onto the rooftop we go. Someone waiting for leap cooldown. Now someone is on the roof. Someone is on the roof. Can't find the Kiriko. And the Kiriko survives long enough. Great dodge here by Ultraviolet. Finally built this Kitsune Rush. And that's how they clutch out point B here on Suravasa. Just being able to stay alive that long against someone's Winston, who is one of the best Winstons in the region, that is just amazing from Ultraviolet. Now, you need a little bit of luck as well. That's all I'll say. Sugar-free. Going to have a bad time in just a few seconds here. I even built in this slow-mo. I'm so proud. Boom, boom. 5 versus 4. That's right, Jaws. Boom. Sound barrier comes in from Toronto Defiant. 4 versus 5. They're not able to win the fight. 4 versus 5. And now you're one fight away from closing out Suravasa here. Just great stuff. And now Kellan again. Forward positioning, making it difficult for Toronto Defiant to get to the point. Someone is like, I'm so tired of this damn Winston in my region. Well, good luck, someone. You finally have some competition here. Here we go. Last fight territory. Put some pressure on the Sojourn. Dives comes in from Sisters as well. Primal Rage activated. Isolate the Sojourn. And that's how you go up one member in the last fight of Suravasa. 5 versus 4 situation. No one on Toronto Defiant is able to get to the point. Great play by Kellan. Great play by Ultraviolet. And there we go. I am finished. No more of these segments for the rest of the day, for the rest of the weekend. It's been a blast. Over to you guys.
W segment, Johnny.
I loved every second of it. I had to just take a moment to take it all in.
Yeah.
It was a longer one. But honestly, though, that series was so entertaining that I feel like you could have just wrapped up the whole, like, all the maps as a highlight reel.
I will say I am more convinced than ever about Johnny's Ultraviolet MVP nomination. I was in fact watching, and that was some nasty juking on the Kiriko. That is so against a team like Toronto. So good on the dive. I mean, someone has torn apart some of the best players in the world with these Winston Tracer comps. And UV, I think maybe the hottest prospect out of NA.
Bro was
on flex support. super exciting. And on the Kyrie, I think he's really able to shine, especially the hero. More squishy now, more vulnerable. But if you got this level of jukes, you can actually, do more damage, be more threatening than she was last patch.
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, obviously, a fantastic, really breakdown of how they got it done. Now, the big question is, of course, can they do it again? Or will Toronto rock up with something different? We saw a lot of mirror match being played in that very match, and that is what I felt like made it so impressive that the Energy Shock roster actually took down Toronto, because I feel like against a roster like that, which was so untouched, a lot of teams were overcooking. They felt like, oh, we gotta reinvent the wheel, we gotta, do something really crazy, like throw in cheese comes to break them down, but not Energy Shock. They came in with like some good, honest Overwatch.
Yeah, and honest Overwatch, and also very different styles, right? When Attack came in, playing these flex support styles, and Cal as well, right? Cal and the Iliari, even though the hero's been nerfed, does a little bit less damage. It didn't look like that from Cal's POV, who was putting out huge damage, being a huge threat. And typically, it was Toronto Defiant, right, that played these double flex styles and looked like the team that was innovating the meta. But they were caught off guard, frankly, by some of those swaps. So you got to give it to NRG. To put Toronto on their heels is really impressive. But can you finish them off? I mean, it's not done yet. We still have to play the grand finals, and Toronto is not known for being a team that's easy to beat twice.
They really are not. They're known for talking the talk and then walking the walk, though. Let's see if the coaches from both of these teams have something good to say ahead of their match. So let's bring them in on our big screen. We'll have a quick chat before we're heading into this series. Gentlemen, welcome, and of course, congratulations. You both made it to the grand final. Starting with you, Kasaurus. Probably that was not the way you wanted it to go, though. You had to fight back up from the lower bracket. Was the team and you faced at all by that fact?
Look, we're just trying to get the max amount of maps here. Map 5 yesterday against NRG, they clutch it up. Today, map 5 against Nightmare, we clutch it up. Sometimes you toss the coin and it lands heads, and luckily we were able to be untouchable there on the final map. I think we made some really good adaptations, and we're looking to bring it here to NRG. Hopefully no more map 5, hopefully a map 7.
Yeah, wait, I'm curious, how do you respond to that? I mean, that was pretty convincing, or no, I don't want to say too convincing, because it did go to map 5, but it felt like you were in control, especially on that Suravasa. And Cal as well. Like, are you just going to shut them down the same way like you did yesterday?
I think they can hope for a map 7, but I'm hoping for us it's not that long of a series.
All right, locked in, looking to get it done. You know, I'm curious, like with all these roster changes, with NRG, you guys, you know, rebuilding the team, but looking stronger than ever. How has it been integrating these new guys into the squad, whether it was Tree and UV from the former M80 squad to now Kellen and Attack being on the team? How has that been with all these new players, fresh faces coming into the team?
I think once I got all these new guys, I made it like my goal like right away to make sure everyone had a role on the team and like make sure there's like a strong identity with like the lineup, like the 2 lineups of guys, like the 3-man sub out. So I think we've done that pretty good so far.
I got one more question, Zoe. I got one more question.
Throw it in. Go.
So you got fuller held on Shambali Monastery yesterday, and then you lost Blizzard World against Cal's Illari. Do you have a plan for Cal? Are you worried about Cal on the Illari at all?
You know, we've checked out the routes, and today I'm not worried. And to Weetz's point, he's looking for a quick series, so then we'll just give him a 4-0.
Hey-oh. You ask and you shall receive. Let's see if it will come true or not. Both of you, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Always great to hear it from the coaches themselves. I'm very interested to see what both of these teams have cooked up, especially because we got to see them already play against one another just yesterday. That's not a long turnaround. It's not a lot of time. What do you think the Energy Shock squad took away from this match Toronto just played?
Well, I think Toronto did show a ton of strength on their Brig Ana comps, but that's not something Energy Shock is scared to match. And even the double flex support, I think, can make it much harder to make those Brig styles work. We'll see, though. I think it's not going to be, for me, so much about, you know, the comp matchup. I really want to see, like, just the aggression out of Energy Shock, that they're not scared to take it to Toronto. I mean, Toronto has shown weakness, frankly, and I think you've got to pounce on that if you're NRG. You're the ones waiting in the upper bracket.
Yeah, for Toronto Defiant, as much as we joked about my previous breakdown, I really do feel like Toronto Defiant, when they don't have positioning, they struggle to gain momentum with that Brig Ana Ash composition. It is why they got fuller held on Dorado, because they couldn't find those opening picks or go aggressively, and it is why they also lost Busan Sanctuary, which is another round that Nightmare play this Sojourn, Lucio, Kiriko. When you play those up-tempo compositions and Toronto Defiant doesn't have space already, they have struggled a little bit. So Energy Shock, if they come back and they play more Sojourn, Lucio, Kiriko, that could be a good look for them to prevent Toronto Defiant from playing their game.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto, they're known to be a team that downloads the opponents. They don't need a long turnaround to actually turn it around. I gave the edge to them, although I did feel like I made that pred kind of before the previous match in my head. So I'm like, they looked very vulnerable. I still stick with it. I think Toronto Defiant just have too much skill on the individual roles. I just still feel like they are one tier above the rest, even though it may have looked a little shaky these past 2 days.
You know, as much as I talk about Money Merritt, you know, Merritt with his back against the wall in the playoffs, I went with Energy Shock.
He's gonna call you out on this.
I feel like there's a bit of an aura, Gav. I know he might. I'm sorry, Merritt, but I had to do it because it's not just Merritt in the server, it's a full team game, and that's why I give the edge to Energy Shock. I think this is a team that has come together on relatively short notice, but trusts each other, but is willing to, you know, every player, we've talked about this, the players having roles, doing these big sub-outs, that takes trust, that takes cooperation and coordination across a big roster, and I think they've done impressively well to bring that together, and they have very different styles that could make it hard for Toronto to adapt throughout the long series, and maybe just the aura from players like BGE, Tree, and UV that just makes me believe. I want to see Energy Shock take this.
This is shades of you predicting against Houston Outlaws and Violet last year.
Actually.
The Overwatch League, yeah. And you have to come crawling back and apologize to Violet in the interview for that. I went with Toronto Defiant. Look, I know Energy Shock beat them in the upper bracket, but we've seen this before. Toronto Defiant comes back in the grand finals. I am rooting for maximum amount of maps. Give us a 4-3, maximum Overwatch, and then we can call it an event.
And only then can we call
maximum
it an event.
Overwatch.
Maximum. I'm very interested to see where the community goes with this one. Oh,
okay.
It's all those PG voters.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. Energy Shock is just a really fun team to watch.
PG
There's
fans
so
rise
many,
up.
not just PG fans though, like it's the entire squad.
Yeah.
There's so much personality, and they've shown us a lot of versatility as well. For them to just straight up take it in an honorable mirror against the big dog, That requires some alpha energy.
Tree is Thanos. I'm just gonna say
it. And like that, the match could be over. Let's see if they can get it done yet again in the grand final here in our NA region. Necro, Jack, are you ready for this?
Oh, I'm ready.
So
They've done it once.
Oh, so
Can they do it
ready.
again? That is the question. Jake obviously thinks so. Rose, the audience thinks so as well. You know, 55 to 45%, and everybody voting for PG as the tournament MVP as well.
I was gonna say there's so many players to love. You cannot forget Rack Attack. That's one of the more like popular players on the team. How can you not love that Catboy?
Yeah, cute Catboy energy coming from Rack Attack on the daily.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump on in though. Busan, the first map chosen by Toronto Defiant here in the finals of Stage 3 OWCS in North America. NRG Shock beat them in the upper bracket finals. Reverse sweep on top of that as Toronto cowering, licking their wounds in the lower bracket and managed to beat out Nightmare not just a moment ago, it was about 10 minutes ago. So they're very warmed up for this one. But can they download the team? Have they downloaded the team? Because NRG Shock, they bought different looks. They've had Kalin for quite some time as well in that series previous, Rose, and the Alari went kind of crazy. But right now, they're starting with Rack, UV, Scissors, Tree, and Kellen as they open the gates.
Capture the objective.
We ended up seeing Toronto Defiant and Energy Shock play this out in the first map of their own series where Toronto did win, and it was off the back of the Solari and the Ana on Sanctuary, just looking so strong. But as you pay attention to how Energy Shock are coming out of the gates this time around, they are going to keep up with this Winston themselves, but it's going to just be a classic backline of Kiriko and Ana. Cal not in the roster this time around to play that Alari as we saw that last time.
Bodyguard someone. Should be paid overtime, I think. Vega stayed alive, and someone picks up a few kills there in that fight. It's Toronto. They end up coming to the point cap first.
Point capture for them, and almost a nano boost here for RuPaul as you look forward to the next matchup that we're going to have on this map. Could throw that over to someone if you want. I think that's going to be a great way to be able to chase down this backline. But as we have called out before, Ultraviolet is one of those players that can be a little bit tricky on the Kiriko. So not necessarily the best target you could go after.
They want Vega dead to rights right now. It's actually Tree that ends up falling over first. 30% and counting here for Toronto Defiant. Ooh, it's not looking close right now at the very least. Didn't even need to use that nano either. I mean, comparing the ultimate charge there from both sides. RuPaul getting that one on first. Let me run over to my spot. We're all good. We made it in time. Maybe I should just wheel the chair over. We are jumping into a brief pause. Apologies for that. Hopefully that'll be sorted in just a moment. Hopefully no more crashes either. We've had a few people's PC crashing over the last couple of days.
We've been plagued with PC crashes in North America lately.
It's all right. We'll get them out of the way.
Bad timing if that's
and
the
then
case.
we'll be a smooth sailing finals after this one. Apparently it's a microphone issue. There you go. That's what I'm hearing right now on my headset.
Okay.
So.
Well, no game crash means that we will not lose ultimate charge. We like that. We'll
plug it back in. There you go. You unplugged it, plug it back in. Works again. Tech tip number 1. And now you can be tech support for your entire family this holidays. Ultraviolet and Kellen going down. It's Toronto now.
Oh, that was such a late death. Yeah, like the chase out of Kellen is fantastic, and I think shows that someone is really willing to try to play a little bit more aggressive on the Winston. And we saw him be a little bit more meek and feeble yesterday, definitely feeling himself after the series that they just had in order to send Nightmare home and find themselves back in the grand finals, as that's going to be a Primal Rage very soon here for someone into this next fight. The Nano Boost as well, just fantastic to keep this point going for Toronto as we enter into potentially last fight territory.
I mean, Tree just got dominated there. Now Rack Attack next on the menu. It's a buffet for someone right now with this Primal Rage. Watches Ultraviolet slip into the shadows, but quickly chased down with Merit dealing at the final blow. Last fight here. Oh, and an Nano Boost onto Merit to make sure he stays alive. Scissors hoping maybe that would be the ultimate to turn this one.
But it's not going to be the case yet. Gonna have to try to come in with the rush, but Ultraviolet goes down before being able to use
Ultraviolet dead. Rose, that is just first round. Surely. Kellen uses the Primal Rage.
Yeah,
I mean, they can get to the point, sure. Sound Barrier comes in for Rack. Kellen ends up taking a quick nap. It was a two-man Sound Barrier. Ultraviolet too. He gets a nice teleport angle. Maybe there's a chance for Kellen to stay alive a minute longer, because this rush is available. Overclock is also going to get pulled. Nice anti-nade in the front line, though, and before Tree can find a kill, he's antied, killed, and, well, Bob joined the party just to say hello. That was...
Gotta have your cheerleader on the team. Bob can do that. No, that was not close. But we saw that yesterday when Toronto and Energy were on this same map. Toronto just having a very, very good handle of things. I mean, it was a quick 2-0 victory on Busan for them. Even looking at downtown, Energy Shock got absolutely shut out. They couldn't even touch the point. And so that's why maybe we see this change up in the roster for Energy Shock. They started with Cal yesterday to be able to play that double flex support with the Lariana backline. But now you have Ultraviolet in instead, hoping maybe the Kiri would have been able to do a little bit of a difference there with the Winston dive. But now you're going to have to play this Baptiste on Mecha base. This was a round we didn't end up getting a chance to see both of these teams go to yesterday. So now we see the Diva look from someone and the Mauga from Kellen.
Vega's going to have a good time on the Solari. You just can't get rotated on. That is going to be the big problem. Oh, that bio nade from RuPaul. Whew. He's been quite feisty this this bracket, and he continues to impress. Unfortunately, he does end up going down, but Toronto Defiant are kind of encapsulating NRG right now and just trying to pick people off as soon as they misstep. Tree under a lot of pressure. Someone almost with a solo kill. Bunny Blaster, maybe kill? Oh, Tree so low. Someone's still alive. Melee him. Get his ass. He got him. Vega eventually helping someone kill Tree. The point has been capped, by the way, by Toronto Defiant. However, it's NRG Shock now putting on the pressure. Vega eventually falls on the dynamite. Scissors staring death in the face and takes a face full of fire.
Well, good point capture here for Energy Shock to try to get themselves on the board. Kellen is just absolutely mowing them down with the Mauga. Unfortunately, falls off the map.
I think
he overruns off the map.
A little reset there. Yeah, I don't imagine he did that on purpose. Well, he probably did that on purpose, sorry.
Yeah, no, it wasn't an accident. But he goes back to actually switch off of the Mauga and go to the Winston. So a bit of a compositional switch up again to go back to what they ended up running on Sanctuary, knowing that we do see the Diva coming out from someone. The Winston can get a little bit of a better drop onto that backline and also get them into the fight maybe a little bit faster.
All right, then you're going to try and push out this high ground by the looks of it. Yeah, just disrupt Vega's positioning. Very fast window, another good nades on Rack Attack this time around. Sugar Free is going to try and kill the Lucio, but Ultraviolet doing a good job of actually body blocking those pulse pistol shots. Kellen in some desperate need of attention right now as the healing grenades from Ultraviolet will end up getting slung towards his general direction. But with this Bob being put on the point, or close to the point by Merit, it's going to be tough for them to push out. And to add insult to injury, a pulse bomb kill onto Tree.
Well, that's going to have to be the sound barrier coming out from Rack Attack to try to get them back into this fight.
Nano boost onto Merit. Nice little try shot there onto Rack Attack. Doesn't end up killing the Lucio, but Merit's been able to stay alive for so long. Hey, you can put that nano boost on someone, but you know Merit's hitting every single shot. Sugar Free with 2 kills, and now Toronto Defiant on final fight. 85%, almost 90, as only now as Scissors and Kellen spawning.
Rack's dead. There's going to be an anti onto Rack Attack. They can't use the speed to get in here either.
Oh, he really is the goat of nades. RuPaul looking like Jaehong of old. As Vega continues to control this high ground. RuPaul playing super far back too. Scissors and Siege should be fine. I believe that was a small hit of the recall there. Someone's going to get desuited. Unfortunately, it was overtime. Might just tick away before NRG Shock realise it. Kellen has got the Primal Rage, but they still need to touch. Captive Sun used. It actually hits the Winston. A little bit of destination damage there, but Kellen's going to be able to shrug it off in the Primal Rage. Someone does end up going down in Pilot Diva form, and now it's only Vega touching the points. I think RuPaul as well is going to fall, and that'll be the eventual flip there by NRG Shock, with only one ultimate available for this next fight.
You have to hope the overclock is going to be huge with Tree looking at letting that rip. And you can set up on the sidelines now too, knowing that Energy Shock does have control at this point. With a pretty late pick onto RuPaul, is going to delay Toronto Defiant for coming back into this one for just a little bit. But not before RuPaul might even get this Nano merit the bop once again. And so this overclock against the world, it feels like here for Shock on the defense.
I mean, if anybody can do it, it's definitely Tree.
For sure.
See where RuPaul's hanging out. Nano in hand. Might just give it to Merit again if Merit is under a little bit of pressure. Speaking of which, Kellen's going to pay them a brief visit as the point is now contested. Oh, Sugar Free going down to Scissors. They're still contesting the point, mind you, but Vega dead. Okay, reset for Toronto Defiant now. They're going to hit the S-key, just get out of there, hopefully suffer no more casualties. Actually, a bomb is going to get flung out from Merit, and that's going to force a beat from Shock. They're still going to push in here, but was that a worthy trade? I'm not sure it is.
Not too bad if you know that RuPaul only has the Nano. That's the only ultimate left here for Toronto Defiant.
Oh.
So if you can, I mean, there's the pick.
All right, pick comes through. Ultraviolet kills RuPaul.
So now there's no Nano.
Yeah, Vega's not close to the ult either. Good eat from someone denying that stick onto Vega. And Scissors going pretty low without a recall too. Vega using the outburst to jump away from the overclock. And now someone trying to eat as many railgun shots as possible. OT approaching now for NRG Shock because Vega ends up getting eliminated by Kellen. Overstaying is welcome on the high ground. Nano boost deployed onto someone as he chases down the front line. Tree does end up falling over to someone, but not before someone can secure these kills. It's Ultraviolet and Scissors in the kill feed. A self-destruct is going to help someone hit the remake here, but he might just get killed before he can actually get in it. Yeah, Kellen kills the pilot Tiva. Toronto Defiant on their last leg says, oh, a DC on NRG Shock's side. I mean, what, there's 1, 2, 3 players alive from Shock. They should be good. That should be their round. It looked like it was going that way.
That was Ultraviolet, though. That's unfortunate. Like, just one of the supports being such a pivotal piece of the puzzle. So sad.
We'll get all these out the way first.
We spoke too soon.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Only a headset issue? No.
Unfortunately not. We can't unplug this one and plug it back in. Just a quick disconnect there from UV. Should get back in just a moment. Fingers crossed. They are very close to winning this round, that being at NRG. So we should go to a downtown Busan, but we'll have to wait and see. Because now there's DC. It's like, I'm not sure where UV was as well. I know it was like half a second ago, but I can't remember where he was positioned. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see until we come back. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but we are jumping into a brief pause.
If we do go to downtown, though, and we do see Energy Shock tie it up, then downtown is where they did get absolutely, like, slaughtered. They could not touch the point. Toronto has done this twice now to 2 different teams. Nightmare also on the receiving end of that, having to deal with the Ashe and the Winston dive. So, maybe they've learned a little something. Maybe it'll be a little different with the Kiriko Lucio backline instead or something.
Thinking about that, Rose, actually, someone's Winston on that downtown the other day was just absurd. Like solo carry potential there. All right, here it is. We're back in. Ultraviolet. He's in spawn. But Vega's dead and they got Primal Rage on the point. Will be RuPaul getting back on the Lucio, but no, booped away. There you go. Okay, Energy Shock do end up securing the round, even though UV did DC. So we are going to go to downtown. It's our 3rd round here on Control.
I was just getting ahead of it. Yeah, it did look like an Energy Shock would be able to secure the picks with the Primal Rage. Didn't need the Ana there, or Baptiste, or whatever. Ultraviolet, you're fine. Your team's got you. But now that we're over on downtown, here's where we really need to see Energy Shock step up to the plate. Toronto Defiant with this Ashe, this Winston comp, even this so survivable backline of Vega and RuPaul and the Brig Ana, we're unstoppable. 100-0 for Nightmare and 100-0 versus Energy Shock on this round just yesterday. So maybe Ultraviolet will be the key to success to make sure that that doesn't happen again. But Toronto have looked so confident with this high ground presence, the Symmetra teleporter to get them up there.
Kellen already pretty low. A Shock go for a long journey, trying to wrap around onto Toronto Defiant, but is RuPaul and Vega, and Merit now chilling on this back line. Oh, that's a Suzu already used. RuPaul getting really close to his teammates there, making sure everybody's getting the biotic grenade, including himself. A sleep onto Tree, and that's a kill from Merit. Beautiful long-range sleep from RuPaul.
Okay, a little bit too late to save Merit there, but no big deal. Merit can come back into this and set back up on the defense while Toronto Defiant finish up the rest of this point. A little bit of a stagger there as Scissors tries to stall out the objective for just a little. Gonna have Pulse Bomb in this next fight, so even though ended up getting kind of taken down or at least bullied away from that backline after you ended up seeing such a big Brig Bash come through, you still have this Pulse Bomb you can throw at that backline again. But here comes the absolute humongous defense from Toronto. Let's see if they can keep it up as they already start to approach 20%.
Well, they're going for the dive in Tree, 20 HP as he takes to the skies and quickly dealt with his counter divers. Wonderful stuff. And yeah, RuPaul with another sleep. 2 for 2 there on sleeps on DPS. Except the Tracer too, of all things.
Tracer was big because you did have that Pulse Bomb thrown into the mix. Scissors with that really early charge up. But now Toronto get to keep this defense going with the Nano Boost from RuPaul and the Primal Rage from someone. Energy Shock still have very little to be able to throw with these fights while Toronto just keeps setting the pace. Someone with these super close holds, able to use these jumps just to go in and get that counter dive into the backline after Kellen tries to step up to the plate.
Oh, well, they got the rush, but look at the ultimates Toronto Fire messing with right now. Rush after the TP, and Merit got the Nano Boost again. But Vega's already dead. A good see from RuPaul. And can Merit finish off these kills? I think so. There's nothing standing in Merit's way. There's not a DPS in the world I think I wouldn't trust more than Merit on the hit scan to use that Nano Boost. Kellen's still managing to kill Merit, and Scissors picking up a kill on Sugarfree. Might result in this point getting flipped, but after this Primal Rage eventually gets away from them, that will be a rally from Vega just to secure and put them on final fight territory too. There's a lot of overhealth building here, and this front line's not looking too good. Although saying that, a little sound barrier will surge them forward into this backline. A sleep and a whip shot onto the Winston. Means the Energy Shock's push has been a little bit muted, and Sugarfree with a Pulse Bomb right at Tree's feet. And now times are ticking for Energy Shock. Not much left in the bank. And they're going to get absolutely dominated on downtown. This is Toronto Defiant's map. And you can see exactly why Busan was the first selection. I mean, they played that just perfectly. Not a moment did they falter.
Perfect record on downtown again. Like, it's just 3 for 3 at this point with the Toronto Defiant shutting the door on this map in front of their opponents' faces. So I guess the silver lining of this is that Energy Shock get a chance to pick the next map, and I think every team having been taken to Busan probably expected to come up as an L.
I wonder if he's playing into the mental game though of Toronto. It's like, okay, we're edging towards match point. Let's not get match point. Let's just go one step below match point, and then we can't get reverse sweep, right? Surely?
Yeah.
Possible.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Anything's possible.
Clueless?
Toronto Defiant with a beautiful first map on Busan. I'm hoping for a 7-map series. I'm sure everybody else was at home as well. Energy Shock's chance to choose as we go into the next one. Here's some highlights from that game. And despite the 2 pauses as well, everybody's still playing in a peak form.
It's a little bit tougher for Energy Shock. You know, you come into this one with not as much just official match time, knowing that Toronto does have to play through that lower bracket match. It was such a close 5-map series. That's plenty of time to actually get warm and maybe work out some of the flaws that you noticed while playing through that match. So Toronto with just a fantastic display. Major credit, though, to Energy Shock on Mecha Base actually finding a way to get through this Diva comp. It looked like it was so doomed as you saw Toronto get from 0 to 99. And then a big pivot there from Kellen to go over to the Winston. Tree had a major pop-off performance there on the Sojourn as well. Not to the same effect on downtown, but what have you come to expect from Toronto at this point on this round?
Sleep.
Disgusting. RuPaul is so good.
Championship winning honor. Amazing flex support, and yeah, the ability to pivot as well for Energy Shock. We'll see if that ends up coming into effect, because they've been doing it all tournament long, and it's something that really helped them succeed against Toronto Defiant in their upper bracket finals. Here are the map stats as well. Just throw those up on your screen for Busan. Yeah, 44 deaths to 29. Felt pretty one-sided, especially on that, you know, downtown. You'd expect Toronto having a much larger KDA and damage, etc. But there you go. Right, what do you think for Energy Shock, where are their heads at, Rose? Where do you think we're going to step into next? Knowing that you've got a few picks that you can go to that you won against Toronto yesterday to start their reverse sweep.
That's true. I look at Blizzard World as one of those where you had that monstrous performance by Cal on the Alari. They were getting stuck on their attack push on that second point before Cal came up big, a huge captive sun, totally opened up that second point, finished that point capture, and then got them into just a little bit of extra progress there on the third point, eventually winning at the map. I think that was really stellar and was kind of like that second step in that reverse sweep that we saw Energy Shock get. So I think you could be pretty safe to go to any of the maps you won there, Runasapi, Blizzard World, or Suravasa, if you feel like you want to deal the maximum amount of mental damage.
The third form of damage, emotional/mental damage, is perfect. I mean, look, if you're going to take him to a map, take him to a map where you won the other day. Runasapi is the pick for NRG Shock. Okay, let's load on in. As Toronto now just trying to prove, like, hey, it was a fluke. There was nothing to see here. Nothing to see. We just had a small off day.
But this is where the reverse sweep started, because we ended up seeing that Tracer, Sombra, Winston come out from Shock. It forced Toronto to have to try to match that, which meant taking Merit off of the hit scan. Couldn't play the Ashe anymore. They just kind of opted in to have to play this Tracer Sombra mirror dive. So not a fantastic feeling maybe, but then you ended up seeing Toronto flip the script about that a little bit in just their previous match, so maybe they figured it out.
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, Season 12 is live. You can go check it out in the live game after you've watched this, of course. Let's jump into Runasapi, though. Yeah, that's just where the reverse sweep started. And if I had to pick a comp, I don't think it's going to be the Bastion comp, but I think the Sombra and the Tracer worked out exceptionally well. Their ability, and with the Sombra especially, half the time it's like, okay, do we just beat the Sombra EMP, or we just kind of miss time these ults? So, okay, we beat this fight, then we EMP next and just keep the snowball going, because that's how they ended up winning yesterday. We'll see if they can start a quick, not reverse sweep, but a quick streak of maps here with their first map choice being Runasapi as we load on in.
Yeah, I mean, so not only did the reverse sweep start here, but you just saw Toronto take a loss on this map versus Nightmare. Even knowing that we would see Nightmare come out with like the Tracer, Sombra, Winston themselves, we saw Toronto instantly come out of the gates with the Cassidy, the Pharah, and the Malga, and Nightmare were ready for it. So will we actually see Toronto learn from those mistakes? Knowing that they also lost to Energy Shock on this yesterday.
Yeah, Toronto, how are they going to pivot? Because you've got to be thinking that
it's coming. Like the server, the Tracer is probably coming.
Although right now they are hovering over Tree, Pharah. This is Tracer. Someone just on the Diva for the time being. Pretty decent against the Sombra, can be easy kind of chase down, but there it is. No Pharah for NRG. Just going to run the Sombra Tracer exactly like they did the other day.
And so Toronto, they're immediately going to start on the Diva. Last time, just a couple of hours ago, we saw the Malga transition into the Diva, but it's just going to be the Ashe, Pharah, Diva, Lucio, Ana here from Toronto. So an opportunity to go get these dives if you can spot the opening with someone's Diva and an anti-nade from RuPaul. At the same type of soak up, as Kellen doesn't have the Diva defense matrix, opting for the Winston instead.
Oh yeah, Kellen is so low. That mega health pack as well.
So dead.
That was hacked too by Tree. Maybe not, maybe it was spent a little bit too long hacked. Maybe it became unhacked, or it just wasn't spawning quick enough for Kellen to use it. So a quick fight for Energy Shock. Although someone does kill Ultraviolet. Bit of a scrappy one. Sugar Free staying alive. 80 HP carrying in this building right now. Wow, someone.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, you have a lot of great chase down targets if you're going to be on this Diva. Head after the Sombra, even though you're going to lose out on the boosters, you still do a stupid amount of damage with that character. And then you can also just keep pressuring away at this Winston. Look at all the focus fire onto Kellen right now. He's forced to actually use these jumps to get away rather than engage. He doesn't have the bubbles anymore really at his disposal. So you have to be really careful. And as you pointed out before, even if you have the hacked health packs, you got the spam damage from the Pharah, the booster rockets from the Diva. It's a lot of damage.
Possible on the floor there from Scissors as Kellen has already bitten at the dust. Someone just runs them over with the thrusters. Yeah, it's really easy for RuPaul to play a little bit more aggressive here as well. You've got a fear, like you were mentioning, of Kellen's left click, but Scissors and Tree could just eat all that up if RuPaul wants to go for an aggressive peek with the nade. And they've got 4 ultimates for this next one too, and they're rounding this corner, this checkpoint in their sights.
Yeah, the thing about this Sombra is it's super all-in. If you don't have the EMP, it feels like you have to be able to win out with other things, but the Dorado Defiant squad has already beaten you to the punch.
What a barrage from Sugar Free, bathed in Matrix as well. Perfect team coordination there by Toronto Defiant, and they garner the checkpoint. Like I said, I'm sure they'd want everybody to know as well that Runasapi and that series the other day was a small blip on the radar. Toronto have been the very top of North American Overwatch since the inception of OWCS, and they want to keep that going. Sound barrier comes through from Vega. RuPaul this whole time is pushing the point, but unfortunately, Rack Attack, oh dear. NRG shock, they lose a couple of ultimates in that fight. EMP, sound barrier, oh, they're gone. And this bot is moving to a team kill and maybe even 100 meters on the board for Toronto. They mean business today.
Surely looking like a blip in the system. This is not even close so far. Even Tree, having blown the EMP in that last fight so late, switching over to the Sojourn. You're throwing a Diva Bomb like the old Poco days over here.
Okay, well, they're ambitious, but they might be able to still get some kills. Oh, not with that Russian play, I don't think. But still, 110 meters. Looking very reminiscent of the game we saw previous. Quick team kill there as Tree now giving up the Sombra, going straight to the Sojourn instead. A bit more firepower in the front line.
Yeah, and if you know that we're gonna see this sugar-free Pharah, then you want to be able to have some type of hit scan pressure against it. Otherwise, this Pharah has had absolute free reign over you. No defense matrix here from Kellen's Winston. Kellen is also dead before being able to use the Primal. That is a big misstep, and Toronto are gonna capitalize.
We saw this a couple of times in this series previous. Kellen sometimes overstaying on the Winston. Quite a few times he did the caught out, punish in terms of positioning, or just like not like pop the primal.
That's something that we even saw from Kellen though in his Overwatch League days when he was on the New York Excelsior. I feel like that was the one thing we always used to call out. But unfortunately, doesn't seem like it's something that someone is going to let take lightly. As it's just another early commit here from Toronto. And now you see the Primal, but it feels so late.
Did manage to get 1 kill in Merit, and Vega also ends up going down, but they gain 7 meters, that being a Toronto Defiant. Every little helps. 5 minutes to go, halfway through this map already. This is looking for the Pharah. Nice direct, though.
That 7 meters does technically make this over a 100-meter differential now. It's actually pretty significant. There's a lot to have to look at here. And Energy Shock using so many ultimates in that last engagement, still just to stabilize.
This is it. This is the playbook right here from Toronto Defiant. Nano Barrage or just Nano Sugar Free into the backline. And you're blown to smithereens. Just so good.
Back to spawn with you. They're so good. They are so good. This is a Toronto Defiant that has absolutely learned from the mistakes that they've made on this map. And now it's on Energy Shock to figure out how they're going to get back into this map with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. You have over 100 meters that you have to make up here and still only a pulse bomb to your name. Tree has to come up large with this Sojourn. Any charged railgun shot, take out this Pharah, something to get yourselves back in.
They have to deal with this Bob first. And yeah, Scissors, an unfortunate timing there on the recall. I mean, wanted to put some pressure down onto Merit, maybe even go for a stick, but was unable to find a position to do so. Someone with a quick disengage, sensed maybe something was wrong or something was coming, and Ultraviolet ripping the rush. They're going to be able to get control of the point, but they're using ultimates here just to get it back towards their own checkpoint. And there's the barrage from Sugar Free. Kellen once again in the front line, dominated. Although with Tree picking up 2 kills, a sound barrier from Rack Attack as well. This will be the fight that they're going to have to win. No more kills can be afforded as Tree just dominates with the railgun. That's a confidence builder for NRG as they find a team kill.
All right, well now let's see them do that 3 more times. They've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to do that, and that's going to be how they keep themselves in this map and take it. This was their map choice, so you know that they're feeling pretty confident about being able to deliver a lethal blow to this Toronto team here. But that was 2 ultimates. You needed a sound barrier and also the overclock to get that done. So Scissors has got to come up big with this pulse.
Well, looking to pressure down someone to begin with. Support also is available Toronto, and there you go. Playbook activated. Sugar Free is in. These fire rockets, they hurt. Nice 2-tap on Rack, a 2-tap on Tree, and that was it. NRG Shock just wiped. And a team kill at 119 meters, still very firmly in the lead. And what a shocker. What do they have to do to come back from this? Because this is all that Defiant are going to do here. They're going to nano Sugar Free in. Next fight, they're going to use Barrage. Then they're going to use nano, then the Barrage, then the nano, then the Barrage. Beat where required.
And it's tricky. You can't use the beat to soak up that damage, and I think even Kellen can't fault him either for sometimes getting surprised at the amount of damage that he's taken. From all of that splash, he's already half. He has to chill and let Ultraviolet heal him back up before he's able to think about even aggressing onto this team. They're just at a standstill, trying to figure out who to jump.
They're in again. Sound barrier comes through from Vega. Now's the time to pop it. Shrew on the rush. Kellen put to sleep briefly, and Sugar Free finally down. Slain by Scissors' pulse bomb. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. And Kellen's pushed out, pushed away from his team. Even with that bubble, with that little added protection there. I mean, this is Toronto Defiant still winning this fight. Mary gets killed by Tree, but again, they need a clean team fight here to get this bot going.
Well, here's one. They're going to be able to string it together after being able to deal with someone that's going to be a little bit more meterage on the board as they are able to taxi back Kellen. Rack Attack doing the good old overtime job there with the Lucio. But you still have so many more fights ahead of you with 1 minute and 15. We're going to be entering into overtime if Energy Shock want to get this done. 2 more clean, decisive team fights here are necessary for them to be able to tie it up. They are going to not even get the checkpoint either as you see the Diva pressure.
Nano Barrage and the kills just keep on coming for Sugar Free. There's nothing that stops his Farah. Oh, nice at 182. Yes. He knows what he's done. He knows how much devastation he causes and what a trouble Energy Shock having. And there you go. Kellen over to the Diva.
But it's so late.
30 seconds to go, Rose.
It is so
30
late.
seconds.
Yeah, maybe you're able to help with just a little bit of this rocket spam, but you would have wanted to see this pick come out ages ago if you felt like that was going to be your way through this map. So desperation for sure as you look at Sugar Free, still 50% away from another barrage. He just used it. That is crazy.
My guy looking like Jimbo out here.
He's going to have another one potentially.
Oh, here's the pulse bomb from Scissors. Sound barrier comes in for Rack Attack, hits 5. Pulse bomb on the floor, still does a little bit of damage, but no kills initially here for Scissors. It's actually Kellen that comes up big with the single one to start us off with. Overtime approaching as the self-destruct launch, but Toronto Defiant have stolen the bot here. They do manage to get to the point in time. Scissors with his last final blink, but someone is still killing, and guess who's alive? It's RuPaul healing up someone in the front line. Scissors forced to recall, and someone's still got control of his mech. Kellen's going to get chased out. Not enough healing can come through on the mech, and well, Tree might be able to do some damage if he can even get back in time. An overclock used, but someone still needs to touch. It will be Scissors juggling the bot for the time, but they cannot blink or they will lose this map.
Almost there.
Oh, it's going to be so close, and it's going to be very difficult. You've got Sugar Free. That's going to be basically back with
Tree
a nano.
finds one, Sugar Free down, but someone of merit is just going to take over. They got firm control of the bot, forcing the recall onto Scissors. He's done enough, but he can't quite get it done. A nano to finish it, and Toronto demolish NRG Shock on Runasapi.
Well, they dealt with the one threat. I mean, we were going to potentially see a fire barrage end at all. Not able to build up to that, but you still had the nano onto the Diva. It was just so tough. Like, no matter what, it felt like you were always running into a nano or a barrage, and the Diva swap unfortunately coming in a little too late. And even then, I don't know if it would have been enough by itself.
It was 30 seconds to go. Then, yeah, Kellen made that swap. The nano or the barrage or both. That was it. If you just look at the highlights from that map, like that was it. It was just Sugar Free that entire game, and he knew it too. They don't want to go down to NRG Shock again. They know in their heart of hearts, right, that they've been the best of North America for a long time. And they also want to go to Stockholm and prove that North American Overwatch can stand up against EU and Korea too, because thinking back to Toronto Defiant's performance at Dallas, not pretty at all. Ended up going down to Ents in the very end, and it wasn't a fantastic showing. It wasn't a fantastic showing for Western teams, to be fair, as well, as both Crazy Raccoon and Falcons didn't even drop a single map to them. But this is the Toronto Defiant we expected to spring back into this one. NRG Shock's map pick on Runasapi. They go down. They get another chance. It is first to 4, though, so we're not in reverse sweep territory just yet, Rose, but we'll get there.
No. Yeah, we could potentially still get there. If we see Toronto take this next map, then, you know, buckle up. We might be in for a 7-map series if we want to see NRG Shock get the reverse sweep again. We're here for the cinema, that is for sure. And the cinema right now is certainly sugar-free, putting in all of that work on the Pharah. The map's stats show you just how much that Pharah was doing. The deaths were coming through thick and fast.
Yeah, it was just permanently everybody looking up to the sky, making sure. Where is Sugar Free again? Okay, has he got Nano yet? Okay, he's definitely got Barrage though. And then Kellen, a lot of the time, kind of jumping forward, being proactive, wanting to make plays. But then met by Sugar Free's Barrage, and then it all comes tumbling down like your first time playing Jenga. Map pool on your screens. Again, NRG Shock's chance to pick. They're probably not going to choose a map where someone or the rest of Toronto Defiant want to choose dive. So we've got Flashpoint, Hybrid, and Escort. Rose, where are you thinking?
Well, yesterday we ended up seeing, well, I don't know if they would play Shambali again, not after they got fuller held on that map, but maybe you could still pull out the Blizzard World or the Suravasa. I don't think that Kellen should feel too shy to still play the Winston dive. It worked out yesterday, winning out on Blizzard World. But you could also still consider maybe even just going to, okay, I lied, they want to run it back.
They want to run it back.
They want to run it back. You know what? Cojones.
Yeah, they got a lot of them in this lobby. And look, you got to have pure confidence in yourself. Faith in oneself is a very, very powerful thing. And NRG Shock, they got a whole lot of that. Toronto Defiant currently up 2 maps as we see some subs coming in. PGE, Attack, and Cal in for NRG Shock.
Okay, so double flex support backline with Ultraviolet and Cal. You can play the Alari and the Ana, no problem. When you take a look at the rest of the lineup and how that gets filled out, you got Mei, Ashe, and Diva was the 3 heroes that the rest of them played for Shambali. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, maybe you don't really want to play the main tank tool anymore, but you can certainly bring an attack and give him the Diva.
Yeah, double flex support too. Alari's very good on this map, and then PGE can just do PGE things. Just play Widowmaker, play the Ashe, long-range hit scan. It's the name of the game when they get subbed in. As we jump into Shambali Monastery in just a moment. We'll see if Toronto can also answer that, because when we saw that matchup the other day, you know, the hit scans, the Merit versus PGE on the Widowmaker Ashe, what have you, it was fairly even, but PGE, a lot of the times recently too, she's been killing a whole lot of Tracers. Doomed suffering a lot.
Poor Doomed.
Yeah, that was a really tough game for a lot of Tracers. And we'll see if PGE can kind of light the stage up here, because we are currently right now Toronto up 2 maps. Although they need, you know, they need a couple more to actually secure the series, it is still slowly slipping through NRG Shock's hands.
Yeah, but I think if you don't get it done here, then I think you have to really evaluate whether or not you can actually do it for the rest of the series. Like, you pick this map because you know you want to be able to bring in PGE, set him up for success. Your pick is this or Dorado if you really want to give PGE great sightlines. And if you don't want to run the Winston, then Shambali Monastery still makes a really great choice. And again, you have to have a lot of confidence to pick this again, knowing what just happened. And it's possible to rewrite that history, not get fuller held this time.
Hey, the fuller holds have been kind of crazy, and the fuller holds are not. We very rarely see crazy holds like that. It's been honestly a little bit of a gift to see 2 of them over the last couple of days. We'll see if history does repeat itself. We're going to jump to a quick break. Just give the players a quick minute to run to the bathroom, get some water. You should do the same. We'll be right back. Welcome back, Familams. We're jumping into NRG Shocks. Map pick once again, Shambali, Monastery Rose versus Toronto Defiant. Toronto up 2 maps already. You said to me during that small break there that a little bit surprised to see NRG Shock pick this map, considering what happened in their series yesterday with that full hold.
Yeah, but I think it's still, like, you still have to give so much credit to NRG Shock to even getting to that point. I was like, going back and forth by myself of, yeah, okay, they have to have a ton of confidence to pick this again, and they still got a full hold themselves on this first point. It's possible. And especially when you bring Cal into this roster to play the Alari, I think the backline just surviving through this, you know, attack is going to have you as well to be able to play the diva, and then PGE, like, that's the star of the show, I think, right now for why you would pick this map. They made it very competitive. It was so close at the end of the day. So gotta make Toronto sweat.
That was a nice little pylon spot from Cal there. I will be taking that one. That's very, very nasty one to kind of deal with if you're on the attack. Yeah, PGE versus Merit on the hit scan duel. It's the Ash versus Ash, no Widowmakers here. Don't want to be that greedy. And someone jumping out on the Zarya too. So trying to make Attack's life a little bit more difficult. And Sugar Free's a lot easier on the Genji.
Very true. Yeah, I mean, those Zarya bubbles going to soak up a lot of that damage, going to make it easier for someone, Zarya, to mow down Attack.
What a kill. Good dash away by Sugar Free. Hiding under the safety of the lamp there. It's a D-Mech onto Attack. Yeah, you just get chased away. Honestly, not even near the point. You might as well just not even kill him. All right. Are we going to see the full hold, Rose? Question yet to be answered, but the bot is moving for Toronto Defiant.
Well, it's not looking over just yet. Like, you still have some time here for NRG Shock to get another defense. That's why you have that closer hold, so you know that you have a second chance to touch. But it's like already an amplification matrix for RuPaul that is going to be opening up this next fight. As someone still has 70 energy, you can't eat that if you're a diva. That goes right through your defense matrix.
Nice bubble again. Just a perma-bubbling Sugar Free right now. Window on the point. Beautiful nade launched from downtown from Ultraviolet as the Nano is also thrown in. Ultraviolet Purinium's using everything to try and help Attack win this fight. And unfortunately, quickly demegged. 100 energy on someone. These right clicks are going to hurt more than if you jump directly into the sun. Toronto Defiant are going to capture that first point. 4 minutes and 45 seconds in the time.
No full hold on the table anymore, and that is a lot of time to get into the second point with. And so with just the amplification matrix used, look at what else Toronto have for this second point. Sound barrier already is huge. To deal with something like the Blizzard from Tree, that's really going to be the next big impact ultimate here from Shock if you're able to get this set up.
Blade.
But Sugar Free also has the Blade. Yeah, how do you answer that?
No defensive ultimate for NRG Shock. Maybe throughout the Blizzard, but yeah, it's a tricky one. It's going to be a tough ask. Blade has been pulled straight to the back line. Yeah, the Blizzard does come through, but Sugar Free dash slice out of there. Instantly runs away. Someone knocked off by that bot briefly, and here comes the capture stun from Cal in the back line. It does land a connection, but that beat from Vega is going to help Toronto Defiant survive that incoming damage. Oh, Cal. Not sure they're going to switch off of this Alari, but Attack is definitely switching up here. There we go. Over to the Ramatra.
Oh, everything is switching.
Yeah, NRG Shock just siding against their comp. It's actually Cal on the Lucio. A good grab in the front line. Someone getting 100 energy and a free second point take. Energy Shock, they thought they had a touch, but someone shut the door and locked it behind them.
Ooh, you know, Cal on Lucio is not a hero that we typically see them play, and so that's where I feel like, you know, things are maybe getting just a little bit hairy. That's a little more like it. Cal actually going to be going over to the Zenyatta. Definitely known for like these Zenyatta and the Alari as a part of this roster, and just also their time in the Overwatch League. So Zenyatta can help to maybe snipe somebody out here. Well, at least put a little bit of a tag marker there onto Sugar Free's Genji as PGE stepping out of the plate with a Widowmaker. We'll see if Merit goes to switch if ending up getting sent back to spawn.
Don't want to test him. Do not test my boy PGE. All right, goodbye on A2. Merit and RuPaul lining up like a Christmas tree. 4 minutes to go. Sugar Free takes a small off angle here. It's going to be hard for Attack to hold in that corner, especially with the space Toronto have. Oh, he's going to aggro jump too. Body shot onto the Genji. Forces the Genji blade, or the deflect even.
But now you can time that really well, because that's the one cooldown you're super worried about as the Widowmaker, is where is that deflect?
Oh, Attack falls prey to the window, and now PG is going to get run at. So easy resets there for Sugar Free with the help of Merit. There's 3 and a bit minutes to go. Tree just ends up sniping Sugar Free. In fact, comes out with 2 large kills. A speed boost from Cow is jumped over to the Lucio to try and get Attack onto the points. Cow just managed to get the touch there, but quickly dealt with by RuPaul, who's got a nice viewing angle of everybody jumping on it. That's going to be the point cap to Toronto Defiant. 3 minutes on Shambali Monastery is a sight to behold.
After what we saw yesterday, absolutely. And now we're going to be switching sides, and can Toronto just make a statement? It would be huge if Toronto captures all 3 points with that much time and then gets a full hold here.
Anything can happen on Shambali Monastery. That is what I've learned.
That is true.
I've learned my lesson. Right, let's still quite energy shot want to come out on the attack with. Again, I can't imagine PG maybe just jumps for the Widow and then switches back to the Ashe. It was just someone Zarya that Toronto Defiant ended up running over Attack with. Attack didn't really have any big like ultimate plays at all. Like the D.Va got rolled by the Zarya and then switched over to the Ramatra, and then the Ramatra didn't really find too much. It was kind of his team falling around him and then him not being able to follow up even on some of these nades. Looks like they're looking to go to the Zarya first, but it's Toronto with Sugar Free back on the Pharah and then Merit on the Ashe. So they're just going to play like they do on Colosseo, or sorry, Runasapi. A little bit slower though. There's no Lucio, of course.
It's a little bit slower, but it's also a backline that you know is sort of set up for the D.Va dive. If that is something that comes out from Attack. They see the Pharah though, and you know Energy Shock have to respond to this. It's going to be instantly switching up the composition to go to the Illari BAP, Ultraviolet on the BAP, and then the D.Va from Attack. You know that this D.Va is going to be a lot better versus this Pharah, something we were hoping to see in Runasapi, but Attack can totally bring that to the table for this.
Yeah, like a 2-pronged attack, literally with Attack, but oh dear. The Attack, maybe a couple of seconds too late on the Matrix. Sugar Free just poking out PG and just snipes him with a couple of rockets. It's a really annoying point to push as well against the Pharah because of how like the roofs are sloped and you have to peek around to try and get a shot on the Pharah, and these small corridors are so nice to just fire rockets into. A different style of push here from NRG Shock. Still see these rockets raining death from above. Sugar Free just hiding this bubble too. Nanti will follow it up. That is one dead NRG Shock. And they're even going to stagger Attack.
The stagger. No, Attack has been so unlucky being on the receiving end of so many of these major stalls. Like, even gets back in the mech and gets demeched again. Gonna get staggered again.
I will not bring up his name.
Ouch, ouch.
You know who I'm talking about. The staggers are too real. It still pains me. And Ultraviolet, oh, good sleep. Any kills, any damage? Okay, Ultraviolet ducks back into spawn and someone ends up getting punished.
She's gonna blow.
Little over eager there. So you're gonna have to wait for someone to, PGE actually opens us up pretty big here with a big headshot onto Merit. So despite the fact that someone has actually been able to get back out of spawn for another recontest, you still have to wait for Merit to be back in this as well. Nano boost from RuPaul though, that can help to stabilize the defense to allow for Merit to come back.
Yeah, someone's back in the action. They got Nano, they got Barrage, they got the combo. They just want to let one go.
No.
Someone's in the corner. RuPaul with a nade on the back. Cal in trouble. 1 HP, easily cleaned up. Primal Rage from someone. There to follow up on the aggressive positioning from RuPaul. Stack still manages to find 2 though. I mean, without the nano boost as well. Both DPS are dead, but someone is going to be able to kill Attack before they can find the remake.
card's gonna stop there for now. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. As you look at Shock having thrown only the Diva Bomb at this, they still have 4 ults that they can work with. The Bob, really important to just get an extra attack angle here onto the defense. But this Nano Barrage from Toronto, they can still let this loose.
Good Bob onto Vega. Nano boost from someone too. A sleep on Sugar Free mid barrage, and Ultraviolet finishes out with a kill. Looks like someone is trying to pay attention to the backline, but PG kiting backwards slightly. Same with attack to deal with someone's aggression. That's a really good ultimate too from Cal. Double detonation, no, just a singular one onto RuPaul, and that'll be good for the point. NRG Shock, not quite in overtime either. They're gonna get 3 and a bit minutes to push at this cave phase now. The 7 point.
Yeah, it's still a really good amount of time in the bank. It took them a little bit to finally get things going, and I think looking at a couple of the overextensions from Toronto definitely helped them out to make sure that they could stagger a lot of their ultimates so that they weren't being easily negated by the team. But you still have this Pulse Bomb here from Tree. That's something that you can throw with things. And we are going to see the Pharaoh out of Sugar Free's hands, going over to the Tracer himself, just to be able to match that on Tree's side.
All right, there's the engagement from someone. Isolating himself a little bit there, actually gets anti-naded too. Again, someone overextending somewhat, not respecting Ultraviolet's nades. There's an NRG Shock just going to run over Toronto Defiant, pushing towards this second point. Didn't need to use ults either, so Tree can set up for a big pulse bomb. And Toronto Defiant, ideally don't want to lose anybody here. This payload is fast approaching this point.
You've got the Primal Rage from someone if you can get it online in a couple of seconds. But the fact that you have the Nano from Ultraviolet already, that's onto attack. Your backline is exposed.
Yes, indeed. Someone is still in there. There's the Primal Rage. Oh, another good sleep from Ultraviolet. And hiding on that pylon as well. That Mini doing a lot of heavy lifting for the backline there of NRG Shock. Eventually, Ultraviolet is cleaned up. Someone's Primal Rage is kind of winning against attacks. Aggressive Nano Diva push in the end. With a minute and 40 seconds to go, Toronto Defiant are in a good spot. They've got Rally, they've got Nano, they've got Pulse and Bob. And they've only got to deal with the Bob from PG and the Cal Alario. I mean, this Captive Sun, it's decent, but it's actually going to get even harder to use now as someone's jumped over to Zarya. You could just bubble those targets that are affected by it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Cal's waiting to go in.
I mean, that's one way.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you... Oh, look at the flank coming through for the Captive Sun.
Captive Sun launched straight at the back. Oh, it didn't hit anybody. It looked like Merriman managed to get out of there with a coach gun, and now Cal's in a sticky spot. The pylon has gone down, and someone with 100 energy and the Nano boost, but they're still able to kill him. Vega's Rally, there's a bit of overhealth there for RuPaul, but a good sleep will put him out of position. And it's actually NRG Shock in an old deficit. Managed to cap the point.
Wow, okay, so the Zarya pick, maybe not really the right thing to be able to deal with the Captive Sun, but you have Toronto Defiant making just a couple extra swaps here, still 2 minutes on the clock. It's going to be almost a full team change. You have Sugar Free going over to the Genji. It's going to be the Zarya, Lucio Baptiste, exactly what we saw on Toronto's defense. They're just going to be bringing it back out here. Or sorry, on their attack, bringing it out for the defense.
Yeah, just bubble Sugar Free, get him in, get him out. Good kill from Merritt. Takes down PG. Just get a bit more free ult charge onto someone. Really, really passive with the bubbles. Yeah, just only putting them on Sugar Free. Pure team player.
Kind of all they're there for.
Right.
Well, because the 2 minutes that you have left is plenty to be able to get a Dragon Blade online. 1 minute and 30 now as we look at NRG Shock making another approach here. 3 ults to their name.
Oh, good shot from PG.
Oh, PG.
They get pushed into that small room by attack. The Graviton Surge is good. PG, he sees someone pretty low, but I think the fight's already over. Deflection onto the Genji. Someone does end up going down. It's the Nano once again. From Ultraviolet is going to secure a couple of kills and somehow attacking PG, keeping this fight going. It's only the Genji in the back line eventually goes down. They end up trading kills. Spawn position available here from Toronto Defiant, so they are about to regroup, but Shock, their spawns are equally as close as they now approach this final corner.
And that was after using the Graviton Surge there. Bob from Merit is going to be one of the next things up in RuPaul's Amplification Matrix, hoping to get that online here for Toronto's defense. But this is final fight on this map. If we do not see Shock win here and extend it out to an extra round.
Good nade on the front line. Sugar Free in a little bit of trouble. The Captive Sun does manage to land the high ground, but the Lamb doing Lord's work there from RuPaul. That Pulsum going a little bit wide. Sugar Free following that up with the kill onto Tree. Someone might not be high energy, but he's just aiding in someone, Sugar Free, getting these kills. That Bob disaster has struck NRG Shock as the Bob just split them up. There's 10 seconds to go, and Sugar Free's just going to touch that spawn door. Tree is going to jump onto the Tracer to try and get a touch, but are they going to even be able to do so? I don't think so. Vega just chased them down. A sound barrier, a blade. They've got everything in the tank to use. Toronto Defiant hold there on 3rd point and find themselves in a winning spot. A 3-0 in the series thus far. And we know what happens when we go to a match point situation. There is a chance for NRG Shock to come back. But Toronto, they've leveled up time and time again. And here is no exception.
I mean, you heard Kasaurus, maybe just delivering a 4-0 on a silver platter as a bit of sweet revenge to this NRG Shock team that sent them down to the lower bracket. They're very prepped, they're very worn. You know, there are so many bright minds on the Toronto Defiant team that have helped to work out some of those maybe kinks and issues. And I'd say they're pretty ironed out there for Shambali.
They've done their homework. It's a 3-0 for Toronto. Let's have a look at what the desk have to say, because it is all looking red right now. No orange in sight.
It is indeed. I mean, yeah, Shambali Monastery, it felt like this was the moment where NRG Shock started to really push it. Maybe some of that advantage on that map was also due to an overextension here and there from the likes of some really sick nades being hit from UV, taking advantage of those overextensions. But overall, this was Toronto Defiant's game. They came into this prepared, no more kings, nothing to iron out. They had an answer to literally everything NRG Shock tried out.
Well, I think what we're seeing here, you got to give a lot of credit to Kasaurus and Danny, the coaching staff of Toronto Defiant, because in every place that they showed weakness in previous series, today it's been strength to strength. I mean, just they've adapted perfectly. Anywhere they were previously had problems with the comp, they've come out with a new look, and it's been fantastic. So the adjustments paying off perfectly. NRG is running with what worked for them last time, which it's hard to fault them for, but at the same time, this is what I was worried about for Toronto, right? You give them that time to cook in the lab, and, you know, like the many-headed Hydra of Myth, they just come back stronger. You cut off one head, and two are growing back in its place, and that's the threat I'm feeling from Toronto Defiant right now. Not only do these players step up to the plate big time when their backs are against the wall facing elimination, but also give them time to cook strategy, and they're just going to come back stronger, more threatening answers to any possible question you could pose to them.
Yeah, both on Runasapi, of course, you come out with the Diva, and there's so much pressure being put on by the Ashe and the Pharah, and you do a great job of disengaging from Tree's overclocks and also the Kitsune rushes from Ultraviolet. So whenever you feel like, oh, NRG Shock, they have some momentum, you disengage, and then you re-engage, you threaten with the Solar Barrage onto Kellen whenever he extends himself, and then again, the Zarya Genji composition here to really punish a pretty greedy backline from NRG Shock, allow Sugar Free to cook with those Zarya bubbles. It's really smart from the Toronto Defiant. Great compositions, they adapted accordingly. And look, Zoe, this is about as Jober as it was yesterday.
Then again, I mean, NRG reverse swept before, but I will say that series felt a lot closer, even down 2-0, than this one does. And for me, what's crazy is that these are what I would consider someone's weakest tanks, right? You know, as much as he does play everything, I would say he's best on the main tanks. That's where his, like, real strength, you know, stuff like Winston, you know he's one of the best in the world. But stuff like Zarya, Diva, Sigma, he's solid, but those aren't comfort picks for him. Today, they're bringing someone out, they're pushing him out of his comfort zone, but it doesn't look like that's an issue, right? Like, the tanks that he's supposedly weaker on, the whole team fills in perfectly around him, and the coordination is what's getting these wins more so than one individual player needing to carry. Toronto's just outstratting them.
Yeah, not just outstratting, it's also just the individual performances today are on point. No one seems to be slacking. You have a particular highlight reel prepared here for none other than someone who has been on fire throughout the series.
Yeah, especially on Busan, I think that someone's Winston was so crucial. I mean, starting things off here on Sanctuary, just the way that he kind of cuts off this very like high tempo composition. So whenever Energy Shock, they do go in with the Lucio Kiriko composition, with Tree, for example, someone cuts that off, he gets so much cleave damage done while they're trying to push this backline off the Illari, off the Ana, and then the Primal Rages as well. You can already see he's on top of Ultraviolet already, and he's so effective in these situations when the enemy team is trying to push the tempo and make a rotation or trying to get in position to punish the Toronto backline. Someone is so good at positioning himself to get so much damage onto the backline of that opposing team. I think that here on Busan downtown, they might very well be the best team in the world because they're set up there with the Ash, Brig, and Ana. It is so effective, and you always see Sugar Free come in from the side and hit the backline with someone on that Winston. They're so good at that Busan map, and that's why they picked it.
I mean, Nightmare won Sanctuary, right, with that Sojourn comp. NRG thought, hey, we can make that work too. We're good at that comp. But, I mean, it looks like Toronto, they downloaded that map. They said, what was the issue? Someone's going to play a defensive style now. Okay, easy peasy. We solved it, and we look like an unbeatable team once again. Toronto Defiant, you got to put some respect on the name, how quickly they can come back from a loss.
Yeah, speaking of a comeback, Energy Shock has to make something happen. They picked Paraiso, Kellen is subbed in, so we will be seeing some Winston play. Will it be enough to go up against the Winston himself? Someone? Well, we find out in just a little bit. It's either Toronto Defiant finishing it out right here, right now, or the comeback from Energy Shock will start now.
Say it with me. Reverse sweep starts here. NRG Shock, they're one map away from losing this series here in the finals of Stage 3 North American OWCS. Toronto Defiant looking also clean. And yeah, Johnny's right. I mean, look, someone's Winston. Yeah, it gets down. It looks good. And this is the perfect map for it too. Going to a dive map. Seeing Kellen come back in, Tree, Scissors, Ultraviolet, and Rack Attack. So the other squad that is not double flex, playing the long range hit scan, they're going to try and counter dive here, Toronto Defiant. But it's been very hard thus far, Rose.
It has been very challenging. Even in their last series yesterday, it looked a little bit easier, but as Adas was saying, this coaching staff, they fixed it. Whatever issues there were before do not seem to be there today. Toronto very much playing together as a full team, which means that there are really no weaknesses to exploit. We've got Energy Shock on the defense, going to have this Pharah Winston comp with the Ash, just kind of what has been dished out to them before, but Toronto very confident to be able to run the Solari Ana double flex support dive on the attack.
Energy Shock maintaining control of this high ground is going to be good for them. Oh, a boop onto Kellen. I think that was they either booped his head there or potentially an outburst coming through from Vega to stop Kellen from jumping up and rejoining the team on his high ground. Ultraviolet under a lot of stress and pressure though as Sugar Free and someone end up cleaning up this high ground. Okay, they eventually get it going. 3 minutes for Toronto Defiant. Only it took a minute there to collapse on NRG Shock. Yeah, Kellen not being able to make it to high ground, that was the nail in the coffin for them.
Not great. That's going to be the first point going over to Toronto. You can see Energy Shock, to Toronto. You're going to see Energy Shock just totally give it up. Try to go back into the streets phase, gets it up on this high ground. But Sugar Free is already pushing the objective. You've got them hunting down Scissors on this Tracer. And if you can take even anybody down here, Kellen's actually stuck now in the Winston bubble. Half HP.
Back out. Now losing control of this high ground pretty quickly.
And no one's pushing though. Okay, all good.
And Vega and Illari in general is like the perfect payload princess hero. You just throw a pylon either on the near the payload or off on a slight angle there. Your team can kind of chill and vibe close to it. Then you just start shooting people from downtown. It's perfect. My perfect character, honestly. NRG Shock. They've got nano boost. They can send Kellen in onto the front line, but someone's already guarding the payload. This dive is coming in just a moment. It's RuPaul and Vega. They got ults too. Captive Sun does connect. Rack Attack under a lot of pressure right now. There's the detonation. It's actually Tree that ends up going down as a nano boost applied to Rack Attack to keep them in this fight. But a pulse bomb connection from Sugar Free. That'll turn this one around. As NRG Shock failed, and well, Toronto Defiant now pushing around this corner just at a blitzing pace. We're looking at a Flintstones car versus a twin turbo GTR level game right here. As Toronto Defiant just setting records almost, it feels like.
I mean, they're touching the spawn doors. Someone has Primal. He's just going to let it pop it. Tree is dead. That's
no touch. No touch whatsoever. And a one-way ticket back to spawn for you, Ultraviolet. Gonna be a free ult charge, I suppose, for attacking someone, but look at him go. He's still going.
Either. Ooh, Scissors lands the pulse onto Merit, but it just is not gonna stop this train. You get Merit out of spawn pretty quickly here. Payload still gets to move forward with your payload princess, as you call it. And then the nano from RuPaul just keeps to extend this lead that someone is getting in the front line. Energy Shock, they haven't been able to find any value with these ults. They gotta dig their heels in now, or they're about to just get speed run.
There's the nano boost into the back line. Rally deployed. It's gonna be hard for someone to get most damage in now, and he knows it. Ends up backing up. One ultimate forced for another. Trade the rally for the nano. Vega's gonna have this captive sun in 15 seconds though, Rose.
Yeah, like that's a very high value ult to get out with the rally.
Oh my god, look at how close he is to dying too. Rakitai lucky to escape there with his life. We see Kellen now popping the Primal Rage, going back to the second point, but he's just taking so much damage. Still though, with this high ground advantage from NRG Shock, Ultraviolet, Tree, they have such good sight lines to that choke point. 4 minutes to go. Still a lot of time in the bank and a captive sun in hand. You have to block this if you're Rakitai, otherwise you're dead. Your team is going to die.
Yes. You absolutely do, and I feel like Cullen should be sort of looking out for it as well.
Yeah, blocking it with a bubble would be perfect. Nano boost actually though, into the back line, looking at RuPaul. They're going to chase Merit out as well, but asleep on a sliver of HP. And Cullen is not going to get out of there for free. Vega does end up going down in the trade, but I think you take that any day of the week if you're Toronto Defiant, because they can now force the issue by jumping to the back line. And guess who's got Primal Rage again? Oh, it's somebody. And Tree is history. Oh, there's the Primal rip from someone, and this payload is still moving at a blistering pace, and they can keep in this fight, Rose. Toronto Defiant have 2 support ultimates left.
Oh, someone's asleep at the door, but you're right.
They're forcing recalls too.
They have to get out of there before getting anti-nade. Mare's already killed Scissors.
Okay, here come the reinforcements. Captive Sun goes a little bit wide. Vega uses that ultimate to get to the high ground, but Merit's bomb, and just Merit alone, dominating on the points. As Toronto Defiant are here to make a statement with a 2-minute and 50-second time bank.
Score.
I am worried for Energy Shock on this attack.
It is not looking good. A little bleak, if I like to put it into a sentence.
I want the Hopium so bad. I want a close series so bad. But if you're going to allow Toronto to play the same type of comp that we saw in Busan downtown, the Ashe, Tracer, Winston on the defense, I'm worried about seeing Energy Shock make it past that first point.
Toronto Defiant jumping over to the Yari again. Not fearing the dive. A lot more defensive when you have that brig. You're trading full defensive capabilities to offensive, just completely different spec tree and or talent tree. And with Toronto Defiant, how someone is just being able to not only force ults, but his just presence as well. And it does very much remind me of that Busan game yesterday. How it was someone just constantly in the backline, just pressuring, forcing out CDs, popping the bubble down to break LOS of the healers, and then ripping Primal. Oh, don't worry, we've got Nano, and he's just omnipresent on the map.
He is just everywhere, doing everything all at once.
Oh my.
Oh, no way.
The nade into the dynamite. All good though. We got the Mercy res. Mercy mains in chat going crazy with that one. Seeing Mercy played here for half a second.
Oh my god, it's like seeing it come out from EMEA OWCS. We saw
so Astro playing the
Mercy Farah. Yeah, I know. I was like, what era are we in?
All right, Trees jumping over to Echo. Going very hardcore on the dive angle, but wow, Scissors already dead. And same with Tree. A different tempo. A different tempo entirely.
This is confidence. This is Toronto Defiant playing with full-blown confidence. They trust each other, they understand the objective, and they are delivering on the assignment. Sugar Free's gonna have a pulse bomb already as the first ultimate in this round. He can throw that out whenever he wants. Kellen just using the jump up is actually already forced down onto the low ground.
Sugar Free
Another setup
close to
here.
a pulse bomb already. Might pay a quick visit to Ultraviolet. Or rack.
Delivered onto Kellen.
Yeah, if Kellen makes an aggressive play, yeah. Sticking, burning. There's the nano boost. There's the outburst, though. Oh, Vega not quite making it off onto that high ground, but the support has arrived. Vega pretty low. Kellen unable to finish off that kill, and as quick as that, Sugar Free takes full advantage of the chaos that ensued and picked up a pulse bomb kill.
Oh. Not before Scissors is going to be able to take down Merit with him, but yeah, the fact you couldn't follow that up, RuPaul keeping Vega alive, someone coming in for the peel, placing that bubble down, and then, of course, yeah, Scissors getting the big pick on Ultraviolet. Kellen just didn't have enough say in that fight. Now the shoe's on the other foot with RuPaul going to be the one that has the nano ready to get delivered. Do you nano Merit again?
I mean, honestly,
if you just get a little too
at this
close?
point, nano anybody. It don't matter. Pulse bomb.
Nano Vega.
Okay, no Vega. Okay, no Vega. That would be too crazy.
No?
1 minute and 40 seconds to go, Rose. Now there's RuPaul. Nade lands too. Connects with Tree and rack attack. Oh, before Tree even exploded with the captive sun, he was already dead. Vega holding a very aggressive angle right now, looking for the headshot on the Tracer. And with 1 minute and 30, Kellen is out for the count. Energy shock. They got ults, but hope quickly fading.
Toronto still have 4 ults. Like, Sugar Free's gonna have another pulse bomb, which is crazy. Scissors is dead.
All right.
A minute left. This is one more fight.
Close they're playing.
They are so far forward. Well, because they have the nano, the primal. Why not? You're brimming with confidence.
Vega naded. There's the nano on the Alari. You called it, Rose. It happened. Outburst. Oh, it doesn't quite reach the high ground. And RuPaul is dead. Okay, maybe Toronto Defiant bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. Oh, a double headshot, though, onto Scissors. Salt in the runes. Someone popping the primal rage. There's 30 seconds to go. No duplicate either now for Energy Shock. And someone's going to take to the skies and take down Tree. Toronto Defiant, no ults in the bank, but they're still swinging. A quick regroup here is required, though, as they're not full of fire just yet. But with 20 seconds, NRG Shock making some desperation swaps.
Merit has gone over to the Echo and Tree over to the Widowmaker, knowing that this one pick is going to be, and has to be, the biggest one that they have had. Energy Shock, they're another barrel going down 0-4.
Sugar Free already taken down. Ultraviolet rack attack dead as well. Tree's going to have to come up with something magical here to come back, but it is not to be. Toronto Defiant are going to hold. They're going to be your back-to-back-to-back NA OWCS champions.
That is a statement to end this entire series on. After getting dropped down into the lower bracket by Energy Shock, handing them a reverse sweep, they were able to claw their way back here into the grand finals and show everybody just a lag in the system. Don't worry, Toronto Defiant, they still got it. They delivered a full hold to close out the series.
It was just a blip on the radar, a small one. It was a good game versus Nightmare. Fantastic game versus NRG Shock. After that reverse sweep, they wanted revenge, and revenge they got. A clean 4-0 in the grand finals. Toronto wouldn't have it any other way, and NRG Shock fans maybe silenced a little bit there. We'll jump over to the desk. They'll round out the day and talk about how ridiculous, honestly, that game was.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Heading into the entire main event, this is exactly what I expected to happen in the NA Grand Final. We all know Toronto's going to sweep through. Yeah, there were some bumps along the road that we perhaps did not expect, but they cleaned it up. It's not a problem. Not a problem at all. Kasora's already announced it prior to the match even starting. All like, yeah, you want the quick one? I give you a quick one. And that's exactly what he delivered. Ending it on a full hold. Toronto making a statement, establishing dominance. The Kings are back.
Yeah, Toronto want to reinstate that tier break. I think that's the the takeaway from this. Although I do think we got to give Nightmare their flowers for making that a competitive series earlier in the day. I think the series that we all were hoping to get would have been that Energy versus Nightmare. I think we're gonna have to maybe wait for the Face It League or for the next main event to see that matchup go down. But Toronto on top, you know, showing that in a double elimination bracket, they are terrifying, right? When they show any weakness, they address it, they resolve it, and they come back twice as strong. And that's a terrifying factor for an opponent. You know, they're just impossible to predict. You can't guess what they're going to do. They can play different things in back-to-back matches, play the strat completely differently, back-to-back matches. That is so hard to prepare for as an opponent.
This was disgusting.
Yeah.
This was a disgusting Grand Finals matchup. Toronto Defiant showing the full force. And it just feels like everything leading up to this moment, I'm just like, cool. Yeah, it was great. We got a great map 5 win by Energy Shock. They got their time in the 18 hours in
just
the sun.
Just like a bait.
And here's Toronto Defiant holding their spawn on Paraiso for 4 minutes. Great. RuPaul, player of the match. Well deserved, though. Well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, when you get on the back foot against Toronto Defiant, I feel RuPaul really gets to shine, right? When he's free to just use those honest skills aggressively, he is merciless with the nades, with the sleeps, the nanos. Everything perfect from one of the most stable flex support players I think we have in the game right now. Just incredibly consistent. Everything you want. The Ana, immaculate. What I think maybe that for me, this isn't even his best hero, right? Like I think he's even better on things like the Batiste. But when his Ana's like this, it's hard to say what's really the scariest hero he could pull out in the server.
Yeah, I can't even remember him ever having an off game. Like it's never been a finger pointing at RuPaul. He's just always held his own. He's always gotten the job done. Like he's always went above and beyond for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. Special shout out to someone as well. You know, someone I tried for the tank bias, I tried for the match, but you know, there were several candidates here. I mean, it was a 4-0 stomp. Everyone played exceedingly well, but this time around it's RuPaul.
Yeah, we actually have our player of the match joining us for a winner's interview as well. So let's hear it from the man himself, RuPaul, joining us. Congratulations. Dominance established once again. What is up, RuPaul?
So chill.
What is up? Talk to us. What was the vibe check heading into today's rematch?
Okay, honestly, I woke up like I almost forgot that we lost yesterday, and I was like, oh wait, we have to play 2 matches. And I was like, oh okay. And I do think I was like thinking a lot about the NRG match. So then we went into Nightmare and had a really close, like really fun match. I think that was like the most fun match I've had since like EWC. Even in like scrims, like yeah, it's been like pretty easy for us, and we haven't really been challenged at all. So it was fun playing those 2 map 5s. And then going into the grand finals, I mean, we were really confident, but I didn't think it was going to be that easy. So we just kind of coasted along.
So what went wrong yesterday then? You know, you went to map 5 against Energy Shock, and like you were up 2-0, but it was a pretty shocking reverse sweep, you know, like losing that lead. So like what ended up happening in that matchup, you think, lessons you took with you into today against the rematch?
I think like that team's like playstyle NRG, they're not really good at pushing. They're really good at like playing back and like baiting. And I think one of the things we did wrong was we didn't shoot their tank a lot. So in the previous match, the map 5 against NRG, like Kellen was really free. And because of that, we were just like perma dead, like on cooldown. But this match, he actually couldn't do anything. Like I was free like the whole match. It felt pretty easy.
Yeah, it looked like that. You know, RuPaul, you guys have been on top of NA for quite a while now, pretty much the whole year here in OWCS, it's fair to say. But, you know, I think it is also, we got to give credit to teams like NRG and Nightmare for pushing you guys. What has it been like to see this, for you guys, this is, I mean, I know you're still the champion in such a dominant grand finals, but to see maybe some competition rising up in NA, some of these new rosters coming together. How do you see them now? I guess looking forward to stuff like international competitions. Are you excited to see what other rosters can bring? Although, seems now to say clearly in second place to you guys.
Yeah, I think it's really fun because, I mean, before, yeah, there was just no competition. I'm not gonna lie, yesterday was the first day that our team reviewed like anything. We didn't review a single scrim for the past,
oh my god!
Like since EWC, we haven't done any review. We've just like done like 2 scrims a day, and that like we've been scrimming EU as well. And I'm gonna be the one to say I'm pretty sure we reached the point where NA is better than EU. That's what I'm feeling right now.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
All
Let's
right.
go.
All right.
Let's go.
I mean, you can put that to the test in Stockholm. We can't wait to see that. For now, though, you remain the kings of NA in a dominant fashion as well. RuPaul, thank you so much, and once again, congrats.
Thank you.
That was RuPaul from Toronto Defiant. I love that, by the way. She's like, they never even had to review, but they didn't have to. Like, why would you? You don't have anything you need to change. They were just so dominant that there was literally no competition. They talked about that in previous stages as well. That, like, they don't even know, like, there is no worth in them even scrimming NA teams because they learn nothing from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see teams push them, but it's crazy that, you know, the team with no review is so strong, and then, okay, teams start taking some maps off you in a match. Of course you're going to review. Of course you're going to figure out what went wrong. And then you come back and just, once again, finally you show some competition, you show some strength. We patch those weaknesses. We're twice as strong. What you got next time? Not so much, it seems. Toronto Defiant on top.
They're on top, and that means they will walk away with the lion's share of not just the money, but also those crucial circuit points.
They literally have max circuit points.
There has never been a team more qualified for Stockholm
so many circuit
than Toronto Defiant. I mean, come on. They are #1 with a bullet.
Yeah, I mean, literally, unless the entire roster leaves the squad, Toronto will be there no matter what.
That's a nice round number from winning everything.
Beautiful, yeah.
Well, you know, there's a direct spot in stage 4. If you win stage 4, you directly qualify to Stockholm.
So the math on this is if you keep 2 out of 5, you're in second place of the players. 3 out of 5 players, you're basically auto-qual. That's so, their elite is so absurd for Toronto, which is not going to happen. I mean, there's no way you change the roster with a second place in the Esports World Cup, 3 consecutive wins in North America. Gotta give respect to Toronto Defiant. Well done.
Well, I mean, they get plenty of respect, all right, not just from NA and from us here, but also from the international competition. They were the one team that all the Korean teams, for example, mentioned when we were in Dallas. They were like, Toronto Defiant is the team to watch out for. They did not perform the way we all wanted them to see in the first LAN event. So I'm pretty sure they are prepping hard for Stockholm. Maybe now they also do some reviews. That's great to hear. Let's take a look back at some of our highlight plays in our NA main event.
Okay, huge. This TP was unreal that they all live, and then Infected's like, I want some more. I want that smoke.
Let's go! That's what I'm talking about. Big shatter right there. Sit down, Sugar Free. That's my goat. Infected, my goat.
This was a dirty Rhine play. Rhine mains rise up, actually. This is so sick. I love the TPO. They're all like 1 HP, escaping the fight, and Infected's like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Boom! Big slam!
Absolute hater. That's Reinforced trying to get into the highlight reel for the DreamHack Stockholm opener. I respect it.
Oh my god.
This tree, I will say, if we get like a Sojourn meta, we need to see Tree on LAN on Sojourn. This guy is different on this character. It's not the strongest this meta, but oh man, if that hero comes back into the top of the meta, it's gonna be scary.
I love a good barrage.
Yeah.
Matrix, Nano, I love it.
Oh, we already moved on. Sugar Rush. Yeah, I mean, Sugar Free doing Sugar Free things. To be fair, they kind of went unchecked throughout the series, so they had free range.
I'm so happy that Farah got this rework. I know it was months ago, and it was already back in stage 2.
You're still happy about it.
I'm still happy about Farah seeing playtime. It's such a fun character now.
I think I played this in a playtest, and I was just like, yeah, this is 10 times better. The character is so much fun, and at the highest level now, it has that dynamic mobility that you need really to compete as a flanker.
Yeah, and if you have a funny Astra in your team, you might even get a Mercy to tag along.
That's the last time we mentioned that.
No.
That is banned to the archives.
Is it though? Well, the next time I think we're all on air together is in like October. So yeah, probably the last time you hear it for this stage. Probably. Let's actually take a look at our schedule to see what we still have in store for you now that we wrapped up the stage 3 main event. Stage 4, is it going to be competitive?
I think so.
I sure hope so.
I mean, I think we've seen two rosters. Like, you got to think both Nightmare and NRG. The rosters are relatively new, right? Recent changes. They've looked great. They have made matches competitive against Toronto. Yes, doing it back to back is incredibly hard, but still, they've improved relative to the past, right? Like, I think the gap is certainly closing with Toronto, although maybe not as quickly as they'd like. They're great rosters with tons of potential. Guys like Tree and UV now on NRG. Right, Infected to Nightmare. I mean, these are really exciting teams that I can see continuing to grow and improve, competing on the international stage. And maybe there could be more than one competitive NA team in the international.
He's so NA-pilled.
So NA-pilled. If I can fill in some EMEA. So far in EMEA, we've had 3 different champions. We've had Twisted Minds, SSG, and now ENCE. Stage 4 is the time for Virtus Pro. Tune in, find out.
Tune in.
That'd be a lot of fun.
That would
directly qualify. That would be circuit points chaos.
They're definitely a team to watch out for. I mean, they've shown a lot this main event. They are on everyone's radar now. I'm very, very excited for this continued competition in both of our regions and, of course, on all the other regions, which are happening simultaneously and all over the map. So much Overwatch 2 action coming our way still up until we head to the DreamHack Stockholm. For now, though, it is time to say goodbye from us. First of all, another reminder, if you can't wait for more OWCS action, make sure to tune in to Face It League Season 2. That will start up very soon with the group stages and, of course, the playoffs as well. So we hope that you tune in for that action and cheer on some of your favorite teams, which are also participating in OWCS. So, you know, a lot of interlocking things now. Final words from you. I was missing out on words. Crucial thing. Any final words from you guys? So any big takeaways? You are an ape-hilt. I don't even want to hear it anymore. Johnny, how are you feeling about this main event?
I just love the Overwatch 2 meta. That I'll say. These main events are so much fun considering all the meta diversity we're seeing. It makes for such great competition. So there you go. I don't know what that. I'm Overwatch pilled, I guess.
I love that for us. Jay.
I was gonna say congrats to our champions to
congrats to ENCE. Yeah.
You know, they've both had fantastic tournaments, both super impressive. ENCE finally getting a win under their belt, coming so close so many times. That must have hurt, but now they brought it back. Now they get that first place. Well done to them. Toronto Defiant. We thought maybe they had been shaken, but clearly it was only at the surface. And also to the Rising Stars, both regions, I think, with a lot of young players who have, you know, broken into the scene and are toe-to-toe with the veterans, right? Like these super experienced players have been around for years. The lead is not that big. You know, there's a lot of people that are super exciting to watch, a lot of people making history. It's a great time to be an OWCS fan.
Final word?
Yes, final word.
Us here on the OW Esports channel, we're about to raid OC, so check out her stream as well.
That's right. And make sure to drop on by and say hi from all of us as we are saying goodbye now. Thank you all so much for joining us over the last 4 days of main event action. We can't wait for stage number 4 to kick things off. But first, Face It League. You don't want to miss it. Thank you all so much and have a good night.
4 players grouped up here for Space Station, but all forced away by Bob. We're in overtime. At some point, they need to get out tough, but they lost Hardy to the Bob. And now Landon's going to fall. Space Station Gaming can't even get the beat off. Funny Astro bowled over before he had a chance to use it.
That was brutal.
Yep.
And I was hoping about SSG. And I am sorry to Virtus Pro and all of your players.
Themselves a little bit of an advantage, but man, Shockwave cannot miss this map.
What is that? Shockwave is disgusting, man.
So silly.
Inconsistent healing still from Gala. Vistola now needs to threaten the backline, and Kevster might have done it. That might be the kill that gets them there. ENCE is all they needed. And eventually, they emerge from the depths with the Bears in their grasp.
Nice.
Woohoo!
Got the reset. Summer would have been nice had Nightmare been able to
what an age.
putting on that pressure.
Unbelievable
the
move
is
too.
huge.
No kills. How was there nothing there? In fact, RuPaul is the one to die. What? What did I just see?
They overextended.
With a 180 headshot shatter onto Sugar Free and just denies him the pulse. Seeker comes out with 2 in this fight as Nightmare. They do end up losing Zera. Someone switches over to Doom. They can still win this fight if they can touch, but they don't. Are you serious? Nightmare get off the point.
Able to get to the point. Great play by Kellan. Great play by Ultraviolet. And there we go. I am finished. No more of these segments for the rest of the day, for the rest of the weekend. It's been a blast. Over to you guys.
W segment, Johnny.
I loved every second of it.
Up. They are going to not even get the checkpoint either, as you see the D.Va pressure.
Nano Barrage and the kills just keep on coming for Sugar Free. There's nothing that stops his Farah. Oh, nice at 182. Yes. He knows what he's done.
Has has to be the biggest one that they have had. Energy Shock. They're another barrel going down 0-4.
Sugar Free already taken down. Ultraviolet Rack Attack dead as well. Tree's going to have to come up with something magical here to come back, but it is not to be. Toronto Defiant are going to hold. They're going to be your back-to-back-to-back NA OWCS champions.